Let me go pull up the clip of what it says. I should take a screenshot and put it in the text channel here, because you're gonna be like, "This is nuts, bro."
Yeah,
But
post it.
Well, I'm gonna post it, but you guys go and watch. I'm gonna show you this crazy shit.
So what I gleaned from that was that we are a fucking horse carriage, like without a driver. Like this isn't 2024 shit. This isn't the next presidency. Like we have been in this state for fucking 4 years, 3 years, and the MSM, the mainstream media, has been fucking lying to you. They've been jumping on, they've been jumping in and saying that, yeah, Joe Biden, his brain is swift, like he is better than ever, like all this shit. They have been peddling this shit to you for years. And we've just accepted it. Okay, maybe behind the curtains, like he's really smart. No, they have been lying to you. This is a fucking conspiracy.
Yeah, let me post it. I found it. Here, I'm about to
I think
post it
so,
for you
man.
guys.
It was pretty obvious.
I'll post it in the chat. You guys do with it with what you will, but here it is.
Yeah, this is a fucking conspiracy. Like on a nation's level, they have been lying to you.
Yeah, I posted it.
Not just to Americans. They've been lying to the world about the competency.
Read that real quick, Cortigo. Read that right there. That's the post he made. Look what it says. This is his account. Like where it has his little avatar picture at the bottom of the post that he had there.
Yeah, I saw him say that. He actually said that verbatim.
Yeah.
So this is a person typing that. This is a
Yeah.
person typing and reporting that and going through a focus group. But he actually said that in the debate.
He gave up. Yeah, he's surrendered. He goes, "Yep, I lost the debate."
Well, he didn't go that far. He didn't go that fucking far.
Didn't he not come to the debate at all and decided to just take a nap on it?
Yeah, people are talking about the hologram.
It's funny. One guy, and also this is a question: what can you do in the SUV for 1 or 2 hours? We had to skip through that thing. While Trump is sitting in his SUV. One of them is sitting there with, I don't know, presumably with cocaine and a couple of beautiful women, right? The other guy decided to take a nap on it.
They're Henry. By the way, about 4 years ago, before you took a nap or whatever, so you're interested, you want to become a pilot, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Private or commercial. Commercial, of course, is a way more difficult task. Absolutely, more money. First, I need to change my country before I manage to do that, because here it's.
Are you? So, all I hear is from your accent. Are you from the Ukraine or Russia?
I already told you that I'm a Russian, actually. I'm bilingual. That bilingual, in fact, that never studied English, and also never had anyone in his family or surroundings speak English.
By the way, when I didn't know that, I thought that you had a better mastery of the English language than I did, and I said that in the chat.
I'm a little bit sleepy today, but I'm waking up.
Yeah, Cortigo, I don't know if you know this, but you said that already.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
You've already told him that.
Okay. My apologies.
No, I'm just saying that I just want to let you know that you did already say that.
It's okay. Wait until you see a clone of Margaret Thatcher on the server. Goddamn.
All right, we got. You know who we have in here? We have Delete. Delete's in here, and it's a new person to the channel. So welcome, Delete. If you want to come off of mute, you can. You can talk to us about if you know the Earth is a globe or not. So welcome to the room.
You want to tell me about sunset, Delete, or any other topic?
Delete, if you're there, you can, have a conversation with us if you want.
That applies to anyone, by the way.
Yeah, the other guy came out straight out when he unmuted, started insulting me. It was weird, right? Like straight out the gate.
Who was that? Who was that?
Apropos or whatever his name was.
Are they still in here?
Nah, he left. There was a drunk guy that was here. Remember that guy?
Oh, so it's like a drive-by fucking
Well, he was in here for a little bit, but
globe
yeah,
earthing.
he kind of left.
Anybody here? I'm a globe earther. You're in welcome company. If you want to talk about globe earth topics, flat earth topics, we can discuss them. Otherwise, I'm going to use my flat earth ability to dispel you from the channel. I'm just kidding. I don't have any of that.
Trying to strike up a conversation, huh?
Doing my best.
Well, I mean, it's late. People are just probably.
I don't think anyone is
Alright, Veritas.
to challenge you today.
I got one, Veritas. Do we want to talk about, and this is up to you, so I researched a little bit on, what is it? Sorry, give me one sec. The vacuum. So
Vacuum of space?
Yeah.
Oh, that topic is covered by gas pressure without a container. So if there is a globe Earth that has gas pressure and no container, then there has to be there's a few things, right? You have to actually have a defined way that we can look at gas pressure without a container, and once you do that, a demonstration of it being the case. So two things.
Okay, so my argument is that gas pressure is its own container, and I'm just trying to provoke conversation through other people.
They could throw something at you, like, you're talking about gas pressure in space. When you say space, I assume you mean, like, vacuum, void, without any atmosphere, air density, right?
Yeah.
You could technically, well, and practically, actually, it's a known technology. You can move your, let's say, satellite, if you're indeed in the voids of space. You could move it practically by shooting a photon out of a laser, because there is no friction. You have to remember about drag and parasitic drag, friction. If there is no friction, you could use a very little amount of force, like say from a laser. So you shoot a photon and you use that as your propulsion.
Well, that's okay.
I think you're going a little bit. I think you're going a little bit further than what we're
He's going hard in the paint.
There is a table experiment.
Let him go hard in the paint, bro.
You can get a thing to spin with light, like a little prop. You can get it to spin with light.
I tell you what, though, I haven't heard somebody actually make this argument. So is that the rest of it, or do you have any? How about this?
I want to give like this guy like I want to like somehow put like recognition on him so I can remember him if he comes here in the future. Like I want to right click on him.
Yeah, we're gonna friend him. Just friend him.
I'm gonna friend you because you're a very intelligent man.
But it's okay. If you're talking about me, I'm kind of noticeable, given I'm really like a kind of psycho Av geek. So
Well, I just tried to friend you.
I know too much about aviation. I'm really
You don't
obsessed with
you
it.
don't have to accept it. But I
Yeah,
just friended you.
I accept it.
All right.
Anyone
Real
can
quick,
add
we got Wednesday in the chat. Wednesday, welcome to the chat. I'm just
Well,
welcoming new people, guys, before we continue.
welcome,
If
Let's
Wednesday.
do it.
Wednesday wants
You're
to,
only saying hello because she has her photo as her profile. Just saying.
Yo,
what?
did you guys watch
Yeah.
Wednesday, the TV series?
No. Hey,
Did
hold
you?
on, Cortical.
No.
Let's talk to the new person real quick.
My
So
apologies.
Wednesday, welcome to the chat. And I didn't know if you're a guy or girl, so I'm just saying hello.
Oh, thanks. I'm a girl.
Well, yeah, your friend was speaking, but we're
Australian?
just we're not. Hold on, Cortical. Let me do my introduction, and we can ask these other top questions. So Wednesday, we're asking the question to new people that joined this forum. If you want, you can bring some evidence of the Earth being a globe if you think it's a globe, or are you on the side of flat Earth? Like, so, just asking.
No, I don't think the Earth is flat, but I'm all here to listen to your guys'.
Yeah, and we're
perspective.
definitely willing to kind of engage in conversation. But the thing that we do here is make sure that we let the person who's brand new to ask some questions, or perhaps you can answer some of ours, which is, what evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe? I know it sounds crazy when I say that, but just would you think would be the best argument for the Earth? You or your friend can answer. Don't really matter.
I don't really have any evidence. I didn't come prepared. I just kind of want to listen.
Yeah. Okay. Do you have any questions for us?
No, go ahead. Why do you think the Earth is flat? You think it's flat?
Absolutely. The
Okay,
Earth is.
tell me why.
I'm going to give you three things. The Earth is observably flat, it's measurably flat, and it's practically used as flat. Now, if you want to ask me anything about those three statements that I told you, you can, and I will go into any one of those topics I just said. Observably, measurably, practically used. Whoop, they left.
Wait, they left?
Mm-hmm.
All of them?
Both of them, yeah, they were together.
Well, that's disappointing.
Somewhat.
By the way,
Hey,
Veritas.
you can't win them all. You can't win them all.
No, Veritas, you presented yourself as you should. You did very well. Just saying. This is the topic. This is what we're talking about. If you're free to state your case. If you don't have a case, here's the exit. You gave them all of that. So props.
Yeah, we always I mean, it's basically, you can think of this forum like a mirror. Whatever you give is what you're gonna get. So if you come in hot doing that, you might get that back. I don't I'm in a pretty chill mood, so I don't really care if they come in with insults. I mean, obviously it's gonna get redundant at some point, but I mean,
No, I think
we can see past it, and see like, hey, you don't gotta be mad. Just if you don't have an answer, just say you don't have an answer. Simple as that.
I think you're similar to me. Like at this point, like at the 4:38 of the night, like you're just
Yeah.
looking for like the curiosity. Like
Yep.
if someone has a curious point to put forward, then hell yeah. Like
I'm fascinated by human psychology. Like, it is like one of the most intriguing things to me. Like, how is it possible that people go through the emotional states they do when they have a specific bias towards a topic? And it's not all topics, but certain ones are triggers for people. Like, the vacuum of space. I know that throughout the course of history of me actually doing this, what I talk to people, one of the big things I found out that people have a real problem with is the vacuum of space. The cosmology aspect of it.
I do too.
I heard it said before that if the cosmology is not what we think it is, that it would be such a um not boring, but a life that's not filled with possibilities, let's say. I guess you could say it that way. Because
Okay.
you're removing, if you remove space in the way that we do, like saying that that's not even a place that exists, like the way they're telling you, then what we're doing essentially is removing the idea of possibilities of going to other planets, terraforming. You know what I mean? Like we're
No,
taking all of
that's
that away, and
absolutely true.
yeah,
It's almost
You
a sense
shrink
of taking away their freedom.
the world,
yeah, that's a great
and
way
when I
to think
say
about it.
world, I mean like the universe. You are shrinking that
Well,
for
yeah,
people.
but okay, so imagine if I said, you know how like you used to think about like there's other life forms and other planets, and we could travel to the next available star, and it would be like
Yep.
the hope of mankind to actually go to another place and like kind of
Yep.
seed other planets, and all the whole bit, right?
Whole
when we
shit.
talk when we talk about flat earth in the way we do, and the container that surrounds us that is not able to give that possibility where people can leave this place, that
Right.
means that essentially what we're saying is that there's nowhere else to go. This is the only place that we have.
They're locked.
So yeah, it's kind of like, and people feel trapped. Like, what do you mean? No, do I want to accept that the Earth is flat and stationary and that there's a container like preventing us from going places? No, I don't want to think that. I want to think that there's endless possibilities. Like I can someday go terraform on Mars, or let's go to the nearest exoplanet or something, right? So you get these kind of ideas coming from people that if you take space away that way, then you make it like the worst. That's the worst, right? Because you're removing all of that away from their paradigm, which they identify with. And this is the psychological implications of doing this, right? So we know this coming into this, we know what we're dealing with. But the problem is sometimes people, they think that they're ready for this type of truth, right? They're like, dude, just hit me with it. I mean, if you're saying, but we always kind of preface it with, like, okay, so this is kind of one of those topics that's not like a normal across the couch conversation. This is a
Right.
real, this is
Right.
this, if you take this in like for what it is, what we're saying it is,
It's
it's
like
gonna be,
cancer because it's truth.
I wouldn't call it cancer, but
Well, no, because we're talking about truth, right? Like
yeah.
cancer is truth. This is truth. We
Yeah,
have
but
to.
truth would also be something objective. So it's not something that is disputed amongst people who are saying, "Well, that's your truth. This is my truth." Like there's no like your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth. There is only the reality that you and I exist in.
Okay.
So if let's say it
Okay.
this way, if you were to pass away, it was experienced by you, but the rest of the world continues, right? So
Yes.
regardless if you are alive or not, that's not subjective anymore because the rest of the world is still continuing even though you passed on. Now you might experience death and go on to the next realm of existence, but we're still here. So this
Right.
reality still exists, regardless if you're alive or not. So things in this reality are subjective in a way that you can express them, or at least try to coherently talk about them in a way that we can quantify things that we know in existence. So we'd say things can be known, right? But that are objectively true, not just because you say your truth is your truth, my truth is my truth. No, things are just true sometimes, right? So yeah, we
I
get
like
into
that way of thinking, actually. Indeed, some people are kind of missing out on that one.
yeah.
You can believe anything you want, you can perceive anything you want, but the world around you, it will just do its own thing.
Yeah,
It will
it's gonna keep
just
going.
be as is. It doesn't give a shit what you believe in. Doesn't give a shit
Exactly.
what your
Well,
Sir
perception
Henry's
is.
Yeah, Sir Henry's on a point that I think that we try to kind of make
We can
make it
align
known.
there, absolutely.
Well, you know what happens in this chat is that people have the idea that like the subjective viewpoint about reality, right? Well, I think of the world in a, I don't know, absurdist point of view or fallibilist, or you start saying all these names of philosophy.
Sure.
You know what I mean? But when it comes right down to it, the meat and potatoes of reality is that it doesn't matter what you think or I think. Objectivity and the things in this reality are going to happen regardless of our positions, right? Like, okay, we see a train coming, right? We know that it's danger. We're stuck on the tracks. We're not going to quibble about. There's a percentage chance that train's not going to be a real train. It's maybe you're imagining some train that's there. No, we're going to be like, we need to get out of the way. There's a train coming, right? So our instinct, our natural reasoning is going to kick in and be like, let's get out of the way. Like if we can't get uh something to do, like we need to get out of this car, we need to move out of the way, there's a train coming.
Scheduled to fucking run us over at this time.
Yeah, we're not going to be talking about epistemology at that point. Well, do you think that's a train?
Of
Do you
course
think that's a
fucking
train
not.
coming? Do you think that's really going to hit us? Like, come on, what's your worldview? Like, we're going to be like, no, there's a train coming, I don't care what you think or what my epistemology is, we need to get out of the way, out of harm's way. That's the point, right? You get what I'm saying, Cortico? So when it, like the Sir Andrew, what he's saying, what I'm saying is reality is going to happen no matter if you say your whatever philosophical mind set is on. It doesn't matter. It's still going to happen. So that's
There
the
are
point that we're
truths, and then there's your perception and beliefs.
right. That's
Yeah.
that's correct. And so
The
you
world
can have
giver.
your perception, you can have your beliefs. You get what I'm saying? Like it's the same thing, but you can't
Yes.
escape the fact that people in this arena, in this specific arena, want to make subject worldview like that's the main point, and it's never the main point. That's why we always tell people, it's like, okay, guys, let's get real here. We both are going outside. We're both making observations. How are you saying that the Earth is a globe, and I'm saying that the Earth is flat and stationary? Something's wrong, right? We have to agree or disagree on basic things, right? Base axioms. What is the base axiom for the Earth being a globe? Like, let's get it all under brass tacks, right? What is the base? Putting all the cards on the table, because that's what we're doing, right? Not playing games. We're just making simple observations and seeing what we both can compare with what you see with what I see, right? That's all we're doing. And then moving from observation to testing. Like, what can we do to test to see if this is actually the case or not? Because that guy says the Earth is concave. This guy says the Earth is a globe. When I think the Earth's flat and stationary, we got to find something that we can test and verify. Yeah, it's not just me saying things, it's actually putting something forward to say I can demonstrate it. You guys get what I'm saying? That's what we're coming down to. In this chat, we got to make reality real for everybody. If it's not that we're sharing the experience of reality and saying some things are objective and some things are subjective. Like, you eat a piece of pizza, you like the pizza. I don't like pizza. That's subjective. You can have that all day long, right? You think that that's color blue, I think it's purple or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because my color, my vision doesn't, my rods and cones don't work like yours do, or whatever the case is. There's a lot of subjectivity within this realm. Like, you can kind of put them in a basket. That's subjective, that's objective, right?
Do you think though that like some of that stuff, because we were brainwashed, right? So we were programmed to believe. So we've already appealed to authority. They've already told us, listen, we know better. You're on a spinning ball. This is how it is. This is what space is. We figured it all out. You have to trust us and believe it. So because that was installed at a very early age, and so we never questioned it. And then when we come to question it, isn't why the fight of where, or like in a sense of in this battle we're in to actually, of like people believing it a globe and actually knowing that it's actually measured flat. That isn't that where the premise lies right now, is because everyone has had that brainwashing and they appeal to authority, and hence why you have all these arguments.
We have back in the early 80s, there was a game that they would say like no whammy, but the whammy it's kind of like a mind job, right? So when you're very young, you're basically told to listen to your teacher, kind of be studious in school and kind of recall information if you need to when you get older. But the critical thinking aspect of teaching young children, how to think instead of what to think, is the most important part of their young life. So what what was happening back in, when you're in school is you're taught
I
what to think,
disagree
right?
with all of you.
So I think that's we'll get to you in just a moment. But I think that's the most important thing when you get somebody to critically think of the world around them, which is what we're trying to attempt to do here in this channel. And the process of that is you have to realize where your bias lands, right? So if it's like I think the Earth's flat and stationary, okay, you might have a bias towards that because of how you see the worldview, but how can we test that? The same goes for the Earth as a globe, and also concave because that's been said in here before. But if you think that's the case, how can we test that? How can we examine that? What do you know about it, right? So that's the whole point, right? Critically think about the thing you're saying. Don't just come in here and say things and then just chant Earth is a globe, Earth is a globe. That's not going to, there's no critical thinking involved. You've only been told what to think. That's the problem. We're trying to identify that problem and find a solution, which would be, well, how can we figure it out, right? So that's what we've been doing. People that know that the Earth is flat and stationary, we've been going through and figuring out, like, you know what? There's nothing to this Earth being a globe. It's all basically just telling you outside of your perception, the Earth can be known as a globe because you don't see it in that way when you're on the Earth. The vantage point that you're on top of the surface, you see it flat and stationary for all intents and purposes. But when you leave the Earth, you can actually see the Earth as a globe and it's spinning. Isn't that crazy?
Veritas, let's see if he has a perspective.
Who?
Your interlocutor.
I don't think there is one. I think we're just talking, Cortical.
You're just talking? All right.
No, we're just talking. Now,
speaking
but
of
what do you think about
talking-
that? Because there's so much that we can get from saying that we agree. Like you and I, Cortical, you might think the Earth's a globe, but I know that the Earth is flat. And when we go outside, what type of observations do we make? What's our base axiom for our reality? Is it one of a globe or is it one of an Earth being flat and stationary? I submit to you, how would you parse that out just based on our observations, starting there?
So you and I,
Mhm.
we go out with a telescope, and we just look at the sky.
Yeah.
I think
No biases, just what we observe.
yeah,
just report.
We're being 15th century, like pre whatever. I think we look at it, and on night one, we see some really like cool shit. Night two, we're really confused because people knew the sun, the moon, the stars, and the sky better than we did. They knew the what are they called? They knew when they make shapes in the sky. What is that called?
The what?
I'm meeting Joe Biden right now. So they knew the astronomical like features.
The predictable movements of the heavens.
He's talking about constellations.
Constellations. Sorry, I was being Joe Biden. I was putting on my best Joe Biden.
Yes.
So they knew the constellations. That's what they lived by. Like that's what they saw on a daily basis. So if you could show something contrary to that, if you could show like an astronomical prediction that was contrary to the constellations that they lived by, then we would have things to talk about. Like we could talk about heliocentrism or whatever.
Yeah, but like we're day 2 and we're just making observations. Think about it, right?
Yeah. So at
So
this point,
if we're just watching,
island.
if we're just watching constellations and we say they move about the sky, what you know what I mean? Like we're both witnessing that, both of us. We haven't made any statements about what the Earth is. We're just seeing what's happening in the sky.
Uh-huh.
You get what I'm saying? we're starting from we're stripping everything down to its most basic form, which is just observation. That's all we're doing.
Right.
Not making any assumptions. We're not saying anything, but just what we see.
Right. And the thing is 400 years from now, like regardless of like the interpolations, like your name would be fucking written into the history books as an important figure of someone trying to like understand what was going on. Like there was a small community of people that were trying to understand in I think it was the 1500s, like what was going on in the heavens. Like it was
Yeah.
it
So
was it
so
was
if we
not this great debate. It was a
yeah,
small
I know.
community.
If we talk about just observations, do you think both of us would walk away with the same observations to say something about the ground that we're walking on, or would we just say, "Hey, we saw some really cool stuff up there. Pretty cool, I should say." But could we say anything about the earth that we're standing on? And if it's something is being drawn out from the things that we're looking at in the night sky, what would that be? Just
No,
based on observations.
I think it would be the B of your equation. It would be the I don't know. Yeah, I'm not certain.
Well, you're being honest, right?
Yeah,
I see.
astronomy is a fucking difficult subject. Yeah, I'll bow out there when it comes to astronomy. Like I don't know anything more. I don't know anything less.
Yeah,
It's
but
a diff-
we're just looking at the night sky. We're not saying that Earth is anything. We're just saying, hey, we see some things happening up there, right? I mean,
yeah, yeah.
is that not the best thing possible? Just based
I
on
think
what we see.
I think that's the measure. Like and we're gonna have a real measure. Um, in France in what is it? 2.5, 3 months. With the Olympics. Like I don't know what it means for us as far as globe whatever Earth is, but
Yeah, that's cool. We got some new people in here. Perhaps late bento box would like to jump in. Guys, if you're brand new to the forum, welcome to the forum. This is 24/7 Flat Earth channel on the politics server. We have a Discord channel as well. So, oh, he dipped. I can't get him to stay in here, man. I don't know.
That's alright. You should do your thing. You know.
But
Just do your thing. Just do your thing. Don't be dependent on others.
We got Shadrach in here. Shadrach, welcome.
Overall, I think the problem is also over here. If you think about it, I think a better way to check on that, right, and look around and learn your environment and overall the model would be to study navigation and actually travel. And here's a bit of a cup of salt for us, for everyone. Now, well, most people don't really have the resources to travel on a private aircraft for, thousands of miles, or say even at least 500. So to navigation wise, see where the navi aids, that's the waypoints are, where you are, compare, and then you can sort out your environment because, well, you're navigating it, right? So if you can take your map and navigate from one place to another in precision, mathematical precision, then that's something that you can learn from, and then you can assess what is the closer model.
Hey, we got
Well, at
Fresh that
least
just
give you
join
a
our chat.
picture. It would
Yeah,
give you a
appreciate you.
picture of the scale of things, by the way, as well.
Yeah, thanks for that, Henry. We got Fresh just joined us right now. Welcome, Fresh. Are you there? Just saying hello to everybody joining in. We're having a chat. We got Sir Henry right now on the panel. Cortigo's chiming in. Crit was here. He might still be here.
Welcome, Henry.
Just think of a heading like that you need to head towards your destination, and well, if you will hit that destination following the same heading, that's another one. And think about scale and distance, and imagine yourself if you would have a limited amount of money and you could fly around the world, like say every day, like say on your flight sim. Let's say you have unlimited amount of cash, you're a billionaire. Well, then you could actually check on this. You could assess the world around you and have a good mental image.
Thank you.
And we got, I don't know if old dude's in here. Old dude, are you here? See at the bottom of the chat.
Good morning, Maggie. How's it going?
What's up, bro? No, just chatting with these guys, but we haven't had too much of a like discussions with Flat Earth Globe. But most of the people come in and pretty spicy when they jump in here, but they leave.
It's a Saturday morning or a Friday night, wherever you are. I'm actually expecting more British young people coming in. We're in the midterm holidays over here now, so we might just see an increase in the numbers.
Is that like summertime for those guys? Like when we have school that's out for summer over here in the States?
Summer holidays, dude. Yeah,
that's probably why the increase of the younger ones have been coming in. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. We're just talking about basic observations and kind of having that meeting ground for the glober that comes in here and be like, all right, well, can't we just talk about things that we have shared experiences with? Like, well, what are your observations? You know, are they the same as ours? Are they different? When we say flat Earth and you say globe, is that something that's not the same in the case of our observations? Because primary experience of the Earth is where we start, right? The starting point. Where do we go from there? Well, we test, we measure, right? We weigh out how it can compare to what our observations are. So it's important, right? So we have a starting point with an observation, and what what information can we share from that? We both make the same observation, and there's no difference. Then what's lacking here, or what's being inferred, I should say. That makes sense, guys.
It does, but one way we can actually prove that, or I've proved that myself, is everyone. If you go down to a beach and then you say to someone like, "Do you think that looks level, doesn't it?" They'll go, "Yeah." But then, like, if they've got the bias that they believe that we're on a spinning ball hurling through space, then they'll say, "Yeah, but when I've been in an aeroplane, I've seen the curve." And I'm like, okay, well, I've been in an aeroplane and I haven't seen any curve. I've seen it level. So does that mean my bias? Do you see what I mean? So is there a bias that you're already conceiving to perceive that what is real, to make it real?
Philosophy cope right there.
Well, to see the curve, you would likely need to fly higher, more on the altitude of the Concorde, 50, 60,000 feet, or even better off a U-2 aircraft. That would be where you have a greater chance of seeing that.
A U-2, that sounds Russian.
A little bit, but not so much. You could argue that it's the bending of the window itself when you're in an airline.
Oof.
So, but on something like the Concorde or U-2, and there you have a good chance of.
And we have Bill Clinton in the chat. Perhaps Bill Clinton wants to chime in and
Now,
say
another thing.
I'm good. I'm just listening. You guys can have your conversation.
Well, we do like he's in here. We do like to talk to the new people, Bill, and it's important for us because we want to hear your perspective. If you come in and you think the Earth's a globe, Well, we want to know what evidence people have, because we've been asking people, and it seems like all they say is they believe in things. But if you think that there's hard evidence for the Earth being a globe, I'd like to hear it.
I mean,
Really,
like
really
there
would.
were things that were done by like flat earthers. Like there was one of the fucking the science theories that they had to do for the Earth being like circular or like round is that they had to have like a light go through some sort of thing. I don't remember the full thing, but it worked in a sense.
One
I
of
think that
them farted really loud. Like, do you have an explanation for that?
no, I don't have an explanation for it. I'm just I don't want to like. I want you guys to keep having a conversation. I don't want to tread into
No,
it.
that's fine. Listen, and the most important thing is that a lot of people have a belief in that the Earth is a globe. And do you have that belief too, Bill?
I don't know. Honestly, at this
Or
point, I'm not even
you're not
sure.
that invested, or you're not sure? Like,
I
I'm
couldn't
just
care less, honestly. It doesn't. What do I care, honestly?
What
you
did
sound
what
pretty
is the
young, by the way.
what does a fart mean to you?
No, we're
What does
not.
a
We're gonna
fart mean to you?
hold on, Cortigo.
What?
We're yeah, nothing. But so let's just focus on the question. If you think that the Earth is a globe, what do you think would be the best evidence, Bill?
I mean,
Not saying that you think it
going
is.
out in space and seeing that it's a globe.
Okay, and do you think that an everyday person could actually achieve doing that? Just
No, but
your
that's why we
average.
have like. That's why there are like organizations that do that.
Okay, so let's just say that you have to trust people that actually go there. Would you think that that would be science, trusting someone?
Oh, well, I think there's sciences you theorize and then you prove the theory.
Right, but you can't prove it if you can't go, right? So
Yeah,
basically,
well,
yeah, go ahead.
that would go back to like a circular. If you can't prove anything, how do I prove that? Like,
But we didn't say anything. Specifically, the thing that we were talking about is going to see if the Earth is a globe from that perspective. That's the only thing we're saying, not everything, because everything is a lot bigger question. We're only talking
okay,
about the
well,
one
like,
thing.
yeah, if we're talking about like the one thing, how do we prove it? Go into space.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
saying
mean,
you said it correctly. If you can't go there, then you can't prove it, right?
exactly,
You have to go there, right?
exactly. But
Okay,
I
so
don't think that like the why would one planet be circular or why would one planet be flat and the other ones wouldn't?
well, no, and that's what we're getting to right now. Is the reason why people have the thought of the Earth being something that they think it is, but they can't prove it. Just like you said, they'd have to leave the Earth in order to look back and see if they were correct or not. But
Yeah,
how many people that live on this Earth don't have the means to do that? Like, how many people do you
a
think
shit ton. A lot of
are just
people, like most normal people, can't do that.
so do you think a lot
Everybody.
so do you think a lot of people are just believing that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I'm just yeah, like I'm just believing that it's a globe. You can
Yeah,
say
but
that.
I think you're pretty cool anyways, because you said you didn't know either way, so nobody can hold you
Like
to it because you said it
who
from the start.
exactly. I don't know it.
Yeah.
It's not something that I know.
Yeah, that's
That makes
fine.
sense.
But in this forum, we try to get people to think about it. Like, so we talk about critical thinking. So if somebody tells you, I don't care what it is, whatever story they tell you, if you never ask the question, how do you know that, right? Or maybe you have a discussion with somebody. Like, can I give you an example, Bill? I would say, like,
Go for it. Go for it.
what if somebody told you there's rats at a restaurant, right? Or mice. Well, let's use
Yeah.
mice. There's mice at a restaurant, and you like to eat at that restaurant, and you're like,
Mhm.
you can have two choices. You can accept what they told you as the truth, or you can question it and be like, wait a minute. I do want to find out if there's mice there because I do like the food there. So I want to know
Well,
if
I
there's
mean, it
mice.
depends. Like, is this person a trustworthy person?
Yeah,
Like,
I was gonna say, let's just say it's a person that you met on the street, and you were walking to the
yeah. Well,
restaurant,
no.
and he
Then
stopped you,
no.
and he's like, dude, don't eat there, man. There's mice there. There was a.
I
Let me
I
just.
need him to give me proof, of
Yeah,
course.
let me
But
just tell you. Let me just say.
go for it. Go for it.
As he said there's mice in this restaurant, and there was a health inspector that just left there, and I'm telling you because I was in there, and they say there's mice there, so don't eat in there. You
Yeah.
see how it changes a little bit, because they said the health inspector was there and they left, so they can't prove that they were there or not. but they can just tell you that since they were eating there, they knew that they left because they saw the health inspector leave and said there was mice there. So they told you that on the street so that you wouldn't go in there. But what would you have to do? Would you still go and eat there, or would you question?
I would ask
wait a
them
minute.
for the proof. I would ask them who the health inspector was. Was he like credible? Was he a real health inspector type shit?
Yeah, what if
You
they
get
said,
what I mean?
what if they said yeah, hold on, Cody. What if they said they didn't know? They were just like, there was a guy that said he was a health inspector. I don't know who he is. What if they
Oh
told you
well,
that?
then no, I wouldn't agree with it.
Oh, so
I'd go and eat in the restaurant.
yeah, but the problem is, like, normal people would be like kind of questioning. No, all I'm saying is, people would at least pause and say, "Wait a minute, I think I should maybe investigate a little bit if there is that mice or not." Because I like eating there. So it could be the case that there's mice, maybe not, but it wouldn't hurt me to look into it, right? Because all I got to do is check it out. That's the only thing I'm saying. So critical thinkers would stop and ask the question: is it possible that there might be mice there? Because this guy may be lying to me, maybe not, but I don't know until I find out. So all I'm asking, Bill, is that when it comes right down to it, people in this forum have to critically think about any and all information. So if something's getting told to you, Bill, I would say do the same in life in every aspect. So even in this specific topic of the shape of the earth, ask those questions. Just be the person that's
Well,
critically thinking about things.
I don't think it affects me. Like if the shape of the earth is round or flat, I don't think that's something that affects my day-to-day life. So why would I care much of it?
Yeah. Well, can I give you can I give you an example?
Yeah,
So
go for it.
if somebody was to tell you that it doesn't affect you, don't worry about it. It doesn't affect you. But you're standing on the earth and somebody says, like I've heard in the news that they were just recently, I think you can even look this up, that there's an asteroid, either it's going to pass by the earth or it might collide, or there's something like in 4 years or 5 years, I'm not really sure. But there was something that came out of the news that might be a possibility that it might strike the earth or something. It's a cause for
So how do you
concern.
think? So if the Earth is flat, right?
Mhm.
In this scenario, would the forces of like how would gravity work? Would it be like centrifugal? Would it be like
Oh, you're
the
asking about
poles are
gravity.
all
Yeah.
around?
Yeah, so gravity is an interesting question. So when people say gravity, what do you
Was
think of?
Newton wrong?
Yeah, what do you think of, Bill, when people say gravity?
No.
Yeah,
well,
hold on.
I think that a force that attracts and like that attracts shit. I think that's what gravity is to me.
I know, but it's a little bit more. So when we see the effect, there's two things, a cause and effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is the effect?
What's the effect of gravity?
Yeah, what's the effect?
Well, like I don't fucking know. It's not my field.
Let's talk about it. Like when somebody drops something in the medium of air, right? Like a pen. They drop a pen in the medium of air. What happens to it? What do you see happens?
It drops. I mean,
falls, right?
Yeah.
Okay, to the ground.
To the ground.
Okay. All right, so the pen falls to the ground. The effect of gravity is such that we see things falling, right? I'm just kind of going through the globe Earth kind of mindset. So we see it fall to the ground, but what do they say the cause is, the reason why the effect happens?
Sorry, I wasn't listening very well.
So the effect is a pen falls through the medium of air. But what is causing it to fall through the medium of air? The cause.
Gravity?
Yes, but that's the same answer for the effect. I want to know what the cause is. So you said Newton, right? I think you said Newton.
Yeah. Well, wasn't he the one that?
He did.
Yeah.
So what did Newton say? The reason why things fall.
I don't quote me on it. I don't know.
Not sure. Okay.
That's
could you
answer. That's a good answer.
But because you don't know, right? Like, we could just talk about it. He said.
Yeah. Could you tell me what he meant? Like what he said?
Newton is talking about mass attracting mass. So the pen is a small block of matter, and the Earth is a big block of matter. And because there's small and a big block, the small block is attracted to the big block of matter.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mass attracts mass. That's what Newton's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's the cause of the effect.
Okay.
The effect is things are falling through the medium of air, right? Like the pen. but because the Earth is so big, it's pulling that pen down.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what Newton was talking about. So it's an attractive force that it pulls things down into the center, the
Yeah.
center of gravity. But now that being said, do you think that's like the reality you and I live in?
I don't know. Not,
Okay.
I guess.
Well, you don't really know too much about it, but I would just say that that particular theory is about 110 years out of date. The new theory right now that's been ever since then that superseded it is the Einsteinian general relativity. That
Mm-hmm.
theory is the current theory, which is that massive object like the Earth, they're saying as a globe, right, is so big that it's causing space-time to be bent and warped and distorted. Well,
Yeah.
what it's causing is a gravity well. The gravity well is distorting space-time, and such that it's doing that thing that's distorting space-time, that it's pushing things into itself. So the Earth is so big that it's pushing the smaller things like you and I into itself. So it's
Mm-hmm.
not the attractive force that was described in Newton anymore. It's not a force. Okay, and Einstein and general relativity is speaking of it not a force. It's not a force. You can
Yeah.
think of it. You could think of it like a force, but it's not a force.
Okay.
So that's the way it's kind of used in Einsteinian general relativity. So in that specific theory, it's thought of as not a force, but it's also causing a gravity well, bending in time space, and also pushing things into itself. So Einsteinian supersedes Newtonian 110 years ago. So
Mm-hmm.
now the what we're talking about is Einsteinian general relativity and special relativity. The reason why things are being pushed into the Earth is because of that. So,
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
all right. So now I'm gonna compare these and then weigh them out to reality. Reality is such that it doesn't allow for us to kind of wonder and just make up ideas. We have to test things to see if they're true or not. So we see the effect, right? And the effect I think everybody can agree with, because I was talking to Cortigo and I would say, if we see the effect of something, we can all agree that if I let go of a pen in the medium of air, it will fall down to the ground, right? We all see that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
We can quantify that with saying a specific rate that it drops through the medium of air as well, right? We can calculate
Right.
it. We can see the average rate of fall for the object or whatever. That can be
True.
done. Absolutely true,
9.8.
right? And
9.8066.
this information can be used conventionally in industries that use it to have things they work with, right? Real engineering things that are true that can be worked with. It's very
Right.
applicable, right, in applied science and such.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Are we in agreement there? Is it all good?
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Yep.
agreement.
All right.
Yep.
So we're going to move into the realm of the causation. Now, for Newton or Einstein, can any of those causation factors be scientifically validated?
No, because
Scientifically
they're just
validated.
they're just theories, right?
Bingo. So now the process by which you and I are critically thinking about this is if it's possible that they're just thinking about, like, how can I put this? Like their best guess as to what the cause is for the effect. They can say whatever they want, right? And the best theory wins. At the end of the day, it's still not able to be scientifically validated in a form where we can test. Because, of course, it's a convention. It's something to think about.
Well, I mean, like,
the
do you
cause for an
believe in
effect.
Darwinism? Do you believe in like that type of thought? Do
Well,
you believe
yeah,
that?
we could talk about that. But what I'm saying right now, Bill, is that because we've been presented this information, like I don't know how old you are, but since I
Mhm.
was very young, we're presented this information as if it's a foregone conclusion, like it's true. But we
Yeah.
haven't challenged it. Like you and I, we just think, we listen to our teacher, we just do our homework and stuff like that. So we're being told what to think, but not how to think. So this is the forum that we're getting people to realize all you have to do is teach your mind how to think. Okay, you don't have to say, I'm going to take on the whole world, but specific topics, right? Like that one, the one I'm talking about. So if somebody
Mhm.
tells you, hey, man, trust me, we got Einstein that proved that gravity is real. And you're like, what? The cause and effect? Okay, we can talk about that. Well, the effect, we all see things falling. Yeah, if you say that's gravity, I can call it specific gravity, which is relative density, where it seems like I can quantify the fact that if I change the variables of the medium and object relationship, it's going to show a different vector of movement. I'll give you an example. So if
Mm-hmm.
I have an egg and I drop it in fresh water, that
Yeah.
egg will act differently if because it will sink to the bottom in fresh water. The egg will. It will go all the way to the bottom. The moment I change the medium that the egg's in, I put some salt in that water. The water will become more dense than the egg, and it will change the vector of the egg. The egg will then start to rise. And this is
Yeah.
a simple test, right? So what you do there is you change the medium. So the medium that the egg is in now is not just fresh water, it's salt water. So it also changes the vector of the egg. The egg was going down before, now it's going up. So because you change the object and medium relationship, you change the vector of the egg, the movement. So now it displaces itself from the bottom of the where it was to the top. So this is how we understand the physical and natural world because we can quantify it. However, quantifying the physical and natural world in that way still doesn't answer the reason why the object has the propensity to move up or down. We haven't talked about that yet because that can't be put through the rigorous method of science. We can only quantify the effect, which is testing the object and medium relationship. And by doing that, we can know what causes the effect from a standpoint of the effect only, not the reason why. But just because we can see things happening between the object and medium, we know that changes the vector of movement. So hopefully that kind of helps you a little bit because I'm
Yeah.
walking you through this because anybody can test this. What I'm saying is open for anybody to put it through the method, right? And all you guys have to remember is the cause and effect relationship of what they say gravity is. Now, gravity is a big word. It entails cause and effect. So if you say
What I
gravity,
think is that
go ahead.
like I don't really care in the sense that like who cares if the Earth is round or flat? We're just living on it, you know.
Yeah, but people want to know truth, Bill. I think
Yeah,
that's
no,
what
no.
all of us.
I'm talking about me personally.
Yeah, you
I don't.
personally, that's fine. But I'd say this, man. Like, some people are indifferent. That's okay. You can be indifferent about stuff and think, just want to have a nice job and have a nice vehicle to drive. That's okay. But the point is, we all live by the truth of the world that we live in. Now, you
Mhm.
either go through this life with a critical thinking mind, right? Let me just ask the question: how do people know what they know? And there's nothing wrong with that. It's what I'm asking you. It's like, don't ever be
Yeah, well,
afraid to ask
with
questions.
theory and those theories, they have to be like proven. You can't just like.
Well, I mean, I know, but for you to look at the world that way. Now, this isn't any attempt for you to think like, oh, now you got to think the Earth is flat, because that's not the point. The point is for people that come in there to challenge what they think about the Earth. That's
Mhm.
all. There's nothing wrong with that. That's just
Yeah,
like
no, there's nothing wrong with that.
that's just day one stuff for anyone. Like if you put up an argument that something is a particular way, and you're like, well, how do you know that? Just asking questions. All I'm caring about for this channel is that people are challenged. That's the only thing I want. When you walk away from this forum, that's it. That you were challenged, and like that's all.
Yeah,
There is
I
a
was.
bit of a challenge, actually. You can actually look at the screen, my stream. You'll see, like, let's say we have a waypoint over here, Kino, that we're gonna use to approach Jamaica, right? We're just gonna go direct to that waypoint. We'll be constantly correcting the heading. The autopilot will. Well, if these waypoints align with the coordinates in the real world, right? You can now assess the map. Why do we even explore? Well, like, what's the first goal of a human when they're exploring their environment and learning it? Probably it's to navigate, right? So maybe something that we should look into is navigation and all of the positions and distances between these waypoints and what heading you need to fly more or less, obviously with corrections. So that's the
It's
thing.
really weird that Bill.
Such a flight
Sorry.
for real as well. As a pilot, you could check the heading and how much it has to be be corrected. So that would be another cue. like such
Alright.
things. Maybe the first focus, maybe even a goal of this society over here should be how do we map out, if they're lying, right? Let's say, how do we map out the world so we, our society, can navigate? That
Yeah.
probably should be one of the first goals. And that is actually really complicated. If it would be
Yeah.
indeed like
Cartography
a
is not
Greek
an
and
easy feat
and
by
all
no
that,
stretch of the means.
you
If
would
you've
need
ever,
to put a lot of it.
if
But
you've ever
overall,
attempted cartography, it has to. Yeah, it takes a lot. So I'm
yeah,
gonna go.
it's a lot. But first, probably step would be over learning all of this in your environment. Again, I think
Yeah.
everyone should look into, or rather, maybe even perhaps study navigation a little. How do
Yeah.
these aircraft ships navigate on these distances, and what do they need to use? Well, these waypoints I'm naming, that's a database called ARAD. It's constantly, by the way, updated, and it's used
All right.
by the pilots and us also humble hobbyists.
All right, Sir Henry. I'm gonna see if Fresh Grown Flowers. He was trying to get in here. Did you want to say something? Dude.
Yeah, it's really
Oh shit! Fuck
odd.
me.
You all right there, Bill?
Yeah, no, your mic was kind of fucked. Sorry about that.
Who's Mike?
Here.
Flower. It was kind of like it was ear rape a
Well,
little.
so far, I'll note one on a conclusion so far for myself, what I've seen regarding navigation concluded, all the waypoints and everything aligns.
All
Again,
right, that's all right. Yeah, give us just a
that's
minute.
the thing.
So, Bill, what I find it really amusing is yourself and a lot of others always say, what do I care? How does it affect me? Who gives a fuck, right? But yet, at the same time, it has everything to do with the reason why you can't just do what you want, and the reason why you're a slave to a dollar bill, because the entire
Well, that
globe
you're
model.
putting that like you
No,
mean slave to a
I'm not
dollar
at all.
bill.
I'm putting this in a perspective for you to understand, because the entire model is created to put scarcity on materials. And if there's scarcity and there's a limitation to it, then they can have inflation on the price. And then you're just going to be a slave to everything, because now they can put a dollar bill on it and
Well,
say,
I believe that I'm a slave to God. Is that wrong?
Yeah, no, he's putting it in perspective, Bill. If you could just kind of like listen to what the words.
No, no, no.
It's a
I'm
terminology.
trying to
So
understand as well.
basically, if you feel like indifferent, right? If you feel indifferent about the topic, he's giving you a perspective to think
Hmm.
about. So if you like rest of us, right? Like we have to have money in order to eat, and so there's a system by the fiat system that's created, about how we achieve this. So
Yeah.
if that's true, and he's showing you like there's a reason why that the central banking system, just like all that kind of stuff. It's a
Hmm.
little bit outside of the realm, but he's getting you to think about like the question of like the reason why it would be important. Because if there's these overarching kind of understanding of like the fiat system that we have currently, it's going to make you think like, well, shit, there's control over that. They control education. They control a lot of things. Well, everything I think about is being controlled by the narrative. The narrative that I think that the Earth is a globe is being like propaganda being pushed onto me. So you know what I mean? It gets you to start
Yeah.
to realize, wait a minute, this actually does mean something important to me. I didn't see it that way because I never kind of looked at like what it all concerns. Like he was just basically giving you a perspective.
No, no. I got the perspective, but I still think that like it doesn't affect me in a whole. It's not something that
No,
affects me.
that's your opinion. You're entitled to that. But like
Yeah.
we'd like to put that out because a lot of people say that there's no way
No,
that affects me.
yeah,
So
and it's your right to put that out there, and I respect you for it.
yeah, but if there's any other questions you have or whatever, I think
No, no,
that
I don't have any
it's,
questions. I'm good.
the most important
I
thing
think
I
we
think
should
is
all get boats and planes or whatever the belief and explore the world for what it is.
I think spaceships should be free. We should all see the flat Earth.
Problem is, though,
you really want to go out there into freaking space, or you want to have like tequilas on a boat, or be somewhere well elevated
Tequilas
at
on a fucking
1,000
boat.
feet
you
on
can
a
do
jet,
that if you want,
or maybe
but
your private prop plane. I don't think that's
I
kind
mean,
of.
I have a prop
There's
plane
more
myself.
beauty on the ground than over there in the sky. That's the thing.
Well,
Like I mean, in space.
Bill, how old
more
are you, dude? You
beauty.
don't sound like you're still sound like a teenager. How do you?
well, yeah. Well,
I'm
in
not even gonna say
Canada,
shit.
at 16, you're allowed to have your commercial or your private
Really?
license. Yeah, you can
That's interesting.
solo fly. You can solo fly at 14 over here. You can do a solo with parental approval at 14 in Canada.
Cool, man.
More
They
of
don't
a
have that.
question
They
about
don't have that in
money,
America.
really. Money. All that shit is expensive.
Except for
money's expensive. Base topic.
Yeah, let's talk about how expensive money is. It's
That's
pretty
the thing.
expensive.
But you could study navigation as a hobby, for instance, even with your flight sim, because you're using a satellite imagery for everything. You have all the navates, all the same that the pilots use. You keep them up to date, so you could study navigation, get yourself a bit wet like that.
Yeah, Henry, you know what? You need to talk to. There's another guy named Clay Under Seal. He's a German fellow that's in here. Flat Earther, pretty base dude. You need to talk to him because that's all he does. He does exactly what you're doing. Like, and he knows a lot of the same things you know. So, pretty cool guy. I haven't seen him around in a minute, but yeah, he comes by.
Well, I'm personally not really a flat earther per se, but
Yeah,
overall,
that's
that
okay.
probably would be an enjoyable conversation.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, but yeah, he's all right.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Sorry for your loss.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss.
That's based.
Well, man, as soon as you get the maps done and we can navigate about with them, that would be a great subject, you know.
Yeah,
You know
great feat
Probably
of
practically
engineering.
you know what's really cool is that you've been using these maps this whole time, and they're all flat maps.
Maybe, but you'll need to
change my mind.
Make me a conversion formula.
Well, no, I mean,
actually, interesting, dudes. Have you ever I programmed different assets for basically games, right? Where you have your z-axis, y, and x, and they're generally all starts with a 0, and generally it's always positive values, right? Positive, no negative values. When you're programming something to integrate into the flight sim, oh, now that's another thing. You're gonna deal with latitude, longitude. It's gonna have a negative and positive value. Now that will be a challenge for you a little bit as a programmer, at least on the hobby.
Good stuff, man. For all the programmers in the chat, hopefully that kind of gets your.
I did the algorithm. I have a program that already calculates the distance between 2 points, no matter where they are. So, but you kind of realize we need to map out the environment. If it's indeed false and all that, then the goal should be to provide a real model and map it out as much as we can, right?
Yeah, that's the problem, though. I don't think.
Imagine you're playing Minecraft and you have all the map black. Well, your goal to some degree is to explore and map it out, right? Maybe
here's a question, though, Sir Henry. Do you think you can model reality?
We can map things.
No, that's not the question. No,
around.
Can you model reality?
What do you mean model it?
Well, all of reality.
You can make a digital representation of
so
it
when you go out,
scale
check
and
this out. I'll say it this way: when you go outside, right, all of what you see, can you throw that into a model somehow?
Yeah, you effectively can make a model of anything in 3D space.
Yeah, I know you can do that. What I'm saying is,
that's kind of flight sims.
Motherfucker snoring in the chat. More to go. Go on mute. Wake up and go to bed.
Is that cortical?
Yeah, fucking sawing
I thought it
trees.
was I thought it was my end. Hold on. I gotta copy user ID.
You
I'll
could
take care of this.
probably use navaids, and if you kind of look into navigation cartography more to prove or disprove your model, that would be an interesting way to do it. But it would take some learning more deeply about the subject, not just even as a user.
Ah, so we're not users when we attempt to figure this out?
So
that's fine, man. You got some good inputs. Just you guys stick around, dude. Like I don't know what people's investments are to be here, but
I'm
some of
here
the topics that we get in here,
chill, I'm
check
here
it out,
to
man.
chill and listen to an alternative view, basically.
It gets pretty heated in here, Henry. I'm
later
warning you.
deduct
I'm warning you
for
guys. If you're
myself
brand new, you're coming into this chill kind of environment right now. It's not really the normal environment. The normal environment is when we got some good arguments in here. So they're good. So
Well,
I
I
invite you
gave
guys
you
to
a
stick
couple,
around.
I gave you some food for thought, so I think I did my input here.
Yeah, you put in your work, but there's much more airtime to cover. So most of
Go ahead, please. Cheers.
I don't know if there's anybody else in here that wants to jump in. I think it's just us. Move's been in here, but I appreciate you, Move, for chiming in. It's 24/7 is actually the team that runs this channel. So we're moderators in this chat. We've been doing this for the better part of like 7 years. So
Whoa, 7 years is a lot of time.
Yeah. Well, actually, I've been doing it for more than that. Me, personally.
Hey, bless you, bud. Like,
I've been, I would say, close to 10 years, 9.5, 10 years. But I've been in thousands of conversations. I've been, like, me personally, speaking to like cosmologists, astrophysicists, PhDs, intellects of all type. I've come up with the 3-point for the globe, presenting like how is it possible that the Earth is a globe? Can you demonstrate? I'll give you the 3 questions to think about because this is what I came up with them and I proposed them to 24/7 and we kind of honed in on like getting them refined. The first question is, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over the distance? That's question 1. Question 2 is, who's ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth? They're telling us the Earth is spinning at its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So who's measured that? Second question. Third question, is the cosmic vacuum a reality, or is it just one that you just believe it is a reality? So
I mean, they're all theories.
Right, but if you answer either one of those, we get into like, okay, how is it possible that you can have gas pressure without a container? Because on the Earth, as a globe, it's an open system. An open system will let matter and energy transfer back and forward. So that means that if rockets can leave the Earth, that means matter can escape the Earth, which is, well, we'd have to entertain the idea that if the differential gas pressure from the Kármán line, 62 miles above, or it's something like 52 to 55 to 62 miles above the Earth's surface, is where they say that low Earth orbit begins, then how is it possible that we have the air pressure that we do on the surface and we have the vacuum of space adjacent to that? So we'd say that there's a place where it kind of has this gradient all the way to that place where they consider low Earth orbit to be, and super low pressure. We never say that there's no pressure there, but a super low pressure, and the vast pressure
You're actually
differential.
wrong.
Yeah,
You're
go ahead,
actually
Alex.
wrong. We do lose gas. We do lose gas. Like we have a problem now because ever since the discovery of helium, we have lost about 25% of the helium we had on Earth because it's so light that it can counteract gravity. I mean, for something to escape Earth, as you said, I mean, by my physical model, right, by the globe Earth physical model, something needs to have a force that is higher, that is greater than the gravitational pull of the Earth. Is why, to escape Earth, you need like a rocket that has tons and tons of fuel and newtons of hundreds of thousands of newtons of pull. Like you can't just jump and that's it.
So we lost 25% and we don't make any more. It's just we're gonna lose all of it. Are you serious?
Yeah, let's
We
refocus.
can't make any more.
Yeah,
question.
That's why up until the
Yeah, hold on.
1970s, the United States actually
Hold
had a
on,
reserve of helium because they were investing in
Alex.
Zeppelins.
Yeah, Alex, 1 second before we continue with this. Welcome to the
question
forum.
regarding
Yeah, hold on,
Zeppelin.
Henry. I know we want to ask him some questions. I would say please put a pin on that because he's a brand new person to the forum. So we just want to give him a welcome. So before we get into all of that, so Alex, welcome to the forum. I'm not sure if you've been here before.
No, I've been in the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord.
Okay, and so it sounds like you stand by the idea that the Earth is a globe. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, so let's just kind of start from like the ground up. If you say that the Earth is a globe, what would be the best evidence you have for it being a globe?
Well, there's a bunch of them really.
Well, let's focus on one. Let's not try to gish gallop to like 5 of them. Let's just go to one
Sure.
first.
I mean, to me, the main two is that the theory behind the Earth being round, like the physics around it, actually works.
Okay.
And second of all, it's probably the fact that in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, we see different stars. And from the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, we also see different angles of the moon. That,
Okay.
among other things.
Well, we could talk about those too. Well, with your first point, can you walk us through a little bit of why you think it's a globe because of that first point?
Well, I believe that everything that we utilize today, be it something as being something as simple as, I don't know, a watch, like a spring, or an airplane, a car, whatever, is grounded in some sorts in physics. And a lot of objects that we utilize today, for example, airplanes, depend on the Earth, on the model of the Earth being a sphere. So if the Earth weren't to be a sphere, a lot of things that we utilize in a physical sense, but also like theories, wouldn't work.
So basically you're saying that physics work because I can assume that Earth is a globe?
Sorry?
The physics work because you can assume that the Earth is a globe?
The physics that tell me that the Earth is a globe work, therefore the Earth is a globe, yes.
Oh, in here we always talk about logical fallacies. And I think the logical fallacy that you just committed was affirming the consequent. So basically you said Earth is a globe because physics work, therefore the Earth is a globe. And it doesn't follow
Yes,
because
if
the Earth,
physics weren't to work, yeah, the Earth wouldn't have been a sphere. But
and it's
because the
also
physics work and they are projected on a not flat Earth, the Earth must be round.
right, and that's also that's a twofer right there. It's a twofer because not only is it affirming the consequent, but it's also a pragmatic fallacy. You can look up these fallacies if you like. So a pragmatic fallacy would say that because the Earth works with the physics of the Earth works so well, it must be a globe. So you're saying that because it works, it's a globe. So it doesn't follow
No,
because the Earth.
I'm saying that if it weren't to be a globe, the physics wouldn't work.
It's the same thing. Whether or not you're
No, it's
saying
not.
it like the way I'm saying, if it is or isn't, it's still relying on the fact that you think it is, right?
No, it's not really, because the way that you're presenting it, there is a chance of it being round, and physics would still work on a. The physics would still work on a flat Earth, right? We just never tested, right? What I'm telling you is that if the Earth were to be flat, physics wouldn't work.
All right. So what in physics? What in physics helps us understand the Earth's a oblate spheroid?
Well, for example, the Coriolis effect, a very interesting one.
All right. So what in the Coriolis effect can we observe the Earth being a globe?
Well, in the Coriolis effect, what you're stating here is that the Coriolis effect only works if you are taking in reference a system that is non-inertial, aka the globe Earth, and in rotation. We all know that the Earth is rotating, so at least that already proves to me that the Earth is rotating.
Yeah, but you said only a few words about like how the Earth's geometric shape is ascertained from this. I didn't hear how you garnered a geometric shape. Let's just say that the numeric value for the Earth being a globe, radius value is a 3959 radius, right? With a circumference of 24,901 miles. Now, if you're saying that you got all of that from Coriolis, I want to know how you draw the comparison to the two. Can you show us how? Walk us through how you're getting geometry through the Coriolis.
Well, no, we got the exact measurements of the Earth through satellite. I mean,
So they had
we had basic. Hold on, we had basic measurements before, like with Eratosthenes and everything. But the Eratosthenes experiment can work on a flat Earth. The way that we proved it is we sent up a bunch of satellites in space, and we said, that's interesting pictures. Now let's calculate based off these pictures. Let's calculate what comes out. That's how we know that the Earth is a globe. Now you're asking me what in physics show that the Earth is at least
we
a globe
gotta go
moving?
back to that. You just jumped from like saying that it's a globe with Eratosthenes, right? Is that what you just said?
No, I said that Eratosthenes didn't exactly prove a globe Earth.
Oh, he
just measured it.
Well, who
no,
proved
he didn't.
it?
He just measured it.
Yeah, who proved it though? We want to know who proved it. The
The
geometric
first
shape of the Earth.
person that actually were to be able to prove the globe Earth, I'm pretty sure was.
Now you said pretty sure, which I think that's a bit kind of leaning on the side of it being
it's kind
not
of
really
copium,
true.
honestly.
Not really true. So I'm only going, Alex. I'm only going based on what you can know.
Exactly, copium. Because
Not
again,
exactly.
Okay, let me explain something.
Well, I didn't say that. Bill did, but
engineering, right? I don't know the history behind engineering. I just know the formulas behind it. If you were to ask me, like, ask me, I don't know what Ohm's principle is, I would be able to tell you, but I wouldn't be able to tell you like who Ohm was, what he invented, other than the Ohm principle.
Yeah, that's cool, Alex. Like, trust me, I'm not going to ask you about that because that's not pertaining to the topic that we're speaking of. So I wouldn't even.
Okay, so the first person, I just googled it, and I'm correct in my assumption. It was Aristotle that did prove it, because he observed the lunar eclipses, and he proved the fact that if there is a circular shadow, it must mean that there is a sphere. It's a round sphere.
Oh, can I show you something that could produce a circular shadow on the round object? Can I do that for you, Alex?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
All right. So in text channel, if you will, I'll post something there, and I'm going to show you that you can have something that's not a globe.
The one related to this voice chat, correct?
Yeah. You know where that is, right?
Yeah.
All right. Please pay attention to that GIF and watch this. Please tell me it showed up for you guys. Oh yeah, showed up. See that? So it doesn't follow that Aristotle could say that he saw a shadow on the moon and said that the Earth must be casting that shadow, and the Earth is also a globe, because you can.
The problem is that Aristotle. The problem that you're ignoring here is that
I'm showing you that something very important. That it doesn't.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it is.
Doesn't take. Yeah, but
I'm not denying geometry, but it doesn't pertain to the real world.
Let me just
all right,
finish
sorry,
what I was saying.
Go for it. Sorry.
So basically what I was saying is the idea that you have to have the Earth as a globe to cast a shadow on the moon that Aristotle saw, that would follow that if he said the Earth must be a globe because I see a shadow that's round. But I'm showing you in this demonstration that it doesn't take that. All you need is something that's like this paper, this flat thing that he's got, to cast a shadow on that surface of the curved surface to make the shadow look like it's curved. So it still works without it being a something circular.
Okay, so the thing is that the problem is that if you use this as a model to your universe, right? You're saying the Earth is actually getting between the sun and the moon, but since it's flat, you can see, like, you are gonna have to explain a lot of things, like, because in this exact model everything crumbles.
I don't mind.
But the problem is that if you do assume that the flat Earth is like this and it's actually rotating around the sun along with the moon, then you lose the individual. Well, okay, then how does this pertain to anything? I mean, to show me this GIF, you kind of have to explain to me the model behind it, right?
I will, if you allow me
Go
to,
for
Alex.
it.
I will.
Stay on the
Please go.
subject
All right, so
before you walk away again.
Yeah, Sir Henry, what did you say? I'll
Can
let
I
him
have
say
a
something, then I'll continue.
before you walk away like 100 miles again? The shadow part. We have a piece missing in that experiment, actually. What if we put that ball inside of a glass marble? Something that can reflect light. Because we do have the atmosphere, so...
Yeah.
Let's take that into account.
Yeah, Sir Henry, I just want to keep him on a path of logic. I don't want to get too far away from where we're at. So if you don't mind, fellas in the chat, like, if you don't mind, while I'm speaking to Alex, can you refrain from jumping in, because it's going to derail the topic, and we're going to go all over the place. So just to keep it concise, if you guys don't mind, just let me have this conversation with Alex, because
you got it.
I'll allow it.
I'll kick it to you guys after a while, okay? So just kind
Absolutely.
of relax for a little bit. All right. So Alex, basically my point from this, because I know that you wanted me to ask you what the point of me bringing this GIF up was, so that you can understand that Aristotle made an assumption that he said it was the Earth's shadow getting in the way and also causing that to be on the moon. So you're saying that was the first instance where somebody thought of the Earth being a globe, or at least circular in that way. So I'm showing you that in this particular example, it was not a circular object that caused the curved surface, the curved shadow on the object that was being cast. So the shadow was being cast on the object that looks like an orange, right? And it was a straight shadow that was being cast, but it was still showing a curved shadow. So the object was being had a shadow on it that had nothing to do with it being curved or circular. The object the guy's holding. So in that very same way, we could say that Aristotle just made an assumption that he thought it was a curve, something that was curving that was on the moon. So what I'm saying is, when Aristotle was making that observation, he made a grand assumption that it was the Earth, and from there it kind of snowballed into like everybody else believing that, okay, well now we got something to work with. When I'm showing you this example, it was like, well, that's another option. It could have been something straight casting that curved shadow. Didn't have to be that circular idea. Anyway, that's all I was showing. It has like basically
Can I
was
answer
just
that
pertaining
real
to.
quick?
Sure.
Can I answer that real quick? The thing that I'm not understanding, right? You're saying, well, there might have been a chance that it's not really the Earth casting a shadow. What you're ignoring, however, is that Aristotle just didn't just look up to the sky and say, "Wow, that's a shadow." Aristotle and the ancient Greeks had a fairly good understanding. No, Aristotle and the ancient Greeks had a fairly good understanding about how the world worked. Right? They did think that the universe was, at least in part, heliocentric. They did know for a fact that the Earth was actually rotating around the sun, and it wasn't like the sun going around the Earth. So whenever Aristotle, and they calculated this by looking at the stars, right? They didn't just pull it out of their asses. So whenever Aristotle looked up at the moon and said, "Wow, that's a shadow," he also knew that it was the Earth that we. Oh, I'm getting back, guys. Sorry.
What happened?
Somebody's mic is going crazy right now.
That guy vanished. I think someone called him and he had to drop the call.
You can't ignore phone calls, man. You got to take the call. That's what I got to say.
That's factual, though.
Yeah, that's pretty base, dude. You got to answer the call.
You should have hung up.
Tell you what, man. If it's your old lady, you better answer the call.
Amen,
I don't care who's talking to you right now. You better answer the call.
That's factual.
Anyways, the guy had his energy with him. That's all right. But we got to get to the point where we're actually having the conversation, right? So.
Oh, he's back.
All right, guys. Unfortunately, I am getting called into work. I'm sorry. The system fucked up.
Hey, man, have a good day at work, man.
I won't. The fucking system shit up. So I'll talk with you guys again.
Have a good day,
Bye-bye.
Alex. Come back again, man.
You too. Yeah, I will for sure. Bye.
Later, dude.
Later, dude.
Peace. That sucks too, man. That phone call, dude. We need you in here, man. Shit's just all messed up. And you're the guy that knows how to fix shit, and then everything's going haywire.
Bob the Builder type, man.
You're like, dude, I don't know what happened. This machine's just all messed up. You're like, dude, really? Now? I'm in the flat Earth server. But what's going on? What can't wait? What can't wait 10 minutes? Oh shit! And then it's like SpongeBob. 3 hours later, he's still in the chat.
Shit.
Fucking not even worried about what's happening at work. Who's next?
Next in line, please.
All right. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should Netflix and chill. Been on there a while.
Yo.
There's been some good movies out lately. I saw I don't know if you've seen it or not, but Atlas with Jennifer Lopez, J-Lo. Pretty cool.
Nah.
Whoever just let that rip at a boy.
Boy.
Testing the oxygen mask, alright.
Texting the oxygen.
You're gonna implode, man. What the hell? Anyway, yeah, I don't think there's anybody else in there. It's just all of us. We got Terry at the bottom. What's up, Terry?
It works.
Maybe not. Oh, that's who's lighting up. I keep hearing this background noise. It's Terry doing that.
Terry's taking the fat rips.
The oxygen mask works. Alright,
Facts.
for now, I'll be a bit quiet.
We
You guys
got,
think that oxygen mask should be free? Like
oxygen masks?
Like,
Shit, I don't know, dude. It costs
I
money to
think we
make
should
them.
capitalize on oxygen on baby.
What, the air you breathe?
Yeah, make oxygen like.
Believe me,
I think there are people that are doing that, man. There's a market for that, Bill.
Yeah, it's like Himalayan oxygen type shit.
Oh, well, that's different. You could actually be a snake oil salesman and tell them that there is Himalayan oxygen that you're selling and it's just regular old oxygen. But I don't know how that's gonna work over well once they find out.
It's big. It's bit better oxygen because it's from the Himalayas. Trust.
Yeah, but I don't know how you're gonna sell that though, man. That's gonna be hard. That's a pretty hard sell.
Do you hate your oxygen? Well, fear not, because I have the solution for you.
And then you get like some actors be like, "This is the best quality oxygen I have." I gotta say, ever since Bill came around, I was really convinced. It's just like some fake people.
I just
what
couldn't
commercials
breathe. I
do.
had Alzheimer's all the time, but when I breathed this oxygen, it magically went away.
Yeah.
Yes,
After
sir.
1 daily use of Himalayan oxygen, my face is crystal clear.
Yeah. I can run faster. I can think more. Like, my life is better. Thank you, Bill. Like, it's just got like this
Infused with crystal
freaking
meth.
Nah, fuck, dude. That's gonna. You couldn't sell that shit.
Yeah, I'll sell it to anybody.
They'll
Honestly,
get you like they got Walter White.
free Walter White, free my monkey, free my bro Walter White. He wasn't black, so he was correct. Trust.
What else we got in here? Caesar, what's up, Caesar? Dad Studio, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello, bro. Hi.
Listening in.
What up, Caesar? Just kicking it like Bruce Lee over here.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. I need to watch Kung Fu Panda 4.
Is it out?
It's been out.
Oh, what platform? Because there's like 1,000 of them. Everybody's got their own
I
platform.
think it's Disney.
Freaking Paramount.
Disney+.
Is it really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, DreamWorks is a part of Disney. No.
I've got a funny anecdote about Kung Fu Panda, actually.
Man, I don't like the Jews.
I don't think that's a good thing to say in here, man.
It's just like another anecdote that I have. I don't like them.
Why not?
Question is, do they like you?
They made Star Wars bad.
Are you talking about Zionists or
No, Star Wars, like the series.
Yeah.
They made it bad.
What does that have to do with Jewish people?
Because Jews are in control of Star Wars. Didn't you know this information? I'm just trolling.
I could literally hear you smiling while you said that.
I'm trolling.
I don't think they're Jews, though. I think they're
Do we
fake.
got another mod in the chat? Am I the only mod in here?
Dodgy.
Huh?
I think I am. What the hell?
Oh my god.
You seen that guy?
But yeah, Eclipse
No way.
proves globe is just begging the question, you know.
Oh, all day long.
Globe. We have eclipses, therefore Earth is a globe.
Oh, Alex? Yeah.
The question.
You know, I was dying to use that gift that I used on him, Daz. I hadn't had the opportunity. Nobody ever had. I haven't had that conversation in a while. Somebody asked me that about eclipses. It was a perfect opportunity. I just I had to post it.
Oh, it's great. Sometimes you have to use visual aids. You really need them sometimes to illustrate what you're talking about.
Yeah. But can you see what I posted? That GIF? It was excellent, dude. That's just been waiting for the opportunity.
The orange.
Yeah. I don't know if it was a block or a piece of paper. It was one of those two. But he used that flat piece of paper. The way it made the shadow. Because they say there's no other object that can cause a curved shadow except if it's round. I'm like, I don't think so.
That's really trippy, man. It's a complete, yeah.
Isn't that weird?
It's a good little demo.
Hey, you guys can save it. You thank me tomorrow. And somebody has that argument, you're like, no, I got something that's not something round that can cast a round shadow.
But that doesn't prove it's flat, right? It's
no. It's just
because it disproves their argument, though.
It just disproves their argument. That's it. It was just all I needed for. I don't need it to do anything more. But they use the Aristotle argument, right? Well, we got an old guy looking up at the night sky, and then we didn't speak to Alex, but the way I was gonna go with it was I was gonna say, okay, so Aristotle knew all this information. How do you know that he knew that? Because really, well, you got people who really want the Earth to be a globe, and they start divining the thoughts of like these old guys from ancient history. It's like, how did you know? What did he eat on Tuesday? Was it a ham sandwich? Like, that much? Like, he was thinking about all kinds of shit.
More up to date.
Yeah, it's like, how do you know this, man? Like, these are the again assumptions of like, I don't know, the person who's wanting to make their Earth a globe. You can't just assume shit, dude. Like, that's not the way this works. You have to actually know shit. If you're saying that that's what he was thinking about the time he looked up at the shadow, then who told you? Like, how do you know? It's just weird. Like, we get that like from all.
Flat Earth. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying we get that from people that come in here just trying to prove that the Earth is a globe. They always say, "Well, and he was actually thinking this." I'm like, how the fuck do you know that? Like,
oh, didn't he write it down? I'm not like.
Nah, not like that. But like the other things he was thinking about. Like, no, he wasn't thinking that it was. He had the information. Like, it was right there with him. It's like, dude, you only know so much from what's given to you from history. Outside of that, you're just speculating, bro. There's nothing you can know outside of the stuff they told you. That's it.
Facts. On baby.
But I mean, shit, you can think of anything you want and then make it sound like you know. That's all people do. But the only important thing is, like, you have to prove that shit, man. Because we went from Aristotle to Eratosthenes. He even said it. He shellacked himself. That he's like, Eratosthenes didn't prove the Earth is a globe. I was like, I was gonna be able to walk him through the whole thing and tell him how it's not a measurement, but he did it himself. And that just goes to show from Aristotle to Eratosthenes, and where are we going from there? Because I don't know how else from the ancient world did they prove that the Earth was a globe. If you don't lean on Eratosthenes, but
well, Eratosthenes used a flat Earth, didn't he, to measure the
Mhm.
angle of the shadows? He would have needed a flat Earth, so it's not really.
Let me show you.
Flat Earth,
check this shit out, man. I actually got this
Alberoni
on the internet when I typed in
on sea level.
Alberoni, yeah, they can appeal to him.
Yeah, he measures the height of the mountain in reference to sea level. So he's using a flat plane of reference there to measure the height of the mountain, and then assumed it was the horizon was the curve. So.
Oh, check this image out. I'm gonna post in the chat. You guys are gonna like this. You could save this one too if you want. On the one hand, on the left-hand side is Eratosthenes, on the right-hand side, you have how refraction works. Notice there's a particular thing I want you to look at. So you can click it so you can expand the image so you can see it. But on the one that's showing Eratosthenes determine the Earth size, we got parallel sun rays, right? Going straight onto the Earth. See those parallel sun rays? And how refraction works, look at how the light is working.
Who's in a fucking chopper right now?
It's Bet. I think it's Terry.
It's fucking
Terry, your mic's up. I'll mute him. Got him.
There we go.
Do you guys see that image? What a contradiction, bro. Like I'm saying though, On the one hand, you have these street parallel rays. On the other hand, light's being refracted because it's showing you the apparent position of the sun and an actual position of the sun, which means that the actual position of the sun is being refracted. So you see the apparent position, not the actual.
Yeah.
So if we're seeing those light rays come through, they're bent. They're not straight.
What
So
if I
the
still
left,
think it's a globe?
at the end of the day, Bill, it doesn't really matter because all that we care about in this channel is what you can prove. So you can think
Yeah,
of the
no,
Earth
that's
as
fair.
a
I
duck.
think it's a
It doesn't matter.
donut, banana.
Yeah. And we say, good for you. But the only thing is you can't leave here with a sense of knowing that it is. Because if you think that if you actually know that it is, you have to prove it. If you can't prove it, then you're walking away with a belief. That's
Yeah.
why this forum has always been the way it has. So, because I don't care what you believe, it's what you can prove at the end of the day.
Facts.
I'm just showing the inconsistencies of the Earth being a globe. It's like that's just one instance where it's inconsistent. They're telling you that light rays they're parallel, they're not. So there's many more.
Yeah, the diagram on the right has surface level, which is a straight line to the horizon, and it has eye level, which is parallel with that. So it has eye level parallel with surface level. It's also claiming this you can see the sun below the horizon, which is complete nonsense. So yeah, that's a bit of a train wreck, babe.
Yeah, it is a train wreck. Let me see if I can pull out some more of these images that I have of like what they propose. Oh, check this one out. Got this one off of the NASA website about gas pressure. I can post that image and I'll get the other one.
But that diagram has
This
the
one?
horizon, which is Earth, in space.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Do you see where the horizon is? And I'm going to tell you, you know who believes that diagram? Scott Mackey. He's the guy that says that's the way the
Oh, of
horizon is
course.
viewed. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
He says because you can see below 0 degrees. And no, you can't, because 0 degrees is the horizon where the sky meets the earth. But yeah, I put the gas pressure
Yeah,
one
the
up there.
horizon. When he tries to describe celestial navigation with a tangent, he'll end up like this. You end up with a ground position to Polaris out in space.
Yep.
And yeah, he kept talking over that point. Obviously, he's very good at sort of making ridiculous claims and talking over your answer.
Yeah, he does. He's a very confused guy. And we got Up to You that just joined us. What's up to You?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good. Just talking to the people here about the flat stationary plane.
Nice.
There isn't anybody that's really up here challenging at the moment, so.
Do you have an opinion on whether Earth is a globe or if it's flat?
Me?
Yeah.
Global warming? Did you ask about global warming?
No, do you believe Earth is a globe?
Globe, right?
A ball.
global?
Yeah,
It might be a language barrier.
there definitely is a yeah.
Yeah, no, he's wanting to know up to you if you think that the Earth is a globe, like a sphere.
I get it now. Always yellow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, of course. I think because I love science, so I always thought in until now it seemed always Earth is globe. But I know
Sure.
in this species, all people think Earth is flat. I know, and I have heard those opinions many times when I came this species.
I'd say the majority of us think that for sure. I wouldn't say everyone does.
But there are a lot of young flat earthers too. It's not just old people.
Yeah, we got Astro Burger in here. What's up, Astro Burger?
Oh, hello.
Yo, yo, yo. You think the Earth is a globe, Astro Burger? Is it a globe?
I have no idea. I'm sorry.
No idea. Okay. He's Earth agnostic.
He's on the fence, I suppose.
Yeah.
Fair enough these days. A lot of people on the fence. They just go, look, I don't know anymore.
Yeah, there'll be somebody to challenge in a minute. Gotta wait for the next person to come in.
Because the same reaction for everyone the first time they hear a claim the Earth is flat. You go, that's ridiculous. But then when you look into the globe claims, well, they're sort of ridiculous too. So there's a lot of people who are just stuck in the middle. They don't want to take a side, which is pretty understandable, I guess.
Yeah, the guy Alex was saying that because we have physics, he did an affirming the consequent and a pragmatic fallacy all rolled into one. Because the physics works, therefore the Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe, therefore physics works.
All their arguments are fallacious and completely nonsensical.
It's pretty funny, dude.
They don't have any arguments really. They just ask lots of dumb questions and then try and derail the conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
So I'll ask you a question. And it's a pretty dumb question. But so, well, I'll try and answer it. And then as soon as you start talking, they'll answer the question for you over your answer. And just derails the conversation. But anyway. That's why the mods mostly do a pretty good job, I reckon.
Well, we tried, as it's not always easy, especially when you get a bunch of people in here. Everybody's fighting for the mic. Pretty hard. Because you want to give everybody the mic because you want to keep it kind of an open forum so everybody can jump in. But when there's a lot of people talking, you got to keep it to like where there's only a few people. So it doesn't get like lost.
I guess too, if everyone keeps the questions nice and short, then the responses will be nice and short, sort of thing, rather than sort of one dude just 5-minute question after another.
It's really hard to regulate that. I mean, from a mod standpoint, probably not hard, but it is when you're trying to keep the conversation flowing where you're not over moderating. It's kind of hard sometimes. Got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. Kenny Rogers, the gambler.
Kenny.
Yeah, Kenny Rogers.
www.menwholooklikeKennyRogers.com.
Oh yeah. He had a righteous beard, man, when he was alive. A pretty
Oh
cool
yeah.
guy.
He wasn't had a good spirit in that sort of personality. He wasn't actually a great singer. You know, he was real. It's okay.
Yeah,
But
but I think he's like a pretty cool dude to hang around.
oh yeah, yeah, it's a real cool dude for sure. But I came in here to listen to the Nathan Oakley debate.
That's supposed to be
He's hanging
today, no?
around
Or wait, no.
It's on Fridays.
That was yesterday or
Yeah,
Saturday.
it was one yesterday.
He was in here yesterday?
Yeah, he done a show in here yesterday for a couple of hours. Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, I follow his show.
Does he link
he's a very
to
good
this
moderator.
channel or what? Did he link to this
Sorry.
channel? That's how Moop came in here.
Yeah, so he bringing a few people from his YouTube channel into here.
Yeah, he was he popped in here when I was going to work on a Glober, and he was just like sitting back like, dude, hell yeah. Because we were having a like I don't know if you want to call it a debate, just an argument maybe. And I was I do my thing. If you guys know me.
There's a couple guys here. I think Scott is from TikTok. There's another guy, Level Devil. He's from TikTok, where there's a lot of flat Earth debate, flat globe debate going on. It's good.
I've been doing this a long time, T. It's just like sometimes I like the bravado they come in here with these days. I don't like popping in until I know that the bravado's like right up there, like they're so confident. Like there's nothing in their mind that could be changed. Like, nope, it's a globe. And I like that's my kind of party. Like for me anyway. Because I'm far
Some of them
past the
said, "Look,
point of
well, I don't need to give you any evidence. You know, it's obvious. It's a globe sort of thing." It's so blasé about hand waving everything.
Yeah. Yeah, they tend to do that.
I really enjoyed the debate. I like there's other debates, about things in the Middle East and alphabet community and
Oh yeah.
there's a lot of other debates going on, and
I think
they're
this
they're
politics
real
room
nasty.
politics servers got all the options to go to rooms like that, right? Like you want to debate.
Well, I think the flat versus globe debates are, the hate doesn't run very deep. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Very surface level. Some of these other ones, people want to kill each other over in the debates. It's really, and yeah, it's a bit too much. But I enjoy debating, so I like this topic a lot because generally we're just laughing at each other, and we're talking about a lot of dorky stuff, space, navigation, the atmosphere, all the stuff. So pretty good natured, I think.
Yep.
Compared to other debate where you get full on people full on abusing you, saying you're going to hell like this.
They come in with a lot of venom, trying to insult, and then I've been insulted
I
like by
debated
about
other
maybe
Christians.
4 Globers tonight coming in here, just automatically saying I'm an idiot, don't know what I'm talking about. I just walk them through it, and after a
Not
while, they're
right,
like,
though.
"Oh shit."
Yeah, that's all right being called an idiot or you know what you're talking about, or compared to you are an evil person, you are going to burn in hell. You know,
That's pretty bad, though. It's
some of
like,
these.
dude, what
Well,
is
I'm a
going on
Christian.
in your?
I debate
You
other Christians and stuff, and yeah, it's really nasty.
you gotta ask somebody like that, dude. What do you got going on in your life that you have to say those kinds of things? Like, really, what's bugging you, bro?
No.
Where's it all coming from? Like, I know it's not about what we're getting into here. It's a little bit something else. You're dealing with stuff, aren't you? Something's going on.
Yeah.
So
It doesn't
can't
do
be just
Christianity any favors either by just ranting and raving about who's going to go to hell or not, you know?
sometimes people need to have an outlet to decompress, and you happen to be the guy that's there for that decompression. So that's probably what you get.
Oh, yeah.
You know. Yes, sir.
But yeah, but we laugh at each other and these other debates and these other servers and whatever, they're laughing at all full on. So yeah, enough of that. Don't need that. So this is really cool.
Yeah. It is cool.
Just
One deck, are you
24/7.
here?
Pop in whenever you like and have a chat.
One deck's a Glober, by the way. Beware.
Is he? Oh, okay. No, he's on. I've seen him on
Yeah, I'm here,
Maple
mate.
Show too.
I said you were a Glober. They don't know that, but
Yeah, one deck's a flat earth. I mean, what are you talking about?
How you doing, guys? I'm
pretty
just
good.
having a nice listen. I'm popping in and out.
Hey, one
I'm
deck.
I'm good, mate. Yeah, I'm just working today. I'm
Oh,
on call, so
dude. Speaking of which, man, there was a guy that came in here. I want to see if I can remember his name. He works in HVAC. I think. Oh, Brown Recluse. That's who it is. You know that guy, Brown. He's got the McLovin license on his avatar. His name's Brown Recluse. And he works in HVAC, dude. And he's a Glober. Kind of crazy. Yeah. And he was saying that he's never seen gas pressure in a container with the gas pressure gradient. And I was like, if you can't understand the
the
concept.
gradient argument. Yeah.
Yeah, and I showed him the Good Times for All video where it shows the gas pressure gradient in a contained environment. Yeah. Crazy.
it's what refrigeration's all about. So it's all about heat transfer, heat traveling. Heat transfer between hot and cold and high pressure and low pressure. That's the principle. Basics of how the refrigeration system works. And it's gas pressure in a sealed system, changing states throughout the system. It's absorbing heat, then it's dumping heat outside. And then that's what's happening. It's I was doing that for many years before I got into the flat Earth, and even when I got into flat Earth, I didn't instantly tie the things together. But it's amazing when you think, God, I've been dealing with this for years, and the gas, it's just right in front of my face. This is what I've been doing: vacuuming systems out, transferring gas into, always using containers. Moving gas pressure around systems by opening and closing valves, creating a low pressure in one side of the system, then opening a valve and pushing that gas into there, pumping the system down, keeping the refrigerant in a cylinder, then opening another valve. That's what it's all about. It's just heat transfer, pressure going to low pressure, high pressure, low pressure. It's just that's it.
You think somebody that works in HVAC would know that? But
Yeah.
he's a Glober, and he was denying the fact that gas pressure gradients can exist in contained systems. So I don't know. I was like, dude, you're an HVAC. You should know this. Guess not. Anyway, I'm probably gonna be off. So
What time are you on? What time are you on, Alpha?
6:13 in the a.m.
Ah, right.
But I work night shift, so I stay up the whole night. What I do.
Right. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna catch you guys later.
That's one, Alpha. Take it easy, pal.
Be well.
Later, bros.
Take it easy, bro. So one deck, you remind me somehow of that band in the early 2000s, The Streets.
Sorry, say that again, mate.
Do you remember that band from the early 2000s called The Streets?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've been to see him live. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Have you ever thought of putting together something like that with some of your poetry? Or putting your poetry to
Yeah,
music?
yeah, I could do. Yeah. It's funny you said
Hmm.
that. I just did. No, I just did. I did a little mix on my turntables last week, and I mainly play house music, a certain style of house
Oh
music,
yeah.
and but I streets is like a different. Like I say, it's old stuff, but I brought I brought I used the streets in the mix, and it sounds pretty good. I used the original pirate material. You're listening to the streets, lock down your aerial.
Yeah. This stuff was really yes, really unique. And
Yeah, Mike Skinner. Yeah, I went to see him in Manchester at the Castlefield Bowl about 4 years ago. It was brilliant. Yeah, but yeah, I might. I keep saying things and all that. Okay, I've got a book of poems. I've posted some on the show. I keep saying I'll get it put into a sort of book or an ebook, and then I keep saying I'll put some beats behind some, but I just never get round to doing it. That's maybe excuses, but yeah, I should do something really.
got to chip away at it, I guess, one step at a time.
Yeah. If I can find that, I might just. That's if you're interested. It's just a little mess about on the decks, but I'll try and find that mix. I'll just post it for you, and then. It's not actually. I had a problem. Sorry, mate, go on.
I was going to say, a good thing to do is figure out all your artwork and stuff first.
Yeah, well, I had it all planned
If
out,
you're
mate.
going to do an album cover first, get all that right, all lettering and photos, and just do that. And just go from there.
Yeah. I've stopped.
And you post that. You post that online. Out. Yeah. My new album is out in a month, and you're forced to make it.
No, I'm just saying it's just a little mix I did. I was just because you mentioned the streets. If you wanted to have a listen to it, it's just a 30-minute mix with some house tunes in, and then the streets come into it. Pretty good.
That's cool.
But yeah, life is busy.
Sure is.
Yeah. It's no excuse really. You can make time for anything, can't you, if you want to do it. You can make time for things that you need to do. You've just got to organise yourself properly. So,
Well, if you write one page a day, then in a year, or in 2 years, that's whatever, 700 pages.
yeah. I just got a little bit bored with my poems, really, because not bored. I think I've covered what a lot of the topics within the conversation. I've got poems. The globe is flat. I've got a poem about Coriolis. I've got a poem about Eratosthenes. I've got one about Al-Biruni. I've got one about when finding out that the Bible's connected with flat Earth. I've got little, and I found at a certain point it was becoming a bit like repetitive. I think I had to just sort of draw a horizontal line under it and just say, right, I've got some all right stuff that I've wrote, so maybe if I just use that now. But saying that, I've not put pen to paper for a while, but then I did scribble something down the other day, which I've not done anything with. Sometimes I just get something in my head and I think, oh, I'm going to do something with that. For some reason, it comes into my head. It was called it was called Psychological Dilemma. And I started when I was saying, I got some words together for the beginning, but I was saying it in a Cockney accent, and it was about a guy called Trevor, and it was sort of started off like, my name's Trevor. I've always considered myself to be relatively clever, but lately I'm finding myself in a psychological dilemma. And then that was the opening.
That file.
Yeah, but then I was going to go into like, he's relatively clever. He's called Trevor, but now he's finding himself in a psychological dilemma, and going into why and how that, because he's a glober, this guy. But he's finding out that he's having to tell people that level is curved, and nothing makes sense from what he's learned, and it's a psychological dilemma because he's saying one thing, but he can see it's not true. And his name's Trevor, and he's always considered himself to be relatively clever, but now he's finding himself in a fucking psychological dilemma.
Hey, if it rhymes, it's true, right?
But that was I've not done anything with it, but that's what's in my head with it. So that's just a matter of sitting down and jiggling some words about. And
that sounds like a solid argument. You should use it.
I'll put some trumpet in
there, put the brass
because
behind that. That's what I was thinking about. I was speaking about it on with Nathan. Yes, we all speak about it. It has come to the point where people are saying level is curved. The horizon 1 minute is physical, but now it's not physical. Up is not up, down is not down. So if people who are doing this must be in some sort of psychological dilemma. They've got to be.
Their name must be Trevor.
They're called Trevor. Yeah. They thought they was relatively clever, but they're actually in a psychological dilemma.
Fire.
My name's Patty. I'm a Nancy Flatty.
At the roundabout, take the third exit to merge onto the A647.
Oh, what's that? Is that GPS?
That's my electronic sextant.
Your sat nav, your satellite navigation.
It's the sextant talking to me.
Yeah, whenever Globers ask for flat, can you show me flat Earth measurement? I'm like, the GPS gives you a flat Earth measurement when you put in the destination. And you can actually see the flat plane of reference when you go from sky view to street view.
Yeah, I think Brian Logic's been through this satellite palaver. He explains it all in his videos, how it's all derived.
Brian, yeah.
I love his videos.
He's great, Brian.
Sometimes.
But I'm just sort of with the FED at the moment, and I'm not just following instructions around, but it's much simpler now just to state that the Earth is measured flat and just get to the point. I mean, it's not really good for audiences sometimes who like to listen to different things, which is enjoyable. But if you're getting down to the nitty gritty, just got to take Earth is measured flat.
What do you mean measured flat?
That's how it's measured, isn't it?
Who's measuring the Earth and seeing it's flat?
Whoever measured latitude.
Yeah, we're just using a sextant. Who's using a bubble sextant?
Whoever's using
Or,
C for elevation profiles.
GPS, radar.
Yep, satellites.
Satellites.
Yeah. They're observing a flat Earth, right? That's how they give you GPS.
From a sky vacuum. From the sky's a vacuum?
But what happens if we keep digging?
Well, it's natural law. You can have gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum.
What? What happens if you get a shovel, bro, and you just dig down and you don't stop?
Imagine that.
You'll stop at 8 miles.
Why?
Because that's as far as we've dug.
Well, no, you're saying other people stop.
Yeah.
I'm asking you if you get a shovel and you don't stop.
8 miles.
Get 8 miles.
Yeah, but it's not going to prove anything, mate. It's not going to prove a damn thing about the shape of the Earth because it's already been proved. Measuring latitude, right, was elevation angles. Yeah, so we don't need to do anything about that. It's already been established. Latitude is a flat, horizontal, level, flat Earth evidence of flat Earth.
Yeah, elevation isn't relative to sea level, right?
Elevation is measured from sea level. From the
Oh
ground.
no, it's an objective flat Earth that it's measuring. A level 0. Why would you use water if it's not round and gravity isn't a factor?
Yeah, so it's level, mate. Yeah, there's no mention of curvature.
Gravity isn't a factor.
Yeah, there's an objective bubble level somewhere.
Yeah.
That's telling us 0.
Well, how's curvature measured? It's from level, horizontal.
No, it's measured from 3 points.
No. Yeah. So how do you measure the curvature of Earth then?
Level from 3 points. If you were to do it.
Yeah, that's level, mate.
More likely, you would do it from an outside observation.
Yeah.
You would go
so you're
outside and look.
Measuring this. Well, go on, talk us through it.
Talk you through what?
How curvature of Earth is measured.
Well, if you take a photo of the Earth, you could do some simple trigonometry.
Yeah, curvature we're talking about, mate. Not triangles.
Yeah, you're talking about curvature.
Yeah, trig needs a flat Earth, flat baseline. So.
No, it needs a circle.
Yeah, that's not curvature, mate. Earth curvature.
Yeah, trig is triangles too, not circles. So yeah, you're wrong again.
This is what we get.
You'd find the angle.
What evidence do you have of Earth's curve?
You mean the circle? A 360-degree curve? What
circle? Oh, circle's flat.
Which curvature?
Circle's flat. You keep going back to flat, dude.
What curvature?
Circles of equal altitude. Our latitude is measured, mate. They're all circles of equal altitude, expanding out from the zenith of Polaris back to the equator. All flat Earth elevation angle measurements. That's how it's done.
So it's a bunch of circles making a plane.
Circles of equal altitude.
I'm not sure I know what that means.
Well, the giveaways in the words.
I hear that.
Yeah, it's fair enough. If you don't know what it is. I mean, I didn't know what it was.
I know what altitude is, and I know what circles are.
Equal.
It's when you
equal
string it
is.
into a. Yeah, I know what equal means as well. It's when you put it in a sentence the way you did, where it gets confusing to somebody who knows what those words mean.
What's equal elevation mean then?
It means they're equidistant from sea level.
If you're speaking of altitude, just practical note, it's based on above sea level. And regarding that, there is a thing that you need to set: barometric pressure. And you have your altimeter over here, and you need to tune into one of the airport's ATISes or look up the meter and tune in the QNH or for Americans altimeter. It's barometric pressure in inches or hectopascals. Americans use inch. So that's the thing. You have your correct altitude above sea level then, which right now is where at roughly 9,000 feet rounded up.
So the 14.7 psi established at sea level on the horizontal level plane. That's the starting point for pressure gradient.
Beautiful. Flat Earth evidence, dude.
I'm just here to share how people fly.
So you see the flat level horizon and the artificial horizon inside in the cockpit there too.
Yeah.
It's funny how they don't show the curvature in that instrument, isn't it?
No, it's just flat and stationary.
It's funny how the Earth is curved, but everything refers to level, horizontal, and elevation angles above sea level. Nothing's.
Yeah, it's like all globe claims are based on level and horizontal.
Yeah, it's in the Earth curve calculator, isn't it? That's how they get the curve from a flat horizontal surface level with eye level above it, parallel to it.
Bit of a head scratcher, but anyway. It was good to see 10th man back on the show.
Yeah, it's good to hear him. Yeah, presented some nice little diagrams and demonstrations in here.
Diagrams are first rate.
Wait a sec, Wonder. Are you telling me that they measure it flat and then they curve it with maths?
Yeah.
They wouldn't just do that, would they?
No.
Well, they had to.
They wouldn't just do that and then try and gaslight you into thinking it's the other way around.
Yeah. What a hoodwink.
And call you names if you don't just go along with it.
Sorry, I'm just I'm in the wrong lane here. Just nearly got. I'm sorry. I'm out of town and I'm trying to find somewhere, and I'm lost. And I was trying to talk to you guys and listen to my digital
Satellite navigation.
My digital talking sextant, and I nearly crashed, but I'm all right now.
Well, thank goodness.
I mean,
thank goodness for satellites. Keep you on the road.
It is strange though when you start looking into the latitude. It's explained how it's measured. It will tell you how it's done. It's elevation angles to and from Polaris. That's how it's done. And then you've just got to know what an elevation angle is and the distance of the degree and a little bit about perspective. And how is that any evidence of Earth curvature? Because Earth curvature is not mentioned once within the measuring process.
You sound like a dangerous conspiracy theorist right now.
Someone white noise in there, bloody hell.
That's Terry Tricks.
Noise. White noise. White noise. Yeah, whoever that is, can you mute your mic?
It's always doing that.
Hey, One Deck, are you there?
One deck is all it takes.
Yeah, I'm just driving somewhere. I am about, yeah. Who was that? Sorry.
That was me. Hello, mate. How you doing? I was just wondering, have you done any more poems?
I was just saying to the guys, not really, no, but there's something popped in my head the other day called Trevor, psychological dilemma, Trevor. So I'm working on that.
Oh, nice.
It's just about a guy called Trevor who thought he was relatively clever, but now he's realised that he's in a psychological dilemma.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
So that's what I was thinking of, yeah. Because that's what it's like at the moment, isn't it? It is a psychological dilemma for these. If you believe you live on a globe, and when challenged on it, if you're digging your heels in about the globe and not open to look at any other view or any other evidence, and you've got your heels in the concrete, you will have to start telling people that level is curved. And at one point, when you were telling people that the horizon is a physical Earth curved location, now you're telling them it sometimes is, but sometimes isn't. You know, things like this. It's a psychological dilemma because you're saying you're not you're saying things as they are not in your reality. You're trying to justify unrealistic things as a reality within your mind. And that to me is a psychological dilemma. Well, this is what people are having to do, aren't they? I mean, that's the way I see it at the moment.
That's right, because they have got. Well, I've actually spoken to someone who actually says, yeah, level is curving.
Yeah, well, it has to be for them. Sea level has to be curved in their paradigm. The definition of level doesn't matter. I mean, what else did they change what the refraction is to their, 7/6 refraction? They just change everything to fit their belief system. Because they have to. So,
and then they appeal to authority by saying, "But that scientist came up with that one."
No, I've not done much. I'm saying to the guys before, I don't know when you was in Moot, but I was sort of got to a point where things I was just going on and on about the same sort of thing. So I sort of thought I'm not going to write anymore. So I've not been really thinking about it. But then I was like last week or whenever it was, something just popped into my head about this Trevor guy. My name's Trevor. But I had to, when I was just saying to the guys, I have to read, for some reason, I have to read it in a Cockney accent. I don't know why. It's because it sounds better like, all right, my name's Trevor. I've always considered myself to be reasonably clever, but lately I'm finding myself in a psychological dilemma. Because when I'm mooching about on this beautiful earth, I've got a couple of points to point out for what it's worth. The earth upon where I'm standing is stationary and flat, but that's what I was told at school and that. I'm Trevor, I'm clever, but I'm in a psychological dilemma. I look at the horizon, it seems horizontal to me, and that is me being honest in all honesty, but when I'm explaining it to my family and that, I tell them the horizon's curved and that. My name's Trevor, I'm really, really clever, but I'm finding myself in this psychological dilemma. So I'm just tying around with all that, really.
That's brilliant, man. That's so good.
You know what I mean? I just want to get some points across about this curved level and, and having to just be out. He's realising that when although this Trevor's not in the debate scene like we are, he's coming across the topic and people are saying, well, Trevor, what is called sea level, it can't be curved. Well, no, it's curved. It's curved. And but when he's saying it, he's thinking to himself, well, yeah, it's not fucking curved. It's fucking level. Why am I fucking saying it's curved when it's fucking level? I can see it's fucking level. I'm in a fucking psychological dilemma. He doesn't know what to do. He's having to say things that are fucking untrue.
That's
that's what I'm getting at. That's the whole point of it. So I'll do a bit more work on that. I just woke up. It's fucking sad, really. I'm not saying I woke up with a. I do wake up at fucking stupid hours, me. Sometimes thinking about something that happened at work, what someone fucking said to me. I just might wake up and think, why the fuck have I just woke up? And then I don't know why I woke up, and it might even be things that have gone on during the day, even on the show and on FED and something. And this might have been it. I was just thinking about this. Might have been saying people having to lie to this, and I woke up and I thought I had this Trevor thing in my head. I thought I don't want to forget this because sometimes I'll do that, and then I get up in the morning and I think, oh, what was I thinking about at 2 o'clock in the morning? I need it. It sounded good, but I can't. Anyway, I just fucking typed the first bit of thing on my phone when I woke up so I could remember it, and then jotted a few things down. So I'm just working on that now, Moop. My name's fucking Trevor. Clever Trevor.
I can see it. I'm just trying to think. Is it one of is it Reservoir Dogs? No, not that one. What's the one where the Cray twins, was it? Yeah, mate. doing it proper like that.
Usually, you've got the right accent for it, I think.
I was born like literally 12 miles north of the Bowbells.
You're not called Trevor, are you?
No. But I don't have a psychological dilemma.
Yeah. Okay, now.
It's all Cockney rhyming slang, wasn't it? That's because that's how you can get around it. Oh, I've got a dilemma, and then put in some Cockney slang in it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, what else? I looked at the globe calculator for proof. My brain nearly exploded into the roof. The way they measure the globe is flat. It tells you it's flat, level, and horizontal and that. Yeah, so I've just got a few things. I'm just a bit messy at the moment. I've just got fucking things scribbled out on a piece of paper and fucking crossed out and arrows pointing, but don't put that there, put that up there. Well, that's how it fucking starts. You just write things down and then you think, oh, I'll move that, or I don't like the sound of that, I'll change that. What I'm doing.
That's really good.
Yeah, so there you go, mate. How are you doing anyway, Moop? You all right, mate?
Yeah, good, mate. Just like, obviously, like everyone else, isn't it? Grinding out life, trying to get your money, get your living, enough to enjoy the life without, all the spoils of like this world we live in. You know what I mean? And enjoy it.
Hard. It's hard sometimes. It's like me. I'm really grafted at the moment. Fridge engineer. It's been warm. The company I'm at, we've got a few guys off, so you're covering extra shifts and stuff like that, which is all good because I get a good overtime rate and stuff like that. But while I'm doing it, it's like, oh god, that's all I seem to be doing at the moment, working. Which is good because I can earn a decent wage for what I do, but then I like to also spend time with my family and do things I enjoy myself. But I mean, I'm not moaning about it. I mean, especially if you look about the last few years with all the pandemic and all that, you lucky. Some people lucky to have a job at all, aren't they? A roof over their head.
Oh, don't, mate. I know. I know. I do count my blessings and just go, yeah, no. Do you know what I mean? I'm definitely on the good side of life, not on the, I started on the wrong side, if you know what I mean, like the struggle of life, like the struggle to climb on the ladder and get up, and then, like having nothing. And then obviously now to a place where, I don't, I'm blessed not to need for anything, so it's quite nice, isn't it? But breaking through that was a nightmare.
Yeah.
So I thought, bugger it. My mum died earlier this year, so I thought, you know what, life's too short. You got to remember that we're all We're all going to die soon. Well, at one point, and so I've booked a round the world cruise with me and the wife next year. So that's looking forward to that.
When you say around the world, what can you just explain that a bit better, please, mate?
Yeah, I'm just going literally west to east circumnavigating. I'm not doing no north to south. It's literally we're not going over any pole. It's or going in. It's just literally west to east navigation.
Nah. Glad to hear that, mate.
I know, because I'm getting a lot of comments, because obviously everyone knows I'm a flat earther, and then obviously, like, every time I say, oh yeah, we're going around the world cruise, because obviously, because you say the word, and it's just programmed in it round the world. Yeah, and they're like, oh, right, so you do believe you're on a spinning ball then? I said, oh, look, let's get this right, let's get this right out of it. I said, I went, did you know? Because it's a bit like that gravity thing, isn't it? Everything's pulling towards the center of like thing, right? So doesn't that mean that right at the very top, it's everything comes in at diagonal? If that was true.
Well, yeah, I mean everything from a high altitude wouldn't be falling parallel, would it?
But I mean that's logic for us, right? We can see that logic straight easy.
Yeah.
But and I got a question because there's a guy like obviously he's like, he was really knowledgeable actually. He was an engineer, and obviously I spilt the beans and said, well, the nature of reality. Do you believe you're spinning through at 666,000 miles per hour, second or whatever it is, hurling through space? And he turned around and said, "Oh, I never thought about it." And he goes like, and obviously he went straight to gravity because obviously he's engineering, right? So he goes, everything falls at the same rate though. I went, oh, whoa. Yeah, I said, yeah, but let's do like, and it was brought up earlier. I said, well, what about an egg? I said, what about an egg? I said, if you put a hard-boiled egg, what happens in water? And when you put a non-boiled egg, right, density in it, it's because its state is changed, right? So now it's a medium, and all you go down that road. And then obviously, I started having a chat with him about that, and it was obviously the gravity one, which is like, I said, well, where's the scientific evidence? He had to think about that one. He couldn't come up with anything. And then he said, I said, so I take it you believe there's a pulse, you believe in a molten iron core at the center of this earth, right? So like, of what you live on. There's this propulsion, like this thing happening at the center of our thing. I said, I went, do you know what the biggest or like the deepest hole was? Or like the hole was dug. I said, I went, there's only 8 miles, right? Russia did it or whatever, or Japan, I think. I think that's been outweighed now. I think Japan have done it. They've gone further. But at the same point, so that means it's pseudoscience. And when I said that, someone said, well, so that's like pseudoscience, right? I said, that's theories which cannot be proven. It doesn't come under the scientific method. It doesn't come under cause and effect relationship. That's just literally like you go into Narnia. You're like Wizard of Oz. It's literally you're skipping down that lane. It doesn't mean anything. And he seemed to wake up from that when I said, because he was like, "Oh, one sec, yeah, actually." And then I said, I went, and then also you get to that one, 93 million miles away. Like that's what they tell you the sun is. And it's funny the coincidence of like they're basically both of them circles in the sky are very literally similar. And I said, and that has to be 93 million miles away. I went, how did they do that? And then he obviously didn't know. And I said, right, so like, like they've done the Venus thing and, and that's how they got, like looked from that and that's how they caused the distance. And it's like, well, and he goes, hold on a sec. I said, how can they prove that? And I went, again, now you're coming back. I went, right, now you're coming back to like how it truly is. I said, it's just pseudoscience. It's what they think it is. And I went, and who are they telling you? I said, these people are just people. I said, they just pretend to have a little, a name before themselves, a PhD or a professor or a doctor or, what? Nothing. You know what I mean? What, a man's told you that you're a doctor. I mean, come on.
Yeah. It's just amazing when you realise this, isn't it? But like you say, then the big one that holds them back is, well, why would they lie? No, they can't. This can't be happening. That is the big one for everyone. Having these government and NASA and all these, corporations, whoever is involved, they can't understand why anybody would do this and get away with it, and why is no one snitching each other up about it.
You're right, because that is a big one. Many times I've had that. Why they lie? And what are you saying? What are you saying? Every single person at NASA are in on it, and it's like, no. Only like, look, when someone's at a factory putting beans into a tin, they might believe that there's beans. That's a baked bean tin. I said because they're told to do that. They're just seeing it, what they're doing. They're just seeing the outcome of what's happening. But I said, but those in the office know exactly what them beans, what's gone into them beans. Whoever's done the ingredients, like what about them people? Well, they're mixing it. Like, because I spoke to a guy who said, yeah, but he goes, my uncle, he makes rockets for NASA. And I said, oh, right, and he goes, yeah, well, they go out to space. I said, well, can you prove that? He goes, well, come on, what are you telling me? You don't even believe that? I'm like, no, no, I'm just saying to you. I bet they could be used to fire up. I suppose they could. They'll definitely work in the air that we see. I can guarantee you that. I said, but it ain't going to a place of a violation, a natural law violation.
Yeah. Sorry, mate. I was just doing something. Yeah, it's the big one. And that's what it is. You see, because well, they're in a minority. Well, we say minority. We don't know. We're in a minority. You're pointing out evidence to explain these things, which is, it's logical. You're explaining it. You can demonstrate this stuff. But because there's so many people, and because the NASA, the governments, even though they're understanding what you're saying and they can see that that's true, it can't be true because, well, it just can't be true because this can't happen. We've got NASA, we've got ISS, we've got the rockets going up. Everybody's involved with that. I can understand what you're saying, Moop, about sea level and all that, but I understand that, but no, it can't be correct because I'm in a fucking psychological dilemma, mate.
The bricked flat Earth dilemma.
But it is true. But it just makes sense, isn't it? Like entropy, like the second law of thermodynamics. Like when you see that to a vacuum to a no vacuum, right? And then you can see that if a rocket did go, air pressure, right, all our air would go out. I mean, it's logical. It's just so logical. And like, yeah, but Holmset, there's no air up there, right? So when you get up there, there's no air. This is how they come out of it, isn't it? Well, look, the air gets thinner, so of course, you can have a vacuum next to a non-vacuum.
But don't forget, Moop. Don't forget, Moop. There's no light up there, mate, and that's where the fucking sun is.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
The sun's 93 million miles away, but in space there's no light.
I took a picture, right? I took a picture, and it was off Eric DeBay's. The doggy. People who've just put doggy cams up with no fisheye lens, just like normal. Just normal cameras, like with aperture. You know what I mean? Like literally straight thing. And there's one there with the sun. Anyway, I just put an arrow. I just took a picture of it, like obviously, and I took a picture. Put an arrow down to obviously the observable where it's surface, right? So it's just it's only me presupposing where that surface is, right? But I can understand it doesn't matter because at some point that's got to be real, right? Because you're going to hit. Because we know one thing: we know that the land we stand on is real, right? That's one thing we do know. And so when you put an arrow to it, we're not lying. It's not saying going out into a place we don't know. And then you just look at that, and I just looked at it and went, and literally I just put, is that 93 million miles away? Because the sun does definitely not look like 93 million miles away. And if that's 93 million miles away, then we've been lied to what miles look like.
Yep. Definitely. Guys, I'm just going to nip off for a minute. I'm on call today, so I've just pulled up at another job I've got to go and look at. So I've got to go and sign in, see the manager, see what the problem is, and I'm hoping I can get in and out of here quickly and don't find myself in a psychological dilemma with these fridges. Like, you know what I mean?
That's it. Oh, take care, Trevor. Enjoy your psychological dilemma.
Be well.
See you later, lads. I'll be back in a bit. See you in a bit.
It's a bit.
Pancake paradigm.
Is this a flat Earth AMA?
Yep.
Like, ask you anything? We got a flat earther somewhere in here.
Sure. What do you want to ask?
I'm curious about the models that flat earther might use.
Oh, we don't have no models.
Okay, fair enough. What do you mean by flat?
What do you mean by flat? Not curved.
Well, like, there's mountains and shit, right?
Not in the water.
Well, there's like underwater mountains and shit, right?
Surface of water is flat and level when at rest. Go look at a swimming pool.
Sure. So that's what you mean by flat.
Yeah, it means that Earth is not curving. You need a
But,
curve
like,
to make a ball, so no curve, no ball, right?
okay, so that's kind of what you're meaning. Okay. You can't tell that it's curved, so it must be flat. Something like that.
We measure it flat.
What do you mean by measure it flat?
Measured to be flat and stationary. It's practically used as flat and stationary.
Yeah, so like, how do you measure something as flat?
You can use a laser over a long piece of water, 10 miles. You'll get still flat over 10 miles when there should be 66 feet of drop at the other end from where you're at. It's just, there's not there. It's just flat.
Why would lasers go straight?
Why wouldn't they?
What do you mean? Why would they?
So we should get rid of lasers then. Military uses them. What are they doing? Curving them? Curving lasers?
Wait, you just like believing lasers?
Water levels. Water's flat and level when at rest.
Wait, why are you trusting lasers?
You can use lasers to shoot long distances.
Sure. What says they go straight?
It's going to cause them to curve.
Wait, why would you assume they go straight?
There's nothing else to assume. Nothing else to assume. Does wind blow them around?
If you like, like you mess with the surface of a pool, does the waves go straight?
Now you're talking about waves when I said flat and level when at rest. So now you want to add waves?
No, I'm asking about lasers. You seem to know a lot about them.
What about them? You seem to think they curve. You can shoot a laser and curve it around a building or something.
Well, I wouldn't assume anything about them. Why would you assume stuff about
so use a
lasers?
laser. So use a laser.
But why would I assume they go straight?
Why would you assume they curve?
Why would you assume they go straight, man? Do waves go straight?
Nothing causes them to curve.
So they necessarily go straight if nothing changes them?
Yeah.
Why aren't they curved inherently? What is a laser to you? Like, what does that mean? A laser. Huh. on, there's definitely a couple of flat earthers in here, right? What do you mean by laser?
I would show you stuff, but you're not going to look, so that's pointless at this point because all you're saying is laser, 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 laser curves, laser. Why does it go straight? It curves, the curves. You haven't proven anything. You just said words.
No, you just assume that lasers go straight.
Yeah, I
Why would you
do.
assume that?
You need to tell me how they don't.
Do like rumors go straight?
You must be
Not
on,
everything
you must be on
not
summer
everything
break.
goes straight, man. Like, why are you assuming that lasers go straight?
Why would they curve? Why would they bend?
Why would rumors not go straight? Why would they bend?
All right, I guess we'll see you later.
Okay, man. You could give the answer like electromagnetism. That would be an answer.
Really? How come you're not giving an answer?
Oh, because you're not assuming like basic physics things, so I'm trying to figure out where you're going from.
Tell me the basic physics that make a laser bend.
That make a laser bend. I don't have any reason to think that a laser would go straight rather than just emitting in a circular fashion. Spherical.
I don't know what
What
to
makes them
tell
go
you then.
straight?
You think things are spherical. That's really an issue with you.
Do you think lasers go straight?
Yeah.
Why?
Why not?
What? Sorry?
Why not?
Why not? So that's why I was asking, like, do rumors go straight? And you're like, that's obviously not a correct word for that. And then I'm like, well, why are you applying it to lasers? What about a laser makes you think it goes straight?
I have one. Doesn't curve.
What?
I have one and it doesn't curve.
You have one and it seems to you like it doesn't curve. Do you think that's a good argument?
Yeah.
Do fires go up? Where's this straight?
Is
crap
this
that
the
you come up
best
with?
fit you guys have got now? It's come down to just
No, I'm just
asking
asking.
stupid questions, really,
I came
because
in with an
we ruined
AMA.
you guys in the past week. We've
So an
made so many
AMA
blowers
is
not
ask
come
me
in here
anything.
anymore because we ruined them that now you just want to talk dumb shit.
AMA's ask me anything, right? Or are you
And I
not agreeing
answered,
to
and
that?
that's the end of that.
You just randomly think that lasers go straight. That's pretty fucking weird,
The
man.
weird thing is you think they're not used to sight targets by the military 100 miles away.
Oh, they are? How they do that?
Laser sighting. Shoot a laser, get the beam reflected back.
Oh, the beam reflects back, then it's like straight? Is that what you're saying?
It can't reflect around a curve.
Okay. If you were like shoot a laser at the moon, would it reflect back?
What's the moon?
The big gray thing that shows up in the sky some of the nights.
Is it reflected? Reflected?
It's reflective?
Is it reflective?
That's what I'm asking you.
Why are you asking me about the moon? You brought it up. I'm asking you questions about it.
All right, I said it was the big gray thing that shows up
Yeah,
half the nights.
does it reflect light?
Generally, no. But there's a point on
Okay,
it that
so
you
there
can
goes the
reflect light off
laser.
of.
There goes shooting a laser at the moon.
If you shoot it at the right spot, it reflects back.
Oh, if the laser curves like you said, how would you know where to shoot it?
Oh, I never said it curved. I was just wondering about your assumption that it goes straight. But if it goes straight, like you assume, would it reflect back off the moon? Going off your assumption of lasers.
You ruined your own troll, dude.
Look, so according to your assumption of lasers, they go straight, and if you shoot it at a certain point of the moon, it reflects back.
That's what you say.
You've never done this experiment?
No, nobody has.
Well, I mean, I have. And, like,
Bullshit.
plenty of people I know have done it. It's pretty
No,
easy,
you're just
actually.
telling lies.
Oh, okay.
Put your proof in the chat.
The proof that I've done the experiment before. What would that look like?
Yes.
What would that look like?
You tell me. You did the experiment.
Well, no, you're asking for the proof. I'm just wondering what proof would be relevant to you that I've done the experiment. Because I've done it. So, like, what proof would be valid to you and that I could post in chat? Oh, no, you want no headphone. Is there anyone who's a flat earther who wants to talk about the stuff? Guys got all sleepy. No. Poor babies.
We are now arriving to Jamaica Kingston. I hope you enjoyed this 3-hour flight. I definitely enjoyed your company. Thank you.
Mexicans, the other Spanish. You'll see you'll see Indians, Arabic people, and they all come here, and so it's really cool because this is like a little white bread redneck area and then they come from all over to come get their halal meats and everything.
Right.
But anyway, what's cool, you'll get a kick out of this, is one day I was standing in line. There was a Indian fellow and an Arabic fellow in front of me. So I said, "Oh, hey," and I looked at the Arabic guy and said, "Hey, do you mind if I take your share of pork?" And then I looked at the Indian fellow and said, "Hey, do you mind if I take your share of beef?" And of course, everybody heard that, started laughing.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's funny. And then what happened?
Oh, they all just laughed and smiled, and then chatted a moment. And when they checked out, they both wished me a good day, and I wished them a good day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
that was
that's yeah, that's one of the fun things here, because you don't hear, in this area, you don't get a lot of cultural things. So it's, but anyway, if you give me, I'll be here about 10 minutes. I'm just going to get some beef fat because I'm hoping to render some tallow today or tomorrow.
Yeah, just go ahead. I'm just trying to get the room going.
Yeah, me too. But I'll be back here in about 10 minutes, and we'll pick it back up. Hopefully somebody else will have joined in already by then.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and invite a couple of people. Oh, he's gone. Wow, he's so quiet in here. Let me see. Oh, what happened to the 24/7? I mean, the politics. We got two bots in here.
What's up, Demok? What's going on, bro?
Up. You're like fucking in the future. You said Demok before I even popped in the room.
You already pop in the room, fool.
I was already popped in the room?
Yes.
Holy shit, I didn't know that.
You funny, man. So what's going
I
on?
thought I just now joined you. I thought I just clicked it to join and you're like, hey, Demok. I'm like, what the fuck? That's fast. That is service.
Yeah, man.
I'm
That
just
that
kidding.
soup that superconductor, man. Yeah, it got me, bro. Like, it got me thinking about what the hell is going on up there, right? Things can move freely up there due to the temperature, the coldness of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Well, trying to get the room going too, bro. Yep. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to get the room going. Jay's is back. Welcome back, Jay. What's going on, brother?
Hey, good morning, gents. What's the good word, guys?
What's the good word?
Quantum locking and helium. Anything that'll tell you that you're moving. An air bubble, quantum locking, or helium.
Yeah. Have you talking about Helio? Have you guys heard from Helio in a while?
He was on that show about a week ago.
Nice. Yeah, I need to message him.
Came in sober.
Say again.
Said he came in sober.
Awesome. Good deal.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to Helio. I haven't seen him. I haven't talked to him. I think the last
I
time
think he's been sobering up. I think he's been, I think he's been working to overcome some health challenges. Really, so he's worked really hard on fixing some things, I think.
Yeah, well, God bless him.
Yeah, I like Helio. Helio's a good guy.
Yeah, he's one of the OG.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love it when he
yeah.
said, "Hey, check this out." I love when he said, "Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on." I love it.
Yeah.
Well, fuck that shit. Hold on.
I remember, like, sometime when he talked to the Globies, it's funny. Yeah. It's just the way he
One
said it.
day, I don't remember if it was the space herpes role or if it was the role of Google Earther or something. He was talking about how it was actually a good thing. And a lot of people were giving him shit for it, obviously. And I was dying laughing because he just wasn't getting it. And I was like, oh no, I'd love to have that role. I think that role I think that'd really tell people what we do around here. It was one of those two. I don't remember which. And so he gave it to me. And, it was a real hoot trying to, because he really, really thought that like it was a good thing. And none of that roles I really cared about anyway. I don't care what role somebody puts on there.
Yeah. Man, Spake gave me a funny role too. I forgot what it was. It's like some type of like sickness, and it has the word global in it. man, I forgot it. But I think that role is gone for whatever
COVID,
reason. No.
Corona,
Oh man, it's just in the back of my head.
pervert.
No, you fucking asshole.
I
Hey,
like
hey.
the.
That's the one I made up. I made up pervert and then space AIDS and herpes and syphilis and moon herpes and Mars herpes and
Yeah.
I forgot, but maybe I remember later. Spake gave it to me. He gave me that role. Some
You
funny
do
role.
know how you get the space herpes, don't you?
I'm not sure. Let me see.
So when you go to the International Fake Station, they lower you down into the pool, and you get into the fake station, right?
Right.
There's actually a tunnel that takes you to the neighboring gay bathhouse next door. So that's how they get the space herpes.
Okay. Man, I can't believe I don't remember that name, but that's what Spake told me. He went to the doctor, and the doctor told him that's what he has. There's some type of sickness, and he has that word globalist or something like that in it, right? And it's some type of sickness. That's what he has. Um, but it sounds funny. I just forgot all about it because I don't have that role anymore.
Yeah.
He gave me that role.
Yeah, that's usually like some kind of abscess from an infection. They call them like globules. Some
Stachybostrys. Like, you don't want to get Stachybostrys.
Yeah, I probably don't.
Have you had a globortion? Mine was
A
painful.
globortion.
Yeah, that's what Jose used to say, or that one dude. Have you had? We're going to give them a globortion. I'm like, what the fuck? He's gonna rip the globe
Hello
out of
there,
him.
Krothkin. Welcome aboard, Krothkin, or Krothkin, or however you say that.
Howdy.
Hey, what's the good word for the day?
I didn't know I could try my favorite question again, see what you think of it. Or not.
Well, first, what? But first, before you get to that, what's the good word for the day?
It's a box of chocolate cream-filled donuts.
Hey, there you go. That sounds like a good word. Yeah. What's your question, my friend?
Value would they get from putting the globe Earth model out there? What value do they get from putting the globe Earth model out there?
So let me ask you a question. That's kind of a interesting first question to come into a room and ask. What is it about that specific question?
It's a question that helps me gather individuals' ideologies to find out how they believe the world works.
So knowing about our ideologies, of would that would that then actually tell you that the Earth is flat or globe?
Tells me how you personally get there. What happens in the world that lets me understand how you personally get to why the world is flat instead of round. And
So that's your real question. So in other words, that's your real question. What you're hoping to understand is why we've come to that conclusion.
You keep adding the we into it. I like talking to the individuals. So
well, you're in a group. You're in a group chat. So this works as a group chat. It's not an individual chat.
Yeah, but I've got the other two people's answers. So you're the new person, for me at least. So
for
now
you at least.
Your answer.
So what you're wanting to know is what is it that makes me think the Earth is flat?
Specifically from a worldview angle, but yes. Like how
What do you mean by specifically from a worldview angle?
What society has done to put out the idea that the world is round instead of flat?
I don't know and don't care, frankly. I have no interest in why people do things. So I'm not really sure how to get you an answer that you really are looking for there, because I frankly have zero interest in why somebody does anything that they do. It's none of my business, none of my concern. I don't care. So I'm not sure that you and I will have a productive conversation on that topic specifically. Kimbo, what was your answer to that question?
Oh, he told me money doesn't exist. Oh no, he told me everyone is a figment of my imagination.
Well, do you think that's true?
I mean, like, what do people get for doing what they do, right?
I mean,
that's another, and that's another word of saying, like, oh, like, what would they gain from lying to us, right? In a sense, like, well, they got people to believe in we on a spinning ball, of course, right? And most people believe in it, right? But instead of trying to find out, like, what would they gain, why would they lie, stuff like that, why don't we look at the evidence that we have, right? Because they tell us that the Earth is curving, right? They should be drop over distant. Water is curving away from you 8 inches per mile square, right? We should look at these evidence, right? Just to see. But we don't see that.
And Kimbo, why would we care what somebody's motivation is? That's what I'm trying to understand here is why would I care?
Yeah, we don't care. Yep.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. Motivations, worldviews, none of that changes. None of that. So, don't know, friend. But I'm going to sign off on that conversation there because I don't have anything useful to tell you. Did you have any other questions or?
We can go at the same question from the opposite direction, or I can tell you my understanding of the flat Earth worldview, and y'all can tell me if I've got the right impression of it.
Yeah, we're not here to talk about worldviews, and we're not here to talk about. We're here to talk about facts, and we're here to talk about observations and things of that nature. We're not here to talk about worldviews and hypothesizing why.
Idiocracies. Yeah, we're not here to talk about idiocracies.
Yeah, so please pick a relevant on-topic point, my friend.
It's all on topic. It's just no one wants to engage with it, and that's okay.
No,
If
that's
someone
not the
wants to
topic of.
engage,
That's not.
you don't
You
have
can
to want to talk
probably,
about the
if
flat
you
Earth.
want to talk about
It's
that topic.
okay.
Okay, my friend, if you want to talk about that topic, you probably want to go to a server such as Earth Awakenings. There's a lot of people over there who will, where that's more of a germane topic for that server. That's
Yeah, they'll
not a
talk about
topic for this
anything.
server.
Yeah, we really don't know why Jeffrey Dahmer's a psychotic goofball. We don't really care.
Yeah, you're not. This isn't the caring server. The Earth Awakenings is more of your caring server. They'll entertain you on the topic, and they may have some really good things for you to consider. Just that's not here.
Are you a flat earther or a glober yourself? Karen.
I mean, bro. I mean, what does he sound like?
Shit, I don't know. He's asking us about like idiosyncratism or idiocracies or just, the ideal of a nature of something. Like that's like I don't know. I don't know.
I'm just asking you guys to look at it from a different angle, and you're not interested, and that's okay. We don't have to talk about flat Earth. I'm
Yeah,
okay with
that's
that.
not the. That's not the topic. Okay, there he goes. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
you know,
He
it's
came.
funny how globies want to hijack, like they think that they can hijack. I mean, like, where does that conversation lead to anyway?
They, most of the time they want to tell us about us when they don't even know their own. Get it? And that's the reason why they come up with these stupid ass questions.
Your worldview.
Nonsense.
How does the news
Worldview.
feel? How does Channel 20 feel about Channel 55?
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, what I want to know is did your shaman not hold up his magical hand and wave it the same number of times as my shaman did? But alrighty, hint. I will be back here just shortly. I am now that I'm home from the farmer's market and the meat locker. Mama has breakfast ready, and then I got to mow the yard and such. So I'll be back on here in a few hours. So I appreciate the chat as always, gents, and have a good morning.
You too, brother. Y'all, you take care. Yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to get the room, like just going. People come in and out here and there, just a little bit.
Well,
Like all I need to do is get the room started, and then I'm gonna go rest.
yeah, just gotta have some invites. Gotta have a invite bot, a chat GBT inviter.
Let's see.
You need to have a female and male bot that just goes everywhere. Hey man, come on over to this room. It's cool as fuck. Hey guys, check out this room. It'll be awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody, inviting me to their server and stuff too, but no. No, to join the server, to be part of the whatever. My brother from another mother.
Yeah, I don't know. He just wanted to know how you feel. How do you feel
Yeah.
about how you feel?
Yeah, I talked to that dude maybe a couple of days ago. It's pointless. They want to tell us about us, and when they don't even know their own model. Or
Yeah.
it's
Why
funny,
didn't
man.
he just come in and tell us what the fuck his point of view is?
Yeah.
Because motherfuckers
Pretty
try to
sad.
come in. They try to come in and get recordings or some shit, probably
Yeah.
sound bites.
They always do that bullshit.
They'll turn their sound bites down if I get on there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm freaking tired already. Just trying to get some rest before work and shit. Just rest for a couple hours. Yeah, I was.
I'm going right
If
now.
yeah, if this was like yesterday, yeah, it would have been a different story. But now, like, I'm not gonna entertain that dude. He came here before already, and he still act the same. But at least today, he control himself a little bit better, right? Oh, maybe because we muted him too last time. Um, he didn't go crazy, so yeah. Earth Awakening is a little tough. That's why I don't go over there anymore. Yeah. I used to go there every now and then just to hear people and stuff. Um, but now, like,
You can
it's
get in
okay.
there and talk about the goofiest, dumbest gay shit for fucking hours, and they'll entertain. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, the Globies have like, they got all kinds of rights over there, right? With interrupting or being disrespectful, and yeah, it's hard to mute them. Over here it's different. This is our house, right? It's our home. We can do, we go with the flow, and they got to play by our rules. So if they don't listen, they don't act right, then they're gonna get shut down, muted. Other places, oh, it's tough.
They mute me quick as fuck over there.
Yeah. Hey, you remember that dude the other night, uh, Giginard or whatever the hell his name was?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, he was looking for you, and I mean, yeah, you make sense to him that night. Like, you explained to him, like, look, I'm telling you, I guess you kind of make him feel stupid a bunch of time. So he had a second thought about his position. So that's why he came looking for you, and he want you to explain to him, only you. Because
Damn.
I try to explain to him, Root try to explain to him, a couple other people try to explain to him. He didn't want to get it. Um, but when you explain to him, it's a whole different story. And the reason why I talk to him like that is because every time he comes in here, he can get very nasty, very ugly, very disrespectful, right? Call us all kind of names, right? But I think you made him feel stupid um, a bunch of time, and I guess his attitude changed a little bit, or whatever you said to him.
Right.
Yeah. You remember that night? Four of them
Yeah.
was going at it with you. Four of them.
Yeah.
That one night, four of them. and he was one of them guy. Remember the audio chaotic that night? Yeah, he was
Right.
one of them too. Yep.
Right, but they heard what I was saying though.
Yeah.
It sunk in. All they got to do is let it sink in. When it sinks in, if they listen, man, if they don't come back and say something or be like truthful or like have a different attitude with me the next time I speak with them, they ain't right. They ain't right.
Yeah. Yeah, the side view get him too.
The vertical thing. If you're high noon under the sun and the sun's right above your head, how the hell's it above your head coming down? If it's got to go that way and around, and or you know, what I mean, you're falling away from it. And it's going in an orbit that like it's not. I don't know, man. All we
Yeah.
see is it go that way or come this way. We don't see it. We don't see it directly in any point of our view, like directly close and local. Drop vertically down. We always have to wait for it to go that way for fucking how many ever miles or hours, and then be like, oh, I think it's dropping down. That's not reality.
Yeah.
I don't
I don't
know.
know how.
I just have a different way of saying certain shit. Like you guys have your way, the way you learn, or the way you think about it, the way you explain it. I have my way, and then sometimes we have the same way. There's kind of only one way to explain stuff. Sometimes, like heat some water up to get it going. Like like that's the only. We'd all say the same thing: heat the fucking water up.
Right. Yep. I mean, yeah, everybody get their own style, their own way of explain things, And you have your way, and some people get you, some people don't get you. Some people get me, some people don't get me. So, um, yeah, everybody unique in their own way. So, and some globies that come, well, not some, a lot of them come in here. They have this special need of, they have this special need or special way of asking question.
Right, or trying to portray the answer in a
Right.
weird way, to where it's like crazily ambiguous about who knows what. It doesn't. I mean, it's not ambiguous to anything. It's like fucking. It could be everything.
Right. Damn, what time is it? Hey, so you were in politics last night, bro?
Yeah, we didn't say much. Lou had it.
Yeah, I popped in and I listened for a little while, and then I had to go do stuff, so I deafened myself. But it was a lot of people last night. For a while, yeah, you guys had a shitload of people in there. I saw you were in there too. We got NDOs in there that were talking about some, I don't know, like the GPS or
Yeah, they always try to go back to shit.
yeah,
Like it hasn't been covered every single day. Yeah.
and yeah, that dude Bacon, yeah, I heard him trying to
Yeah,
argue with
fucking bacon all the time. He won't draw the same pictures that I want him to. Neither will Ruiz, neither will McToon, neither will FTFE. Every time I tell them to get their thing out and draw the picture or to go over my videos live with everybody, the actual fucking video that's the one that shows what I'm talking about, it's like, oh no, we already played it and talked about it. I was like, played and talked about it to who, yourself secretly? How the fuck does that tell the audience anything? I was like, how does
yeah,
this thing make sense? But dude, they won't even literally They'll be doing all this shit, and I say, get a ball in your hand. Now get another little object, and they won't do it because they know the absurdity of their fucking retarded claims that you wouldn't have to tilt or drop your nose or anything. All the shit they say is stupid. I tell them to
Yeah.
get a little helicopter and show me how it's got to land. Show me how and where it's going to land at.
Yep. That dude bacon turned into pork. Yeah. I think sometime. Well, I think sometime it's like it's kind of waste of time talking to them. They go around in a circle for hours. And the crazy thing is when they talk to Indio just he's on another level. One of the OGs right there. Elijah was into it too for a little while. Because usually I don't see Elijah, especially around that time. But last night, he was there. Damn, I'm getting tired. But I'm trying to get the room going, if more people join or whatever, so I can just get some rest. What time you got to go to work, Demark?
Yeah, they don't understand that they cut the ball in half to get a tangent, or they go off the ball to get a tangent. Their fucking feet are the tangent to a ball. Their feet, their shoes, the tips of their fucking feet. That's where the horizon's at. They didn't know that. Everything converges together. The horizon and the curve is at the tips of their feet. That's where the earth drops and curves away, right under their feet. Every fucking nano dot, every micromillimeter. Yeah, every micromillimeter. Every fucking half a millimeter or 1/4 of a millimeter. And how can they not find a fucking curve and stand on it when in your hill you got a 6-inch hill, 5-inch hill, 4-inch hill in your backyard? Like if you had hills in your backyard up and down, like you got a ditch, a little ditch, then a hill, then a sand hill, then another hill, then another hill. Then you got a guy driving motorcycles over another dirt hill. Like what the fuck are they talking about? They can't stand on a hill with water. That's retarded. I'm sorry to use that word, but it's just that's just stupid to say that. I mean, literally, brother, if I had 27 hills in my backyard, they'd be like, we can't find one. The earth's too big. I'd be like, just find me an 8-inch hill. And they'd be like, we can't. The earth's too big. Do you understand this? Just imagine the dude in your backyard, the surveyor, the landscaper, crying because they can't tell you where the 8-inch drop is in your backyard because the
Right.
earth's too big. Are you fucking kidding me? Is that what they do? No. They go measure it and say, it's right there. We squared it and circled it off.
I just love it when they start, telling us, "Oh, just imagine this. Just imagine that." Oh my god. Sometimes it's too much, man. It's like their their worldview is based on imagination. Sad.
Why imagine reality? Why show us all this fake
Exactly.
stuff if reality's there? What the fuck? You're wasting your money. Why pay for green screen when real stuff's just sitting there to be filmed? You're wasting a lot of time.
Exactly. Yep. Well, anyhow, today it's a Saturday morning here. A lot of people probably, hung over from last night. What's up, bro? Good morning.
All
Or
of that.
not?
Come on, little sissies.
Yeah, if you don't hear me, man, like that mean I'm asleep. Take a nap real quick and
Oh, you're good. I'm at work anyway. Shit,
yeah.
I think there's like 5 or 6 people over in the other now.
Wait, what did you say? 5, 6 people? What?
In the other channel.
Yeah, I just checked it earlier too, and I thought like, wow, the traffic's a little light. I mean, um,
Because
well,
it's quiet.
because Saturday morning too. That's why.
I think a lot of Globers say, or a lot of flat earthers sometimes go crazy with the, like, Greg. I don't think a lot of people understand what the fuck he's talking about. It makes me laugh. I like him, but he's funny. He's funny as
Gregory,
shit. Yeah, he is funny as hell,
damn, he
dude.
got some big ass vocabularies, man.
That
It's just
motherfucker, he is funnier than
holy
shit. He
shit.
talks like, listen, I got buddies who used to talk like that all the time. He is funnier than shit to me.
But we gotta give it to him too. Like shit, like he be able to use these words and put them together.
Oh, there's some Globers that have come in here and match him with that ignorant shit too.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, yeah. They'll have like
uh,
15 different words that you like literally got to go look up. Like, what the? I've never in my life ever even heard that. Never even heard that word before. It's like, how the fuck did you come up with a place and time to use that word? And where did you get that word? Why are we looking for words that are like from the 1800s and shit that no one's ever used for 5, 10 years, 20, 30, 100 years? It's to, and then try to
uh,
bring them back. Come on, man.
yeah. I think I had learned some stuff from him, like certain words. I don't remember that the time, but I think I learned some of the words from him. Like I actually look it up because I heard it pretty often. I look it up, but I forgot what it was. Man, I'm getting old, or maybe I'm just tired. But pretty interesting.
You know how Data talked of Star Wars, like Data, like Spock?
Ah, I don't watch
That's how he
Star Wars,
talks.
bro.
No, you don't have to watch it. I'm just saying if you've ever known or heard him talk.
Yeah. No, I don't know that character, but I'm gonna check it out. What's the name?
Gregory.
No,
It's
the
him.
dude from
I mean,
the
I'm saying he talks like them characters really, so it's funny. Like, I'm just saying, when I grew up, like certain TV characters, they got a robot one and whatever, and they talk really succinct, like Gregory.
yeah, but what's that character name though?
Oh, Data.
Data. Okay.
Yeah. It's a robot on Star Wars that tells them all the information when they don't know something. They're like, Data, come here, analyze this, or whatever. And he's like, it's approximately 4.95 billion years set apart from the assumption of the calculated version of the rated consumption. Yeah, you know what I mean? He just got
Yeah.
better, different. It's a computer talking, so it's got like Chat GPT vocabulary mixed in with regular. Like Gregory. Yeah, it's funny. Super funny, dude.
Yep.
I'd say Gregory is the whitest kid I know, but he's not. He's just not.
Funny. Yo, bro, we got this kid in the chat, and but be careful with these guys, man. When they post some links in the chat or send you direct message. Remember that one dude, the water pickles. I don't know if he sent you links or not that day, and I messaged you
I
like,
don't.
be careful.
I don't get no links from nobody. My shit blocks people.
Yeah, it blocks so bad you never respond to my messages. I'm like, I was telling people, I'm like, hey man, if you ever text the mock and you already add him as a friend, yeah, good luck if he ever gonna reply back to you. Yeah, I got a bunch of citation that I gotta read. AJ sent them to me. Like I gotta read them. Maybe after I get off work, and I'm gonna start looking at them. He also sent me the debate editing too, because some of the recording was recorded and some of it got cut off, and so I guess he got one of his son edit that stuff. He just sent it to me too. I'm probably gonna have to check it out like after I get off work. Yeah, I wish I was here for that debate, but I heard the guy he didn't say anything, right? He just was just barking and ran his mouth with insults, and he was drunk too. Gavin, there you go. That's his name. Oh, the mock. You want me to send you the citation too, or no? Want to take a look at them? I got like a list of citation.
Oh shit, no. I can't even fucking read that little shit, brother. It'd be pointless. I can't. The stuff on my phone, I can barely even read it, man. I can read our names and everything like that, but like if it's smaller than that, I can't read it. And
Okay.
half the time, my phone won't let me check shit. I got an old piece of shit broke phone. It's like a piece of shit. Trust me. And every time I tap something, it says verify this password. This. It's fucking retarded because it's not really my phone. It's my daughter. She gave it to me, her old phone. She just had it set up to where, because when all the scamming shit was going on, she just had it set up to where she had to like okay everything, and it's just crazy. I didn't set it up like that. Usually, your phone will just accept what you tap, and then ask you, are you sure? Confirm maybe. But this motherfucker wants password, fucking some shit. I don't even fucking know. Pin word, pin note, something. I don't know. It's crazy. But yeah, the small writing, man, I can't read it.
Probably need some glasses.
Ever since I hit it, I got glasses. They don't work. They're not. Man, I'm gonna tell you what. The eye doctor I think was retarded. He's fucking retarded, dude.
Stupid.
This motherfucker, he gave me a pair of glasses, dude. I put them on, they make my vision worse, brother. I can see better without them. I take them off, I can read the shit. I put them on, I can't read shit. How's that work? And my wife said the same thing. She said, I think there's something wrong with that eye doctor. I think he's losing it. That motherfucker looks like somebody we debated it for. I debated it for about the globe. That's what got me nervous. I'm like, holy shit, I probably debated this eye doctor before. I probably cussed him out. Fuck. That's no
He
good.
remember your voice, so he fucked up.
That
Like he
motherfucker.
gave you some fucked up glasses, so you can't
Dude,
see.
he said I had super perfect vision in my right eye and really good vision in my left, but my left eye don't want to focus good because my right eye is so good. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? How does that make sense?
You got that cock eyes.
I got Superman vision in one eye, and then fucking one eye is regular but don't want to work. It's like I don't want to right now because your right eye is doing good. Like, what the fuck are you talking? I got a stubborn eye. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
He said you're a cyborg. Your right eye works so good. Being a two-eyed, one-eyed person.
Yeah. Bro, my eyes, well, my eye was bad, like, since, like, shit, like, before COVID. But when I drove from Florida to Texas, I didn't have no glasses either, bro. I drove for like 8 hours straight, and then I got scared because I couldn't see anymore. It was dark. I think it's between Alabama to Mississippi, or what's the other one? Louisiana. Yeah, I was scared, bro. I had to pull into the rest area. In Alabama, it's on another level, bro. I stopped by the I got off the exit I-10, off the I-10, and there's a bunch of motels, and I thought stuff was about to get real. I felt like people that come around there, since there's a bunch of motels, right? And it was quiet, bro. Went to the office, like they got a little office right there, and it looks nice from outside. Looks huge, right? Got the key, paid for it, went to the room, and I start to unload my stuff. And next thing you know, I look around like, damn, the AC was broken, right? Was busted. The ceiling on top busted. I checked the phone's not working. The door is not shut all the way. Even you use the latch, right? And I just pulled the door and it's still open. Next thing you know, somebody walking in front of my room. Oh man, and it was all quiet. And they happened to walk in front of my room. I told my wife, yo, let's go. Shit about to go down. I grabbed my stuff. Uh, I was shaking too because I thought something about to happen. But I was ready. So went back to the office, got the money, and got a refund. Tell them like, yo, there's nothing working in there. The door's not even shut. Could have got robbed. Took off. So I slept. I drove for like maybe another 30, 45 minutes, and then there's a rest area, and then I just knocked out in the car. Just scary, man.
Yeah, at least in a rest
Alabama.
area, there's like a whole bunch of people always pulling in and out, and families and shit like that. Like it's not usually, you know what I mean? Every once in a while, somebody gonna pull into the rest area.
Yeah, but it was not it was not sketchy as the motel.
That's super sketchy at that motherfucker.
Well, at least to me at that time, because bro, that motel I was talking about. No, there's a bunch of freaking motels at that place, and there's a bunch of them. We picked that one instead. They charge us like I think like 140, right? It was not even all that. We kind of need a place to stay, but I, got my money back because I thought something was gonna go down, bro. I was ready to go too, but I'm like, damn, I can't stay here. Somebody just walking in front of my room. We just drove around um the motel like after we get the keys and pay for it and everything. Was nobody, right? As soon as I parked my car, grab some of the stuff, and my protection or whatever, into the room and looking around, nothing is working. The door's not even shut. The latch is not even locked. Like when you put the latch on and you just pull it and open. And I was like, nope. I felt like the lady working the counter is trying to set people up, and that's one of her people. And this is not the first time that people actually got robbed in that hotel at nighttime. Well, I had to go with my instinct. As soon as I saw somebody walking in front of my room, I was like, nope, that's it. But thank God, man, nothing happened. Follow your instinct, get the hell out of there.
Yeah, always follow your instinct. That one day I went to my daughter's house, a car pulled up real fast with their lights on, and they shut them off real quick, like down the block. And that's when my car got taken. When I went inside, I was like, I just felt weird. You know what I mean? But my weird feeling was right. Fucking right. 100%.
Well, you should tell the Globies to do that. Follow your instinct. Follow your senses.
Yeah, 100%. Why not?
You should tell them Globies to do that, brother. Well, their instinct is that the Earth is moving. The Earth is spinning 1,000 miles around the equator, and it's tilted at the same time. And then it wobble, and then it's chasing the sun. uh, the sun is moving in one direction, also rotating. Oh, did you know that? Did you know that on the globe model, right? Now, well, I didn't really know about this till Boxop talked about it. I think the sun is also rotating. If
Earth is
I remember
rotating around the
correctly.
sun, and the
I'm sorry, bro?
sun is rotating around the galaxy.
Okay.
Yeah, but do you believe in flat Earth?
No, we don't. We don't believe in anything, right?
Yeah, but
We just don't believe that the Earth is a spinning ball.
why?
And you believe that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Yeah.
I mean, so let me ask you, right? Let me ask you. So
If Earth stops spinning, we'd all go off we'd all start flying to space.
well, then, if you believe that the Earth is spinning, then you're gonna have to prove that the Earth is in motion. So how are you gonna prove the Earth in motion?
Because every single year, like continents flow further apart every single year.
No. How do you prove the Earth is moving and not anything else, brother?
Why would anything else be moving if the Earth itself isn't moving?
Well, your uncomprehensible skills aren't really, good, right? It doesn't matter why, right? What we need to know is which one is moving: the stars, the sun, or the Earth. Which one?
Is the Earth moving around the sun, or the sun is moving around the galaxy?
Stars move too, brother. Stars and the sun and moon. There's a
Yeah.
moon, a sun, stars, and an Earth. Which
So you
one's
believe
not moving?
Earth doesn't move, stays still?
Do you
No,
feel
I
that the
know for
Earth
a
moving
fact
beside the
Earth's not
earthquake?
moving. I
No.
know for a fact Earth's not moving. You believe.
Yeah, you have a belief.
You can't measure Earth moving. So that's a belief for you, young man. Okay? You're the one that believes it. You don't have any. How did you prove Earth was moving and not something else?
Go to the wait. I just googled this. Go to a wide open space. that's devoid of high-rise buildings or a tall tree, and stare at the sun. You will see it rise up from one direction and set in the opposite direction
So we're
again and
looking at
again every
moving
single
stuff.
day. If you
Oh,
do
hold on,
this
you're
for long enough,
confusing me.
you might begin to
We're
realize that the Earth is
looking
spinning.
hold on, brother. We're looking at moving stuff in the sky to prove that Earth is moving.
Circular
Now it's moving
logic,
from a
man.
different side.
So
How do you
hold
explain
on,
night
brother.
and
We're
day?
looking at moving
What?
stuff in the sky
But why
to
would it
prove that
be? Why
Earth
would
is
it
moving.
be? Why would it be
So
day
when we're
in
looking
one
at
area
moving
and
stuff
night in
in the
another
sky,
area? Explain
when
that.
we're looking at moving stuff in the sky, it would appear to me Earth's sitting still, brother. Good
But
observation.
if the Earth spins, why do certain countries become night and certain countries become day? Explain that. If the Earth
When you
isn't
see
moving,
a car drive past you and you're standing still, do you think you're moving or the car?
both.
What did he say?
You don't feel Earth spinning because you and everything else, including Earth's oceans and atmosphere, are spinning along with Earth at the same constant speed. That's why you don't feel it moving.
Well, you just repeating the claim. You just
Yeah.
repeating the claim. Just
But why would
because
it
you
be
repeat the
night
claim,
and then day in another
that
area? That
doesn't
doesn't
make
make
it true,
sense.
bro. You just repeating the claim. We asking you to prove it, right? And you just
You
tell us the
prove it.
claim.
Why is it day in an area and night in another area? You prove
No,
that.
no, 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 no. Listen. Stop gish galloping. Jump from one topic to another topic. We asking you, how do you prove the Earth in motion, my friend?
How do you not prove? That's stupid. Yeah, I prove it because day and night changes. Like, go wait like another 12 hours in my country, it will become night. And then in another country currently, it is, let's say, night currently. And then it will switch because Earth is spinning and the sun is spinning and the moon is spinning. And when it becomes night, the moon goes in front of the sun, blocking the light. It doesn't take an idiot to know that.
It doesn't take what?
It doesn't take like 2 IQ to know that.
So you believe that the Earth is spinning, right?
Yeah.
And the sun is spinning, and
No,
the
the sun.
moon is spinning.
No, the sun, the moon, the sun. It's not spinning. Wait, let me. I actually don't know. It is.
Oh, Mr. Google Earther. Okay.
Yes, the sun does spin or
So
rotate.
so what when you hear the word um like the Earth being flat, right?
Yeah.
What do you see? Do you think it's a third flat rock from the sun? Do
But
you think it's a flat disk in outer space?
no,
Is
I
that
don't
what
think
you
so.
envision?
Every single other planet is round, and you can get it like as you can get like binoculars and like on a good day look at other planets.
But
So-
dude, you look, that's a circular logic. You looking at something in the sky, right? And
Yeah.
then you assume that Earth is a planet, that Earth in the sky. The sky is above us, but you think that the sky is below your feet.
Sky is in both. You can in different. If you go to like another area, the stars will be different than the other area on the other side of Earth.
My friend, my friend,
And
what's
you
the
can also
problem is this, sir? The problem is this, right? You trying to take the flat Earth, right, and put in the heliocentric model, because no flat earther would just all would agree with everything else, but nope, but the shape of the
but
Earth is flat. No
if
flat earther gonna tell you that, right? So the problem is that you take the flat Earth, put into heliocentric model, you think it's a flat third rock from the sun, you think that we are in outer space, right? Nobody's saying that, bro. If that's what you think, you already got beaten by the Google and YouTube algorithm on that part, because no flat earther would say that.
I'm not a flat earther, I just say
No, no,
that.
but I'm telling you, if that's
Yeah.
what you think, you just got beat by the Google algorithm,
What do
the
you mean?
mainstream narrative, the propaganda.
Why would Earth? Why? What would they gain by lying to you that Earth is spinning?
Look, you're just trying to find reason. We telling you to
You're trying
look
to
into
find.
the information. Look. You have to prove that the Earth. Oh, okay. If you believe in the ball, you have to prove that. You have to prove the curvature. Can you prove the curvature? Do you know the side of the Earth, right? The radius, the circumference, the drop over distance. Do you know any of these? And stop looking at some other place, man. Just look at the Earth, man. Like and experience the Earth, right? Do you experience any motion? Do you see any curvature? Instead of pointing to the sky, say, "Hey, we are in the sky."
Where
The
are we?
sky is always going to be above us, right?
Yeah, but if you go to like different countries, sky is different.
Of course, sky is going to be different, bro.
But that wouldn't happen if it's flat Earth or Earth isn't spinning.
That's the
Like
circular logic,
because
bro. Okay, just put it this way, right?
yeah.
If I'm
Wait,
standing, okay, just put it this way, right? If you standing, let me put this. Let me give you a good example. At least I'm trying to give you the good example. If you in a giant, go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay. Go ahead.
continue.
All right. So if you in a giant warehouse, right?
Yeah.
Um, if you in a giant warehouse and you stand on one side of the warehouse, and I'm standing on the other side of the warehouse, right?
Yeah.
And there's light that close to me. There's light. There's light. Let's say a light bulb or whatever, or a few of them that close to me, right?
Yeah.
And do you think that you would see the same this like do you think you would have the same view as I do, or a different view?
A different view, of course.
Exactly, there you go, right?
But if you
Because
see it,
of
like, let
course
me.
you look, of course you're gonna see this different set of star because you at a different angle, you at a different position. Do you
But
know
wait a
how
couple
much
hours, and the other country is gonna stop seeing the star, and you're gonna start seeing it.
I'm sorry, what?
If you, as Earth spins, like you're on this side of Earth looking at a star, then Earth will spin again, and the part that was night and the part that was day will spin and become night and start seeing that same star again on a different place, like because Earth spins. Let's say the warehouse spins.
Look,
Let's say the
you kept
warehouse that you're on
you kept
spins,
going,
and now you can
you
see the
kept
dark and they can't.
my
Now you
friend,
can see the light bulb.
my friend, you kept going back to the Earth spin, right? We went over this. If that's what you believe, then you still gonna have to prove the Earth in motion. You have not
I
given
did prove the Earth is
any.
motion.
No. Hold on. You have not given any proof the Earth in motion. You just give us reason, and that's not a good answer, man. That's a circular reason, my friend.
Look at Earth spinning. And let's say in my
No.
country it's
Look at
night.
Earth. Look at Earth spinning. Is the Earth spinning? Do you feel
You can look in a
any
satellite and
motion?
look at Earth spinning. Okay, go put
No.
your camera
Now
in the
you can't.
sky and look at Earth spinning.
Listen. Now you can't jump to satellite. We have not gone over the damn fucking Earth in motion. Now don't get scalloping, bro.
Earth
Don't
is
get
in motion. How?
scalloping.
Prove to me that Earth isn't in motion. You give proof.
Prove the Earth what?
Is in motion? Is not in motion.
Because you experience is motionless, my dude. The only time you feel
Yeah,
the
because
Earth moving
everything is
is when we
moving at
get.
the same speed. If you're
How do you know that? How do you know that?
because
Can you prove that?
Earth spinning, that like the speed doesn't change. We are all moving currently
No. In the globe model, the
in the
Earth
globe model.
speed up, the Earth slow down and speed up.
No, it spins in a constant pace.
So once again, right? You keep
Yeah,
repeating the claims. That's the claim, right? We
the claim.
asking you to provide any evidence, right?
Okay, go
That the
outside. Yeah,
Earth
I'm gonna
in
provide
motion.
evidence. I'm gonna provide evidence. Go to 2 different countries, and in this country it is night, and that country it is day. Look at the stars, and now you can see the stars. Wait till it's morning, and then you can't see the stars. And then go to the other country, and you can see the same star that you were seeing yesterday. Prove that. and they're on two different sides
No,
of the Earth.
because
Prove
the
that.
sky is moving. The sky above us is moving.
Then why would the
Yeah,
sky not hit us if
we
we're
can
still?
see, we can observe that the sky above us is rotating above us.
What is making Earth stay in its, not move and stay? Do you think Earth is spinning around the sun? Do you think that?
Stars work the same way airplanes do. Farther away airplane is, it looks like it's fucking sitting still. When it gets close, it looks like it's going, right?
Okay, well, why would they not hit
The
us?
slower, the further, the faster, the closer. Remember that. Do you
Yeah, but
understand that? The distance,
so you
same
think the
thing.
sun revolves around the Earth?
Big distance up close, little distance far away, right?
So you mean the sun spins around the Earth? That's what you mean?
Yeah, the sun's going around above the
Why would
top
the,
of it. Superconduction. Do you know what that is? Look
if you
up
study any
No,
like
just look up
physical theory,
superconduction. No, I'm not
look up
studying shit. You got to
superconduction.
study
No,
superconduction.
you gotta. Yeah, sure.
Hurry up. And the sun is that little puck riding along that disk.
Superconductivity is a set of physical properties
Yeah, yeah.
observed
That
in
little
certain
puck.
material where electrical resistance vanishes and magnetic
Super cold.
field. Yeah, I went inside.
Antarctica, super cold.
Super
Yeah.
cold.
Come on,
Yeah.
keep going. Space, super cold. That way, horizontally. Keep going. Keep reading. You got a superconductor that way, stooge. Super
Yeah, but
cold.
why would
Ain't no buts about it.
why would the
Superconductor.
sun spin
You're
around
surrounded.
Earth and not other
Listen,
planets?
you're surrounded by superconductor. Don't matter why. Matters how.
And the sun is the heaviest thing in the solar system, so why would it spin
Sun
around the
ain't
planet?
heavy. How is
The
gas
sun is
heavy?
heavy. The sun is
Weigh
way
helium.
heavier than
Weigh
any other
helium
planet.
container.
Jupiter,
Show me how
Jupiter
much
is gas.
helium the sun weighs.
Jupiter is gas.
The two hydrogens that make helium. Hurry up. Show me the hydrogen weight. Weigh some hydrogen for us, stupid.
No, hold on, the mock. He's gonna Google it. Let him Google, Mr. Google author.
Yeah.
You can't weigh helium without a container. You can't even go get 100% hydrogen or helium. That's what the sun's made out
Sun
of.
is the heaviest
Two
object in the
hydrogens
solar
make
system,
helium.
but mass
Read this. Read this.
depends
Two
on
hydrogens.
density and
You don't
volume
have
of the
one
object.
hydrogen.
A
You don't have
neutron
any of
star
that.
who's
You don't have any of that.
Yeah, go ahead, the mock. Yeah, I just muted him. He's like he can't even control himself, bro. Go ahead.
You got to have two
And after you're done,
hydrogens that make helium, and then that helium is supposed to, and the hydrogen is supposed to make the sun. That's supposed to be a ball of gas in a fucking vacuum. We don't have that, brother. Go ahead. He's good.
I'm back.
Yo,
what's up, bro?
what's up?
How you doing?
Not too bad, bro. Yourself?
You have to prove gas has weight without a container. So take the helium out of the balloon. We don't want no plastic. We want to weigh the helium being pulled down by gravity. We want to make the heat, the mass of hydrogen and helium. That's what the sun is, right? Hydrogen and helium, right? Let's weigh them.
Mass depends on density and volume.
Where do we get hydrogen? 100%. Where do we get that?
Hydrogen.
You go get hydrogen in a bucket. You yourself in nature.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
You don't know?
No.
The most abundant thing in the universe you can't go get a bucket of outside. It's supposed to be everywhere. How about some nitrogen? How about 100% nitrogen? You go get that?
No. The atmosphere isn't 100% hydrogen.
What's the atmosphere? What is it?
It's a bunch of gases.
A bunch of gas? What the hell does that mean?
It is.
So you don't know what the gases are?
Nitrogen, 21% oxygen, 78.
Who picks what they are?
What?
Who picks which gases are which? How do you prove? How do you show us which one's hydrogen or nitrogen or helium or R?
The periodic table.
Hello?
The
I'm waiting
periodic
for my
table.
hand at it. No, I'm not looking at a table. I'm looking at the invisible, colorless, odorless, tasteless gases.
Why is the sun
Why? No, we're
light?
talking about the invisible cloak you got on. Talking about it's a gas.
How do you know elements? That doesn't.
You don't. That's what I'm pointing out. You don't know. We're trying to find out how you know
Gases are
gases.
supposed to be invisible.
So how do you know which one's hydrogen? God damn you,
Because
dude.
You
Not because.
you can
Show
breathe
us.
in
Turn
oxygen.
your camera on. Turn your camera on and show us which one's hydrogen. How we know? We want to learn.
You can't know because
We don't
gas
want
is
no because.
invisible. So you're
We
saying
want 100%
hydrogen and nitrogen
hydrogen.
don't exist?
No, 100% hydrogen doesn't exist.
Huh?
Neither does 100% helium. Neither does 100% of anything you
Okay.
think you're talking about.
How does how do balloons fly then?
What is it?
If you don't
Very
put helium,
carefully.
yeah. If you put helium in
Very
a balloon,
carefully.
it flies. If you put
The way they do. You put potential in them. You put electrical continuity in them, and then they fly up. You put
not
negative.
all,
You
you
put
can
a
put some
negative
gas and
gas in
it will
there that's
explode.
inert and won't light,
Yet you
which
can
is
put
electrical.
like mustard gas and the balloon will explode.
No, helium doesn't explode.
Now you can put like mustard gas and make the balloon explode.
Brother, can you stay on topic? You were talking about the fucking sun having mass. How do you
Yeah.
prove a gas has mass, Goofy, without a container? Where you getting gas mass from?
Okay. Get an empty like
No container.
container.
No container.
Wind resistance. Wind resistance. Punch the air. Wind
So
resistance.
resistance is weight now.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes.
So if I smack you in the cheek and that's how much does that weigh? 100 smack pounds?
Maybe. Yeah.
So my smack weighs as much as me when I hit you?
Without
What are you
wind
talking about?
resistance, it will be way stronger. Gas has mass. Every element has mass.
So if somebody punches you in the eye, that's how much they weigh.
No? It's
They weigh
how
a black
strong they
eye.
are.
You can't weigh objects while they're moving. Did you know that, Goofy?
Yeah, because that's called velocity.
Go get a spinning ball, put a
Throw it.
scale on it, and we'll go over some experiments. And we'll see how a spinning ball with a scale on it works.
Yeah, and if you throw it to be heavier. Of course.
So you can't go get 100% gas and weigh it? No
Yeah, you
hydrogen
can.
anywhere?
You can go in a lab and like take nitrogen and just
Well, how
experiment
the
on it.
hell did you get a fucking sun if you can't get hydrogen? That's
You
the
can.
first thing you're
You
going to need,
can like
brother.
you can
100%
get
hydrogen.
hydrogen in a bucket.
You're going to need two 100% hydrogens. How do we get that? Two H's.
To purify other gases from it. You can like get
You got to
100%
go to the cartoon
oxygen.
store or the religious book to get two believing H's. You can't go touch them. We just got to believe.
You can like if you don't believe me, you can get from a bucket, get oxygen in a bucket, go experiment on like air from a bucket. And you will see that there is nitrogen, oxygen, and many other gases in our atmosphere and in the air we're breathing currently. What's your point? Why is nitrogen doesn't exist?
Every time I turn around, the Glober's got a new deity or religion. Gravity, hydrogens, heliums.
Man, I'm freaking too tired to talk to that mofo. But I'm gonna go now, bro. Well, I'll be in here, but I'm go now. I gotta get some rest for work. So, talk to you guys.
It's like the Ebenezer Scrooge story. They were visited by the ghost of gravity, and the ghost of hydrogen, and the ghost of mass, and time and space. We can call it gas, but the only action or attribute you're getting from it is electrical continuity or potential. That's it. That's all they get. It is abundant. It is in nature. The sun has so much mass. Particles make me laugh. A particle. put a big piece of metal on a plastic magnet with like plastic spring, plastic top, plastic bottom, right? And then put a magnet underneath it. Pull on the metal that's on the scale. It'll act like gravity, and you'll see what it do. Listen to the sound of that. A compactor sound. In a world where they thought the airplane was sitting still and they were moving. They thought they were going down the road while the car was sitting still. Son of a bitch. Oh my gosh. Holy moly.
Hello, guys. Hello. That's me. Saudi, man.
Hey, Kimbo, are you still here? I guess that's a no. I'll talk to you soon, my friend.
if you look at every celestial body that we can observe, and you observe the property of them being spherical, what do you think is
So
more
you're saying
likely?
every celestial
Hold on,
body is round, and you can observe that?
That's
Do you
not
know
what I'm
what I'm
saying.
begging? Do you know
You
what I'm
just
begging the
said it.
question? Do you know what I'm
That's
begging the
not
question?
what I'm saying.
Thank you. Do you know what a begging the question fallacy is?
I'm sorry?
Do you know what a begging the question fallacy is?
Yeah, I'm not begging the question. What I'm
You
doing is
are.
I'm making an inference, right? I'm
Wait,
making
can
an
I
You're,
try
inference. So
crypto real
you're
quick?
begging the question. You're begging
I
the
can't even
question.
finish what I'm saying.
Yeah, wait, hold on. So no left
I
turn.
was talking and you
Yeah.
talked over me, and now you're complaining about being talked over. So
No, I'm not talking over you. Right? It's just you're trying to pigeonhole me.
no, I'm just telling you that you're committing a begging the question fallacy.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I'm not. Listen, hold on. I'm
Dude, you
not
want to make an
assuming the
argument? There's
Earth.
no argument here, man. It's just
yeah,
that's it.
I'm trying to tell you
Okay.
that like I'm gonna put this as concise. I've already heard this argument before. So with no prior
I haven't
knowledge,
made an
you're
argument. You guys cut me off like 3 seconds
no, I
after I
know where
started
it's
talking.
going. All right, you can
You don't.
prove me wrong. Yeah, I do know where it's going. Okay, so you are assuming that you are one of those balls, but without the knowledge of that you were given, you wouldn't have known that. So like, you really
I'm
think that
not
if you're
assuming anything. I haven't assumed
you
anything. I haven't
are
made an.
you
I
are.
haven't made an argument. No, I
All right, so
haven't.
you're assuming that because ball and sky, we ball too. That doesn't make sense, bro.
That's not what I said. So you don't even want to hear what I
All
have
right,
to say.
so
That's
I'm
fine.
Go
sorry. I'll
ahead,
let you
man.
continue.
Let him go.
Okay, so again, you can. I mean, yeah, it's hard sometimes for me to talk on here because you guys get upset. But like, if you believe that we have a solar system, right, and if you believe that you can use a telescope to make observations about other celestial bodies in our solar system, and in fact, even other celestial bodies outside of our solar system, I would say that it's not a foregone conclusion that the Earth is a circle, right? What it is you're making a probabilistic assessment. So if I look at all these things, right, and they're all spheres, right, they're all circles that we can project in the three-dimensional space, right, and infer their spherical nature, right?
I see balls in the sky, therefore I live on a
Yeah,
ball.
he literally did
No,
what I
no,
told him
hold
he was
on.
going to
I know
do,
he
Hold
said
on.
except
he's
he
not going
wasn't
to do
going to
that,
do it.
right? This
Yeah,
wasn't
Hold
his
on.
argument,
come on,
right?
bro.
This is what you guys do. You cut everyone off before they can
I
No,
see
finish.
I
ball
already
in the
told you
sky,
I knew what you were
therefore
going
I
to do,
live
and
on
you
a
did it.
ball.
I already
So if
told
you
you were
see
going
all
to
these
do it.
things,
You did it.
can't you
You understand you're getting
make a
attacked by globers
probabilistic
and
inference?
flat earthers
What is
here,
most
right?
likely?
Like it's
What
not
do
just
you
the flat
think is the
earthers that are
most?
attacking you here, dude. There's globers attacking
That's
you
you
as
can.
well.
I don't care. I don't care. And
I
that's
know
not
you just want to be
what
heard
I'm
and you want to
saying. I'm
argue. I
saying
get it, dude. Fucking go to another
I
channel,
see
man.
ball
what
in
is
the
more
sky. I
likely?
see ball,
What is
therefore
more likely
ball.
that the Earth is an outlier? Is it more likely that the Earth is an
Dude, is there
outlier
life on all
in the
those
sense?
fucking celestial bodies?
So
What
the
does that
question is,
have to do with their shape?
how did you get to the point where you can assume that they're just like you? Like that's like saying there's more visible things in the sky that aren't planets than there are. So does that mean I should think that when it rains that we're a raindrop
No.
too? No, is
What
it?
of the observable bodies that have been
Yeah,
classified as
maybe we're a
planets, right? You
star. Who
understand
knows?
there's
Maybe we're a raindrop,
classes.
bro. Maybe we're a raindrop.
Yeah. That's a good faith argument, right, guys? Maybe we're a raindrop. That's clearly a
It's about as
scientifically
good
good
as
faith
yours, dude.
argument.
That's what he's
I'm the
pointing out.
asshole here, right? Clearly, I'm the bad faith asshole, not you guys.
It's not bad faith. It's just a stupid argument. I told you
Yeah,
where it
bro.
was going to go. You told me it wasn't going to go there, and then it went there. So like,
No, it's not what I didn't finish because once again your ADD is like taking to cut everyone off.
Yeah, first you have to get
absolutely,
past the
I
glober
agree.
if you want to tangle with the flat earthers.
Right. So if we observe every other planetary body in our solar system, is it more likely to expect that we are the outlier, or do you think it's more likely to expect that we share properties with these other planets, right,
Dummy,
which are the
you just
same
keep assuming
category
you're
of
one of
celestial
those
bodies?
lights. Just keep assuming. I
But
look
you're
up there, I'm one
assuming.
of those. I might be an outlier. I'm one of those.
So you think based on our observations of the shape of neighboring celestial bodies, you think it's
There you go
less
again.
likely that we are a sphere? Do you think it's less likely? Do you think it's less likely that we
When I look at
are
the
related
ground,
to those things in some
the
way?
ground looks like nothing in the
I'm going to try and
sky.
do this again. Yo, I'm going to try and do this again. Do you know what a begging the question fallacy is?
Yeah, I'm denying that this is a begging the question. If you make an inference based on probability, that's not begging the question. It's a I'm making a probabilistic claim. Right? Like you're too
No,
retarded to understand it.
Yeah, I get that you can insult me. Well done. That's really clever of you. But when you're
Right.
assuming
It's not a foregone conclusion.
I'm
It's a
still talking.
probabilistic
Guy,
inference.
still talking. Still talking. So, when you assume the truth of your conclusion in your statement, your
Which I'm
arguments,
not
and
doing.
yes, you
Which I'm
are.
not doing.
Yes,
I'm
you
not. I'm
are.
making a probabilistic inference. Do you know what
You are
probability is?
saying
It's not a
we are
conclusion.
like that. Therefore, we are one of those things. So what
I
you're
didn't say
saying,
therefore.
but
You
so
said therefore.
why would you give a shit what's in the sky then? If you're not comparing us to that. Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm making an inference based on probabilities, right? Based on observable data.
But there's no
Right?
probability.
You can
There's no probability to be assessed.
Yeah, so why can't you assume that we're a star as well? I mean, there's a lot of stars in the night sky. Why can't it be like, oh shit, look at all those? It's more probable than not that we're one of them.
okay, do you know what like certain properties of stars are? Like do you know what the
Do you?
do you think what do you think the surface temperature of like a average
Tell me,
star?
dude. Tell me.
I don't know. It's like
a couple
millions of degrees, right?
No, it's not.
100
Let's
degrees.
guess.
Well, let's all argue about something that we have no
Yeah.
fucking clue about, right?
Yeah,
Couple
50
thousand.
degrees.
Couple thousand
50
Kelvin,
degrees.
depending. I mean, a few thousand Kelvin.
I got a star on my
5,000,
backyard.
6,000
We
Kelvin.
can go test it.
Yeah, man.
I never knew circles could be so triggering to people, right?
Bro.
Now you see circles.
Yeah, now you see
Yeah, I see circles, dude. I look up and I see circles. Apparently,
Alright,
I'm
so
not
we're a
supposed to look
circle.
up.
Dude, you're delusional.
Is a
Don't look up,
circle?
guys.
Does the
Don't look
circle
up.
imply sphericity, or is it just a shape?
Well, in a two-dimensional plane, right? A circle, when extrapolated to a three-dimensional plane, would naturally take on sphere.
What? That's not true. It would just be as flat.
Not true.
Wouldn't that be a cylinder?
Doesn't make any sense.
Isn't that a cylinder?
No.
Just being infinitely thin circle, basically. You can't extrapolate something from 2D into 3D.
That's not true at all.
It absolutely is. Try it.
Where do you get the depth from?
Exactly. That's why it'd be
Well,
infinitely thin, because you don't have any depth in 2D, so you can't extrapolate into 3D. You're literally missing the properties of geometry in order to. You can go back. You can go from 3D to 2D. Can't go from 2D to 3D though.
Hey,
Yeah,
can I
but
ask
if
you
you
a
can,
question,
but if you can
Euclidean?
go,
Absolutely.
Have you ever heard of something called photogrammetry?
No.
Clearly not.
Photogrammetry is exactly the process of taking 2D imagery and converting it to 3D. Almost
That is
accurate to the millimeter.
You got to give it depth.
This is done by taking multiple 2D images. There's also something called neural radiance field processing.
Jesus
So
Christ.
you can use less imagery.
Okay, bro. Okay. So you have to take a photo of something from different angles, right?
No.
How are we going to do that with a star, for example?
You don't really take. You don't inherently need
Easy, it's
the angles
rotating.
to be different. What you need is multiple pictures to make it more accurate.
Yeah, it's almost
Essentially,
like you
the
need
computer is.
It's almost like you need to add depth to it, right? Like it doesn't make any sense. How could you take? So you couldn't be able to take a top-down image. So if I gave you a town and I gave you just a top-down image, and I said, "All right, tell me the heights of all the buildings. Make the heights accurate. Make the width, like all of the buildings accurate to what they would be in 3D. Extrapolate it into 3D from a 2D top-down image."
Right. You wouldn't do that. You would. So in drone photography, for example, if you use a drone to do photogrammetry,
Oh Jesus!
you take a top-down
Not what we're
picture.
doing,
You
dude,
move.
with the star, though, right?
If
Yeah, you
if
see
you
how they
wanted to
can't
do
let
it to a
anybody finish?
star,
What, you're going to take a drone and have it fucking go up into space, or what?
well, you don't need a.
Yeah,
I mean, you
someday.
technically could use a drone in space, but
You could use
you
a
usually
drone in
use
space.
a satellite and you would move it slightly. Take another picture.
So
I think it's
moving it
moving
to
all the
different
time.
angles, like trigonometry said. So you got to take different angles, or whoever said that. So you got to shoot from different
You
angles.
have to move the lens. You don't need a different. If you mean
You
like
gotta
the
move it, but it
orientation
doesn't.
of the
Fucking
lens to the
retarded.
object, yes, but you don't
Fucking
need to like
retarded,
circle the
dude.
object.
Yeah, so like you can do it, you can just make stuff, but you have to like move through 3D space to do it. But you don't have to use 3D stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Right. Does that make sense? You don't have to
No,
move
I was making fun of you by saying that sounds absurd. Yeah, you have to move through 3D space to do it, but you're not using
lens.
3D
You move
geometry.
the lens of the camera, not around the object. So you
All
don't
right.
need to
So like I said
circle the
before,
object.
use a single top-down image of a town, or as many as you want, as many top-down images of a town as possible, and transpose that into a 3D model of the town.
Right. They do that. It's called photogrammetry.
So we get a computer-generated image that you set the parameters for, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
You use photogrammetry to process an image.
Hey,
And
Jenna.
it creates
Jenna, do you have that GIF of the fake spheres?
Hey, brother.
There's a GIF
They
that
already,
Gavin has that shows this.
look, they already told you that it's not possible if all your information is 2D in the same plane. It requires differentiation in angle, dude.
So you can simply Google and read the first things that come up that talk about
That's a cool
photogrammetry.
story, dude. That's a cool story. That's a cool story, bro.
All right. It's not like I do it
Care
every
less.
day.
I could care less what Google says, dude.
Is this another one of these like Globers that don't know what they're talking about and has to go to Google when they can't explain something?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I personally use Web ODM and Pix4D to do that. But, like a pretty common thing that's done, especially if you're going to do any land surveying.
So let's take pictures of stars, dude. Show us. You got some?
Yeah, you could do a picture of a star if you want to. You
Make sure
can
they're
do any
2D
object.
pictures.
I'm gonna
Let's
Make
see.
sure you
Let's
take
see.
2D pictures, bro.
Let's see the picture of the star, man.
Star, and then you're gonna tell me all about it. You're gonna love this one.
Listen,
Just
man.
put a picture of a star up, dude. I want to see what you think it looks like.
Sure.
If he starts talking about stars and doesn't know what he's talking about, I'm gonna lose it.
Do you have a specific star in mind?
No, none.
Vega. I don't know.
I mean, what is Vega? Vega. That's quite a distance. Do you have something closer?
Come on.
You said it didn't matter a minute ago, right?
So what is your issue with imagery? I'm failing to understand. Why do you think that we can't produce a 3D representation from 2D imagery?
Yeah, why can't I produce 3D imagery from only 2D information? That doesn't make any sense, man. That's like if I gave you a drawing of a stick figure and I just did it like orthographically and there was no thickness and depth or anything, and I said, transpose this into an accurate model of the stick figure, and you said, oh,
you realize you exist in a 3-dimensional plane, right? You're acting as if somehow like the 3-dimensional shapes are like some foreign, like unheard of concept.
No left turns, dude. Fuck.
Yeah,
Let's be clear. The multiple 2-dimensional images that you get from an imaging device that takes 2-dimensional images, respective of their angle to the object, is the 3-dimensional information. You can't create 3-dimensional information accurately without 3-dimensional information. Right? You can't use 2-dimensional information alone, just as you were already told.
But we have 3-dimensional information, right? We have it.
Yeah, so you were saying with two-dimensional information alone, you can make stuff like that. So you're always using some element of three-dimensional.
Right. So you concede you need the secondary factor, which is the three-dimensional information. Without the three-dimensional information, you can't do anything. You concede.
Not
Kinda just
conceding
posted.
anything. We live in a three-dimensional universe.
Uh-huh. So which one of those balls on the 4 of those is a ball and not flat?
Sorry? Ball what ball?
The image at 51 minutes after the hour, which one's a sphere?
Yep, you only have two-dimensional information to work with. Which one of those is a sphere? In fact, no, wrong. I want you to tell me the shape of all four objects. Go ahead.
Have your computer generate it, man.
Listen, you're not saying nothing. You're going to answer the question or you're done speaking. Those are your options. Because we're tired of you trying to gaslight us that you can get three-dimensional information from a 2D image.
I'm sorry, are you talking to me? Who are you talking to?
He's crying.
I'm talking to whoever was asked to address the image put in the chat. Okay, you're going to address it. You're going to answer the task. The task is, what are the shapes of the objects? Go ahead.
But that's not what. That's not. You're trying to.
Okay, look, dude,
right? They're using
you have one option. You have one option. You have one option, dude.
They're using shading
Oh
and
my
gradients
goodness.
to create an optical illusion.
Who posted what they actually are without him answering first? Good grief, amateur hour.
So what is your point with this GIF image?
There is no point, right? It's just a bunch of like circle jerking, right? It's flat Earth circle jerking.
Couldn't answer
It's
even
like
with
masturbation.
even with the answer posted. He couldn't answer.
Somebody printed out a picture of a ball and put it on a table.
Yeah, so can you do photogrammetry for me for that to figure out which one's a sphere?
From this image?
Yeah.
You're assuming that like
Yes,
this is crazy. You guys are posting GIFs,
yeah, you're right. You're right, dude. It is crazy to think that you can look at one of those and accurately tell me what the shape is. Yeah, you're right. It is crazy.
You could if you were there at the table with those objects physically on the table.
So you need to go to the stars now.
Oh, so I need to
Obviously, the
move through
GIF
3D
is
space to tell if
using-
something's 2D or 3D or not. That's crazy. I would
It's
have
a
never.
GIF, dude. It's a GIF.
Yeah, it's almost like dimensional. It's almost like dimensional entropy works in one direction and not the other.
It's really weird. I know. I don't get it.
I know. Amazing.
It's almost like you can deny that we live in a 3D environment and that you can't use that to extrapolate about geometry.
Here we go
right?
again.
It's almost
Is this
like
your
you're being.
attempt at thinking that I don't think we live in a 3D world?
But it's like you're denying. You're denying that we can use that to infer anything about.
Dude, you were the protagonist. You were the protagonist in Flatlander, the book.
I'm
He
sorry.
just
I don't really
wants
know.
to
I don't
argue,
know.
man. He doesn't
I
know
don't know
what
Flat
about,
Earth
but he just
humor.
wants to argue.
I'm not familiar with flat Earth jokes. Sorry.
Oh, Flatland is an exercise in showing. Just real quick, Flatland is an exercise in showing dimensional entropy that subordinate dimensions don't have access to the information from higher dimensions. You must be in the higher dimension to get the lower information. It's the only
We
way
are
it
in the
works.
higher dimension. We are in the higher dimension, right? Are we?
You are.
Are we? We're not? We
Dude,
are? We're
no
not?
one ever said we're not, dude.
What are you claiming? That we are or that we're not?
No, dude, you claimed that 2D information alone can give you 3D information.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, okay.
No, I said we can extrapolate, right, based on your knowledge of our own three-dimensional environment, that a sphere, or sorry, that a circle, right, we can extrapolate that is a sphere, right? In the same way that I, use the example of the sun and the moon, right, where you see a circle, right? But you can extrapolate based on environmental knowledge that it is most likely not a circle and that it is a sphere. right? Because a circle is just a 2D projection of a sphere.
Well, that's fine, yeah, that's fine. But according to this quote unquote only a GIF, it demonstrates that similar information can be given by things that aren't spheres. For example, at least
Yes,
one
it
of them.
can be, right? But we can
Yeah.
we can eliminate certain possibilities, right? Based on
Based on what? Based on what? Yeah, based on what?
Based on observations.
Okay, so yeah, so why don't you tell me from your vantage point where you observed the other side of the moon to validate whether it's a sphere or not, seeing how the moon is tidally locked. Go ahead.
Did you ask that again? Sorry.
Yeah. So the moon represents one face to humanity ad infinitum throughout antiquity. So I would like you to tell me where your vantage point of the other side of the moon to validate it's a sphere came from. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about. We can use this. We can use the
Yeah,
sunlight, right? The
so I asked you where your vantage point of the other side of the moon to validate it's a sphere came from, seeing how the moon presents one face to humanity ad infinitum throughout antiquity. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so this is gonna. Are we gonna do like the moon landing denial? Is that what we're gonna do?
Oh, I want to do it. Can I do it?
God.
Are we gonna deny that we
me.
can send satellites into space and photograph the moon? Is that what we're denying?
Oh, he's talking about how do you get shape from just staring at something in the sky?
That's
That's
not
what
what
he's
I
asking.
said.
That's what he's saying, and that you're running away from. Obviously.
Well, yeah, but before we go on,
I'm not running away from.
the only real image of the alleged moon and Earth that shows the other side of the moon shows the moon
Here we go.
transiting the Earth, where the Earth maintains the same cloud forms and the moon doesn't rotate as if it was tidally locked, proving that it's a forgery. Okay, so where is this evidence, dude?
There is no evidence that I could provide that would ever change your mind, right? Like you guys are not like
No, you're wrong. You're
there's
wrong.
no criteria.
You're wrong.
Right?
You're
You
wrong.
guys don't
Listen,
you
friend.
don't believe in satellite imagery. You don't believe
Hey,
that we
listen.
have satellites.
Hey, dude. Stop trying to gaslight the audience. Okay, let's be clear here. I offered
You don't believe
Hey,
it.
no. Hey, dude. Wrong.
You didn't
I
offer
said
anything.
this.
Right? You're just being a
Listen,
fucking
dude.
edgy retard
Let's
on
be
the internet.
clear. Let's be clear, dude. Let's be clear. You're gonna stop ad homing me and gaslighting, or you're gonna lose your ability to speak in
I'm
this
not.
room. Those are your
I
options.
don't care, dude. I'm already done. I'm done. You guys are boring.
Yeah,
Really.
you are done. Your
Bye.
goose is cooked.
Bye, Felicia.
So what I said was to Homeboy was, where's the vantage point of the other side of the moon? He then said satellites. I said, okay, the only one that shows the moon and the earth shows the earth and the moon with a transit where the cloud formation stays the same on the earth, showing that it's not an actual temporal change adequate with the environment of the earth, and it doesn't show the moon rotating as it must do when it transits the earth because it's tidally locked. So therefore it can't possibly be an accurate representation of reality. That wasn't just nothing. I didn't just offer nothing. But as typical, globe zealotry fashion, he wants to gaslight everybody, but the main person he's attempting to gaslight is himself, as we all know.
Yeah, that was really bad.
Yes, I apologize to Globers for having such a flaccid attempt at globe defense from the previous guest.
Yeah, he probably thought I was a flat earther. I love that when baby globers come in here and I call them out on shit and they get angry at me and say I'm a flat earther and doesn't understand anything.
Hey, bro, it's a new hobby. It's a new hobby for Globers that are a little more adept to actually spend their time ridiculing globe earthers than flat earthers. So that's actually progression.
Yeah, it is pretty fun. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, homie was in here last night trying to do the same thing. Except his hair was more on fire last night with Crit. He had a problem with Crit, so it was focused on him.
They will have a problem with Crit.
Crit is an older man who knows what he's up to, knows what he's about, which gives off paternal archetype vibes. And a lot of these fragile globers have a really troubled past in associating with their father because their mothers disassociated their father from their developmental psyche, right? So essentially, they have daddy issues. And so when Crit comes in, like a dad, they get triggered and they want their mommy. Look, I'm not kidding you guys. Yeah, but remember, Crypto, when I told you that I'm writing a book about psychological impact of these worldviews and developmental, how they're all associated with developmental stages. You know, much like Freudian, what's it called? Anal retention theory. You know, so you have your anal retention psychological stage when you're young, and there are certain repercussions that if you're traumatized during that time. And for those of you people who don't know, babies have to learn to control their bowels. You know what I'm saying? Before they can be, out and about without a diaper. So basically, these guys can't control their bowels, and that's a metaphor for their emotions. And a large portion of that is that they don't have proper masculine, feminine pattern archetypes in their lives because their families are broken. Because modern society has taught everyone that the nuclear family is not the ultimate good for children. That it's actually better if your mom and dad go to work and you're raised by television. That's the most healthiest option in their view. And then we wonder why we end up with all these retards. But anyway, don't let me get too philosophical here. We're going to get off topic real quick.
Well, all the Marxists want the state to raise everybody's children so they can be indoctrinated from birth.
Yeah, you're right, brother. That's what the Nazis did, right? They said women can go to work 24 hours a day, so they had 24-hour jobs, and in compensation for that, they had 24-hour daycare. But the daycare was staffed by SS officers whose job it was to indoctrinate the children in favor of the state against their own families. So they grew up with allegiance to the state above and beyond their nuclear families. And hey, why wouldn't you be allegiant to the state? Think about it. If your parents abandoned you for commercialism, why would you be loyal to them? Think about it. Your parents betrayed you. Yeah. Heliocentrism and all the trappings of it when it comes to the religious philosophy of it and the creation story and all of those things, they are a religion that's intended to ingratiate you to the state, right? So it's the state religion, basically.
At 1 minute after the hour, why is this something that I see a lot of Globers ignoring or trying to they try to rationalize against it? Very irrational.
Oh, Jenna, I got a bone to pick with you.
Oh no. Was I drunk?
Yeah. No, when you post that GIF, you can't post the answers first.
because otherwise we can't challenge anybody to look at it and see if they can or can't do it if they already have the answers. Okay.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I'm just kind of like, here,
Also,
look at all of this.
yes. Also, in a side note, I just invented a 2-foot middle finger extender, so you can really stick it to them.
What?
Yeah, you just take a pipe. So what you do is you buy one of those fake fingers, then you take a pipe and you glue it on the end of the pipe, and then you paint the pipe pink, and then you put it on your middle finger.
That's kind of awesome.
Now, listen. I'm just using a little dad joke levity to make the Globers feel safe again, so that they'll be willing to speak. So now that we're in a safe space again and we're all buddies, all you Glovers in here, where's your Globe evidence? Go ahead, please.
I don't know. We got penne pasta in the chat.
That doesn't help
And
if they're not
then,
listening. Yeah, if they're not in
yeah,
a
let me
deep
get.
voice, I mean, you can yell all you want.
Let me see. Yeah,
Nobody's
no,
here.
no. I say he's in the chat,
What
in
are
the
you trying to
text chat. I know he's not in the VC.
say? So let's have a quick accountability session. So Crypto can be my accountability partner. Crypto.
Right.
All right, I have to confess on my accountability scale that so far in my book I have a working title and 2 sentences. I'm kind of behind. So the title is like set 37 words long. It's like I can't remember it off the top of my head without looking at it, but it's like the psychological stages of development and the impact of worldview rhetoric on children's views of the synergy between experiential reality of the flat earth versus indoctrinated stories about. You see where this is going? Like, this title is ridiculous.
Yep.
But I will say this, though. Yeah, so you know orthographic geometry that they always present their proofs in, right?
Right.
It's like it's you're taking your vantage point, pulling it out of your head and away from you, like you have a video game camera, in a rendered world that you can just put anywhere. Interestingly enough, children do something like that, where when they're young, they see the world as a flat earth. They operate in the world as a flat earth, and if you talk to them about the earth, they represent it as flat to you. But once parents and the education system start telling them it's a globe, they have to develop a method of reconciling their real world experience with the idea that the earth is a globe. And how they do it is they develop a disconnected perspective to where they're looking back at themselves from the outside view, like in a dream. And then they live in that orthographic geometry when they're talking about a globe, and they live in the flat earth when they're talking about reality. And eventually they have to synergize those 2 views into one coherent view to then say, okay, I quote unquote accept that the earth is a globe now. But that's a process that they have to go through.
Very interesting. So essentially,
Interestingly enough, go ahead.
They're rendering like 2 realities onto their consciousness, like 2 simultaneous realities. Like the one they experience and the one that they're told that they are experiencing.
Now, fast forward to globe earth rhetoric, right? And like I said, they'll use the orthographic geometry, and they'll use arguments like, well, of course the earth is experienced as flat locally. Of course it's flat as I'm moving around it. But on a grand scale, it's a globe, right? So they're still actually suffering from that duality. Now, usually the difference is, though, that they all experience the Earth in that flat experience, and they never experience the Earth in the globe experience. The globe experience is always conceptual. In other words, they must impute it upon their experience. It's not their first order present experience.
Yeah, it's pretty strange that the Earth is being practically used as flat, measured as flat, observed as flat.
Hey Clay, are you there?
Yes.
There was a guy that came in last night who does simulation flights like you do. I told him that there was a guy that I was telling him there's a guy in here that is on the flat Earth side that does that. So you guys probably would get along because he was training to be a pilot or something. But he uses a lot of sims, so he's kind of a geek, I guess you can call him.
What did he say?
We're talking about just like the practical use of like being able to talk about from a standpoint of a person training to be a pilot if they use the Earth as as if it was a globe, and he denied it all. And he denied it all. Nope, we don't. You know, a lot of Globers were in here. We're listening to him, but they were upset of what he was saying.
So he's already doing his basic training.
Yeah, I didn't put it. Well, he's using a lot of sims, so. But he said he's kind of a geek on it, so he knows. He was speaking of a bit of technical terms, I guess you could say.
Yeah, but is he already doing a CPL license?
I don't know. We didn't get too far into like where he's at, but he just said he's training.
Yeah, but notice this, guys. We just talked about the competing views, right? Where the Earth is flat on a small scale, and the idea that the Earth is a globe is negligible in their view. But then they're mad that pilots don't need to treat the Earth as a globe, when in their own view they think that the Earth is so big that practically you can use it as flat on a small scale. So even in their own view, they're critiquing themselves.
Yeah.
See, many pilots that I have talked to, for them it's like, I mean, they have a busy job, first of all, and they also have families and so forth. But if you ask them from their direct experience, almost every time they tell you they observe and practically use the Earth as being a stationary topographical plane, right? Even though sometimes they may it sounds like a joke or whatnot, but they're just saying the truth because this is the only thing they experience. They don't experience a spinning wobbling tilted space ball, right? But due to having a busy job, I guess many of them just don't really care either way, right? Some people just, you know, they don't care to like be on a Discord server and maybe you know after work go and watch some YouTube videos on. There might be some, but you get the point, right? Like they're fully aware that there's something wrong with what is being taught about the Earth, but you know it's just due to the circumstances of what they do, it really doesn't.
Fair point, but listen, as the public relations agent for the Flat Earth, we get an extra 5 points in the spike of attendance every time you say "in a void of darkness." So you actually didn't say your catchphrase correctly, so we're gonna have to dock your pay this month.
Oh, I get it. Man, this is insane, right? Like this burned into the anti-flat earthers. Like they probably hear this every time they wake up in the morning. They hear the German guy spinning wobbling tilted space while flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness. Imagine being in such a denial that you still try to defend the globe. Why you have this absurdity of a sentence in your mind that just points out the absurdity of what the globe actually is. This is why I actually came up with it, you know. I came up with it because it's so absurd that you need to keep on repeating it so it burns into their mind. At least they recognize that they're foolish, you know, that's all.
Yeah.
I mean, they themselves say it more than I do, right? You know the people who come in here and then they repeat it. They because they know it's hilarious. But the sad thing in it is they don't, they don't acknowledge and dismiss how hilarious it is. They actually defend
Well,
it.
let me tell you this. Yeah, let me tell you this, brother. The sentiment coming from it has a historical connotation to it. So the segue is to Carl Sagan, right?
Mm.
So Carl Sagan had all of these I don't know what they're called, not documentaries, but whatever, where he's talking about the cosmos, right? And he kind of hints that the Earth is in a giant sea of nothing, a giant sea of darkness, a giant sea of infinite whatever, and it's just a pale blue dot, insignificant in an insignificant corner of an insignificant galaxy in an insignificant universe, right? So
Yeah.
what that triggers viscerally is that their worldview, if it follows all of their materialistic assumptions, right, that they and their lives are meaningless. They are worthless. They have no value. They're pointless. Their hopes,
Yeah.
dreams, struggles, triumphs, whether they went to the gym every day or gave into temptation to be lazy, doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's pointless. It's useless. It's a waste of
What
time.
if you have a tummy ache and you can't go to the gym?
Well, either way, it's useless and a waste of time,
Because I have a
right?
tummy ache
Because
right now and I should be in the gym.
right, but listen, dude, in 1,000 years, the sun will consume the earth and
A
humanity will
thousand?
be
More.
lost.
I think it's more than that. I think
Well,
it's
who cares? Who
1,000.
cares? We could use any arbitrary number because the number itself is irrelevant against the scale of time. So the blip of humanity on the existence of the universe is but a speck, a worthless, insignificant speck. We're here for a moment, then we're gone. The universe was before us billions of years. The universe will be after us trillions of years. And we are worthless and nothing, right?
I don't think we're worthless. I think you have a worth. We have a worth. Whether you
Against the
classify
scale of the
it.
universe, dude.
Yeah,
I
Right.
Bill
So
guess.
your
Clinton.
intuition, right, friend, your intuition is that the materialistic assumptions are false. And I would agree with you. They are false.
I don't believe in materialism, like in general.
Yeah. Yeah. So then that view that you're worthless wouldn't apply to you, right?
Yeah.
I
But guys
find
like
you.
Carl Sagan, we were just talking about why Globers are so triggered by just pointing out
I'm
the
not
fact
triggered.
of how,
I'm not.
not you, dude.
I'm a glober,
Okay.
so I'm not triggered.
Look, listen, are you able to understand that we're not speaking
Let me
about you
tell you a
specifically?
story.
Okay, we're talking about the
You're
people it
taking me
applies
as
to.
spirit.
If the shoe fits, wear it, right? Okay, the ones who get triggered are the ones we're talking about. If you're not triggered by it, then you're not the one we're talking about, are you?
Thank
So
you.
so so stop making it about you,
Well, I'm not
right?
making it
Because it's
about
not
me.
about you.
Well, you
You
generalize
are
and
you
make it.
are making it about you, dude. Every time I say something, you caveat it to where you're an exclusion. I
Well,
could
no,
care
but
less about the
you say
exclusion.
globers. I'm a glober.
Okay, listen to the sentence. Globers that get triggered. Is that
Oh,
you?
Okay.
okay.
Yes or no?
I didn't get that part. Sorry about
Yeah,
that.
but
Well,
last
that's
night,
because you have too much of a self-focused, myopic view.
AI. Last night, this guy was actually in here, so I spoke to him directly. He didn't know if the Earth was a globe or not. That's his statement last night. I don't know why he just changed flip flop to him being a glober. Bill, what happened since last night, bro?
I don't know.
Well, last night you said you
I
were unsure. Remember?
Yeah,
Or you
I'm
forgot?
still unsure, but like I still don't think it applies to like.
Yeah, but you identified right now as a glober. Why? I'm curious.
I'm just trying to troll.
Ah,
Just trying to
well,
troll.
all right,
I'll keep it a
cool.
buck. I'm just trying to troll.
All right, cool enough.
Oh.
All right, man.
All right, see you guys. Love you.
See ya.
In the immortal words of a great philosopher, do or do not. There is no try.
Yeah, I found a really good image for the celestial sphere. I'm gonna post it in the text chat. It's been a hot topic. Check this one out. That's cool. And it came from this webpage. Okay.
A quick question, I'm curious, just because I've been working a lot, so I haven't been here much. But do the anti-flat earthers actually parrot the spinning, wobbling, tilted thing when I'm not in here?
Some do.
Yeah.
Not everybody.
Okay, that's
Some,
great.
yeah, some of
Thank
them,
you.
some of them play it. Some of them play it on repeat while they eat chocolate.
They're like, where's Clay? The guy who says the ever expanding, wobbling, tilting space ball, the ever expanding void of darkness. They're usually saying that. I say it to them too.
So
It triggers
funny.
them.
Yeah, man. I think that dude, that is just so funny. That is so triggering. It's in their mind, man. Like a virus. I mean, yeah.
Yes. Oh. But did you see the celestial sphere depiction that I put there with the little stick figure person? Perfect. Exactly the great example. And then I put the link to the website where you can get it from. Right underneath. It shows the star rotations and such. So, well, not show it, but I mean, the visual perspective anyway. But instead of putting the Earth at the center, it puts a person at the center, which is kind of like how it's depicted. You can think of it as the Earth in the center, or the observer.
But one more thesis I put to the table lately is I would say, and tell me I'm wrong if I'm wrong, that the capitalistic mechanism that is now in play wouldn't function if everybody would be like us, knowing that the Earth is not a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball, right? And also all the fear mongering and so forth.
I mean, there's a lot of agendas attached to it, but I don't think everything's attached to it. But a lot of stuff is. Got Daz in the house. What's up, Daz?
Yeah, but I mean, what do people do the most if they are full of fear, or if they have a void to fill, right? Like they need to create a void where is none, right? They need to tell you that you need all this crap because whatever, because advertisement. Would this work with people who are self-thinking, who don't have like a preacher in front of them or an authority that says yes or no, this is right, this is wrong? Just the system like this would be destroyed in a day that is currently
I
working
don't know. I don't know
if
about that, man.
if everybody would be up to what we know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, but this is
And
something also globals don't get.
well, let me just say that the ancient world used to operate in this way. They found other ways to think about, right? How to do things. So, I mean, you got to think about it. Like, this is not the end all be all. It is, however, a big issue. So, there's that, right?
Where maybe you're right. Maybe at the end of the day, it all comes down to the sin problem, right?
Yeah,
What is
exactly.
inherently.
You would say that'd probably
Yeah.
be the big issue. Like, if let's say the Earth as a paradigm wasn't a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, then what you'd probably have
Yeah.
is people talking about other dimensions. If they knew that the Earth was flat and
Right.
stationary, or some other paradigm where it would be something to think about that you couldn't perceive, stuff like that.
Like New Age stuff.
Oh, it'd just be a new thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think me and
That
AI
makes
talked about
sense.
it before.
Yeah, Clay. The pieces are already in place to take it that way.
Oh yeah,
Right.
you're gonna
Yeah,
upload
it's
your
a human
consciousness.
condition.
You're gonna upload your consciousness to a machine and live forever and whatever, whatever you can think of.
Well, a
All is
very
one is all.
well. If we all turn into Joe Bidens, then no, thank you. I'd rather be dead.
I don't know, man.
You
We
know,
just have
I
to.
think these people are like. I think some of these people we see on the show today are already tests of this false temple. You know, of like, I don't know, clones or however you want to call them, like weird copies of a past human that is no longer here.
Yeah, let me just address that no left turn just
Called
returned AI.
it's called golems, bro. Golems,
AI, your friend just returned. No left turn.
my
The guy
friend.
that just left. Yeah, you were speaking to. He left when he got triggered. He's back again. He's been doing it since last
Oh,
night, man. His hair was on fire last night, but he was against Crit, calling him the worst mod abuse, and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, Crit's an idiot though. Let's be honest.
No, I don't
And he
think so.
pissed me off. He pissed me off because he's a really bad. He's like he's a
Can I ask you a
two-faced.
question? No left turn. Why do you leave it and
Right?
come
He's like
back, bro?
he's a degenerate Discord mod.
I don't know about that.
Right?
What? But why do you leave and come back? Like,
Why do you
I don't
care?
get it. Well, it seems to be like some kind of issue that you're dealing with.
Wait, you're not talking. Are you going to address the shape of the Earth? Like, let's not get hung up on
Yeah.
my
Well,
personal
what
motivations, right?
the reason
Let's
why
get to the argument about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, the
oh
reason
man,
why
dude.
is because it seems to be like you have some kind of angst against the flat Earth, and you just want to be mad. Like I don't think it's really flat Earth that you're in here for. You just want to see if you can take out your aggression on someone. That's what it seems like to
Okay.
me.
Okay,
It's
so
a bit of a
anyway,
psychological
getting
issue,
back to
brother.
the shape of the Earth, right? Sorry if I call out people for being bad faith. Right? I'm sorry if they don't like my methodology or my tactics, right? But
Yeah, okay, great.
I just call
So
like I
answer the
see it,
question. Yep, yeah. So answer the question that you left on,
which is
Mr. Bad Faith.
how you use like what 4 different cutouts that use like optical illusions based on our knowledge of
Wow,
three-dimensional
wow. So listen,
gradients.
everybody here knows what you were
Right,
asked right as you left.
No, I don't remember, so remind me. I thought I was referring
Okay,
to
I'll
the right
remind
thing.
you. I'll remind you. From your vantage point, right? You've never seen the other side of the moon. That's established. Neither has
That's
any
not
human
true.
throughout antiquity.
That's not true.
That is true. That is true.
That's not true. Nope.
He's
Bro,
seen the
you
other
about to
side.
lie to us and tell us you've seen the fucking
Everybody
dark side of the
stop.
moon that nobody's seen?
Yeah,
in
he's
antiquity,
claiming.
in antiquity, I agree, but in modern times, it's not true. We have
No,
satellite
no.
imagery. That's a
Oh
fact.
my goodness, dude! One more time. One more time. Let's see if you can follow along. Use your brain.
Okay, do
From
it
your
extra
from
slow. Extra
your
slow.
from your vantage point.
Right.
You have never seen the other side of the moon. Correct or incorrect?
And continue. Is that the end
Okay,
of
so
your question? Can I respond?
the answer is correct, right? So then,
See,
if you think you have evidence of the other side of the moon, right, then you have to submit evidence that's not direct evidence from you. It's secondary evidence. Now, it may be accurate evidence. That's fair. However, it must be critiqued. It can't just be taken at face value.
All right. Hey, that's a great question. You're right.
Right.
So
So I
I'm
offered
not.
one. Well, hold on a second. I
Okay.
offered one
Okay.
that I knew of that was presented as evidence of the other side of the moon, in which it shows the Earth and the moon, allegedly the moon transiting the Earth. The problem is that the cloud formations on the Earth in the background stay the same, which they couldn't, and the moon doesn't rotate at all, even though it's supposed to be tidally locked, proving that video is a forgery.
Okay. Well, I'm
Now,
not familiar with this
that one
particular
video,
and this
that's fine.
particular thing.
Yeah, that's fine, no problem. I'd agree
So
with you that just
I
because
can't
one
really
forged video,
I can't really.
can you let him
right?
talk? No left turn.
So then the other thing would be, because I'm presenting, what I know of. The other thing would then be for you to present verifiable evidence of the other side of the moon. So, do you have any of
Right.
that?
So just for the record, right? This is from my perspective, right? We are now shifting the topic from geometric shapes and what types of geometric shapes can be projected between 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions, right? And you want to pivot to focusing on imagery of the backside of the moon, right? Which is a completely unrelated, tangential
No, it's your claim.
topic,
Wrong.
right? So
Wrong.
nope, that's right.
So
That's right.
explain why you're wrong. Hold on, I'll explain why you're wrong.
So another 10 minutes for
The
you guys.
claim was
I get
that
30
the
seconds, you get
information of
5
the moon.
minutes. That's fair.
Yeah, it is fair.
Yeah,
It
that's
actually
fair,
is fair.
guys. You see, that's actually fair, right? It's okay if he talks 90%
Well,
of the time,
listen.
and as soon as I start
Well, yeah.
talking, I
Well,
get
yeah.
cut off.
Yeah.
That's fair, guys. That's
It's fair.
fairness,
Let me
right?
tell you
It's
why.
equitable. It's
Oh,
equity.
Okay. Let's
his
play a
hair's on
game. Let's
fire.
play a game. Let's play a game, friend.
Oh, now okay. So
We
now we're
won't-
talking about something else. We're not talking about the
See?
backside of the moon
Yeah.
His
anymore.
hair's on fire.
Hey,
Shift topics again.
bro. This
Go
how.
ahead and
Okay,
shift
here's how it's
topics
gonna
again,
go.
Mr. Fair. Hey,
Here's how it's
Mr.
gonna
Fair,
go.
let's go.
Here's how it's gonna go,
Here we go.
dude.
I'm gonna
You're
get
gonna
muted.
either let
I'm gonna
me
get muted.
speak or you're gonna get muted, or you could accept the
That's
challenge.
right. There you
Those
go.
are your three options. Which one you
Okay.
want? Choose.
There's actually a fourth option. I could just laugh at you for being a
Yeah.
bad faith retard.
Yeah, you could do that. You could do that.
Go
So
ahead,
let me
AI.
explain. Let me explain.
Why would I engage with you? You're at this point you could discredit yourself.
It's
All right,
AI's turn to
dude.
talk. No, it's AI's turn to talk. Thank you.
Now you're dealing with stuff, aren't you? No left turn.
Yeah,
No,
I'm dealing with you,
don't
ass.
provoke him. Just let him simmer so he can hear my point.
Yeah.
We were talking about information given from the moon from our vantage point and whether or not we could determine it was a sphere. We both agreed that we can't see the entirety, so at best we have an inference, right? And so then I simply asked, in order to validate it's a sphere, you'd need the information from the other side. So where is that
But you're
information? That's where we
isolating the
left off.
moon. You're analyzing the moon in some sort of isolated vacuum of your own concoction where other things don't
No,
exist.
not
Only
at
the moon
all.
exists.
Not at
Only
all.
the
Not
moon
at all.
exists.
Hey, listen, friend, I offered a piece of evidence alleging to be information from the other side of the moon, and then I critiqued it. So now that we're at that stage, where's your evidence of the other side of the moon? Because that's your claim that it's a sphere. So go ahead and
We're
provide
not
it, please.
we're not talking about the other side of the moon. We're talking about geometric
You
shapes
brought
and
it up.
celestial bodies
What?
as a category.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Can they even exist as a category, right? We're still debating
Yeah, they can.
whether they can exist, right? You can't even
No,
acknowledge
I'm
you're
not
saying the earth
debating
is
that
flat.
at all.
You're saying the earth is flat and you're saying the moon is flat.
All right,
Right?
whatever,
You can't
dude.
acknowledge
Wait,
am I wrong?
listen, dumbass.
Are you saying the
When
moon
did
is
I
flat or
say?
not?
Hey, listen,
Can
dude,
you answer a
dude.
simple question? You can't answer
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna.
easiest question.
Here's my answer, dude.
Is the earth
Here's my answer.
is the moon
Here's my
flat?
answer. There's my answer, dude. That's my answer. Nobody said the moon was flat, dude. We're
Yeah, let's
talking
do it.
about what we can ascertain from the information we have, and we're attempting to critique the information, ancillary to the point of making a claim about it. How do we validate the claim? So what's on the table is you can either say I don't have information from the other side of the moon, or I do have information from the other side of the moon.
He dipped.
Of course, dude. Dude, this is a child, right? Who just met his dad after 10 years, and the only thing he can say is, "Why did you abandon my mom? Why did you abandon my mom? Why did you abandon my mom?" When in actuality, the truth of the matter is, his mom was the problem, and she ejected the father from his child's life.
Yeah, we were dealing with him last night, so I know what we had. He's got some. He's
Listen,
dealing with. He's going through something.
yeah, fair enough. But I'm not making a critique on whether or not he was abandoned or not. I'm just saying that that's the kind of category, the way he's behaving.
No, I am making a critique because that's what I've noticed from last night to today. It still continues. So this isn't the issue. He's dealing with something.
Now, why did I mute him? I muted him so I could finish my sentence. But you see, he doesn't want to actually have the other person finish their sentence. He wants to frame what's going on from his viewpoint and gaslight himself into thinking that he's accomplishing something. So as soon as someone takes control of the situation with authority, he doesn't like it. Okay, no one made the claim that the moon is flat. The only claim on the table since I joined the conversation is from him claiming that the moon is a sphere Therefore, why isn't the Earth a sphere? Everything else is a sphere. Why isn't the Earth a sphere? And so I'm simply asking him to validate his claim that the moon is a sphere. Now, that is fair. Now, listen, he may be able to bear that burden of proof. You see, I don't know. I'm simply telling him, can you validate that? I'm offering him the opportunity to validate his claim. Then I said, I have seen one evidence, quote unquote, alleging to be evidence from the other side of the moon that can be dismissed very simply based on the claims, right? That it's not an accurate representation of what's going on. So then I asked him, if that's not a good one, do you have any others? Rather than offering one, he decided to gaslight everyone into thinking that I'm doing something untoward to him, that I'm being immoral, that I'm being unfair, right? Now, these are the kind of tactics that children learn when they've been divorced from a male pattern archetype with authority. They learn manipulation
He's
of
just
emotions rather than using logic and reason and direct answers.
he's just mad about the fact that the Earth isn't a ball. That's all.
Well, the Earth is his structure because he doesn't have the structure otherwise, maybe, and so he's defending it like he's defending his mother. So Mother Earth, right? Why are you talking bad about my mother?
Well, the thing is that every time you challenge such a person, they really try all what they can not to be challenged and make it about a personal issue, that they're being suppressed or can't say anything or whatnot, instead of just getting to the point. All he should have done is just literally answer your question. That's all, but he
Well,
couldn't
yeah,
do it.
but look at the categorical distinctions. He's challenging me to get to the topic of the shape of the Earth, but the entire time I was listening to him, the only thing he presented was the shapes of things that aren't the Earth. So it's like, dude, what
Exactly.
what is it, man? What is this double standard, bro? You can't talk about
Exactly.
other celestial bodies and whether or not they're spheres, and then when you're challenged to present evidence that they're spheres, you say, "Oh, let's talk about the shape of the Earth," as if you weren't the one talking about the other topic the entire time. And if we're being bad
Yeah,
faith by engaging in a topic you didn't initiate, get real.
it's very bad faith, actually, very much bad faith acting. But this is the psychological pattern behind it. He is in denial about his existence on this earth, and because of his denialism, he needs to come up with a conversation. And because he already know he has no arguments to win the conversation, he knows you are superior to his knowledge. What he's going to do, he makes it personal and then say that you are the unfair opponent trying to suppress his information, and then he can run away because he's muted and say into himself in his mind, actually, I've won.
Yeah, yeah. He's gaslighting himself that he's the winner, that he's actually given it a good fair shot, and therefore now he can move on, having settled the issue. Right?
Yeah.
A
But
lot, a lot of
see,
a lot of Glober's friend come in here to do that. They come in here to pretend that they've
yes,
given the topic a good fair shot, and then pat themselves in the back that they put forth their best effort to quote unquote investigate the possibilities, and now they can just resign themselves that the Earth is a globe, no harm, no foul. They can sleep well at night.
yeah, it's like a cigarette smoker who says, I'm gonna stop smoking, and every day he get caught himself like at least 2 or 3 times getting back to one cigarette, and he's like, okay, after this one, I'm gonna be finished, right? And it's the same with the Glovers that are in denial. They lose the debate, actually they lose it, but indirectly for the short period of time, they lie to themselves and make them feel and think that they actually won a debate. But later on, when they realize, actually, I had no arguments, I didn't say anything, that's when they come back in here and they start all over again. So this guy is definitely gonna come back. That is for sure. They just need the little, like Scott, for example. They need a little, kick
Yeah, you can't
once in
reason
a
with somebody
while.
that's mad at the world though, like he is. He's just upset.
Yeah, but
So
to be
you
fair
can't
though,
reason with him.
Scott Scott is actually one of the most intelligent Glovers that we've had as a guest in years.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't know,
serious.
bro.
Well,
That's
I don't know
debatable.
about that either, but
Hold on. Then who's the most intelligent globe earther? Yeah,
Shit,
that's what
dude.
I thought. You can't
They're
even think
racing.
of one.
They're racing to the bottom, so there's no way to tell that.
That's what I'm saying, man. I've been asking this question for a month now. Who's the smartest globe earther, man? And you can't think
Shit,
of
no, dude.
anybody. Nobody can. It's like
It's a race. It's a race to the bottom. So you're actually every time you think somebody's got him topped up, there's somebody else comes up and just totally redeems
Yeah, but
himself.
to be fair, I parsed out my category with one of the most intelligent.
Yeah, but he usually gets toppled by the next guy coming in here. Like, dude, I didn't think that he was gonna say that thing that was what he just
Hey,
said
yeah,
was
but
even crazier than
how
the
I'm
other
marking
guy.
how I'm marking intelligence is original ideas, right? That actually accurately handle the issue in the present moment. So you're offered information, you think on your feet, and you come up with a solution that's actually practical and possible, if not true, right?
Jeez.
Intelligence is not Google says Google says the Earth is 3959. I'm intelligent. That's not intelligence.
Yeah, but you got to think about it though, man. If somebody's actually making up their own cosmology, are they really sticking to the paradigm that they were told? That's still not.
Who cares?
They don't know how to square the information, and I think that's the issue. The inability to square the information of the metrics of the globe is the problem with these guys, and that's if when
Yeah,
they
that's
say
fair.
they turn away from the information just to abandon it and say I don't
Yeah, that's fair.
believe that's the case. Let me tell you how I look at it. And then if they're articulating a point,
But allegiance to a paradigm isn't a mark of intelligence. That's just a mark of fidelity.
Indoctrination.
well, I mean, yeah, but you have to if they say something outside of that, they're abandoning their preconceived notion that it's specifically according to
Yeah,
what
what's
they've
wrong
been
with
told.
that? So think about it. It's a
Yeah, they're
mark of an
making up their
intelligent
cosmology.
person. Yeah, but
That's the thing.
it's a mark of an intelligent person when presented with new information to alter their present views based on the veracity of the new information, right? So to say that someone must be limited to the paradigm they hold at present, even though they receive new information, that wouldn't be fair.
Yeah, but what other so like if the paradigm of the Earth radius value and circumference isn't what they've been told, and it's something new. According to somebody say, "Hey, wait a minute! I found out the Earth isn't what we've been told; it's something else." They don't have anything to back that up except for they just made it up on the spot. They don't have like articles or
Yeah,
some
fair. But the problem is that your
demonstration of that.
ability, yes, but your ability to make up an excuse on the spot is not the mark of intelligence. Your ability to make up a rationally plausible excuse on the spot is intelligence.
I don't know, bro. I think you give them too much credit, AI. To be honest.
me, it's
Well, I'll
like
tell you
who's the
this.
most athletic in the Special Olympics.
Yeah,
I
that's a
mean,
good way
look.
to
To be
put it,
fair,
bro.
though, Scott is the only person who ever had an adequate rebuttal to the shot grouping problem in regards to the Coriolis deflection variability. The only person in the history of the near decade that I've been involved in this topic, the singular only individual who's ever had a reasonable response.
What was his response?
Yeah, I'm curious too now.
Yeah, what did he say to you that sounded
Yeah,
reasonable?
what's funnily enough, the response is so simplistic that it makes you wonder why no one came up with it before. Is that even though it's negligible, right, and you want to have a tight shot group, all the variables need to be accounted for to move your shot group accordingly. And in the principles of gunnery and the principles of targetry that you do at a range or in anything, that is the principle that's correct. Now, whether or not the particulars parse out, he's the only person to ever come up with that answer. Everybody else just focuses on the rhetoric of it must exist, it must exist, it must exist, and you're just wrong. He's the only person that was able to break out of that box that we've experienced and actually come up with what seemed to be, and I'm pretty sure it was, his own original thought on the topic.
Yeah, he's that seems to be a pattern with him though. AI. He doesn't like the paradigm as for what it is because it holds him accountable to it. So if he breaks away from that and gets kind of congratulated for doing so, he's going to continue to spin everybody's wheels into oblivion. So he's not going to be able to be held accountable. And so if you kind of, I would say, praise him for that, he's going to continue to do so. And the Dogs Are Gods has the same issue because he came in here doing that very same thing. And I was like, dude, what paradigm? Because he said it's impossible to even consider the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. It's not even, you can't even entertain it. So not even as like a for somebody to be critically considering this position, you're not able to do so because it's absurd. So we don't even have to think about it.
My only position on Dogs Are Gods is I'm still waiting for him to tell me how long the fishing line was.
Yeah, you're gonna wait forever on that. He has trouble with the arc of the parallel. So he says that that's the first instance of when the Earth's been measured as a globe. You guys like beat him up on that topic like numerous times, and every time he opens his mouth to talk about it, he knows what's gonna happen. Like exactly the same thing. He doesn't usually say it anymore, but he remembers. I don't know. I guess what we deal with here on a daily basis is that people just like they want to abandon the cosmology so that they can adhere to points of view that they can say they've constructed from a more critical thinking position for the globe. And I'm like, that's you. That's fine.
Bro.
You could do that if you want, but you're
I got a
immediately
confession.
abandoning the idea that Earth's a globe.
I got a confession. Dogs Are God busted me last night, but you can't see it because our text here isn't saved. So he proved that I was a globe earther because I posted a citation in which the citation said Earth is rotating around an axis and has a gravitation of mass particles. So in the citation I posted, that's what was said. So he took that as evidence that those are propositions I believe. Right? When in actuality, what I was posting is a confession from geodetic processes that they put their data through a formation, a mathematical formation that has these assumptions built into it. So in other words, they're not measuring the Earth raw and showing you the accurate model of their raw measurements. They're taking their raw measurements and shoving them through a matrix of interpretation that already assumes the Earth is rotating in a sphere.
Yeah, welcome to science.
Welcome to science. You're a funny guy. He just welcomed you to science, AI. I don't know.
Oh, I was unaware that logical fallacies are under the category of science.
I know Indio likes that.
Well, that actually is rational within their worldview because everything is science. So the employment of logical fallacies to make your point
true.
is actually science, right? According to them.
That's true.
I'm using the scientific method. Well, what are you doing? I'm using logical fallacies to make my point, which is entirely correct if my point is true in the first instance, but it needs logical fallacies to support. Then the moral hierarchy of my actions is justified because we already know the Earth is a globe.
Oh, real quick, AI. By the way, Clay Under Seal, the guy's back. His name is Sir Henri. Sir Henri, this is Clay Under Seal. I was telling you about last night or a few hours ago. Anyway, just to let you guys know that he was in the chat.
I want to know who said calculations are science. Who said that crap?
Random guy.
Well, wouldn't you need to verify your calculation with an experiment? Or is it just like all calculations are correct?
Yeah, experimentation is a thing, but like you said, the interpretation part and like the part where there's just the assumption overlaid on the information is the issue.
Couldn't make heads or tails out of
nice.
any of that, man.
That's clear as mud, huh?
He's saying you have to validate your calculations, but if you've already assumed them as a foregone conclusion and created a law of formation that will yield back to the original result, you basically have just a big begging the question fallacy formula.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, ideology and ideology and methodology go hand in hand. So more than likely, if you are already looking for a thing, you're going to verify it. It's called what the hell is that thing called? There's a certain word for that where you already have a belief and then you just verify that based off of everything else you're looking at.
Presupposition.
Hell.
It's called a presupposition.
No, there's
What
another
he's
word
describing is
for it.
confirmation bias, though.
Yeah, confirmation bias. Crypto said.
Yeah, confirmation bias. That's what I was thinking.
I agree. Modern science is confirmation bias.
That's yeah, he's pretty on the nose with that. So, what do you think fits that category, random guy? Because you have something in mind, right? In this topic, we are identifying the reasons why people think the way they do. When we say, "How do you know the Earth's a globe?" What do you think would fit in that category? What you
I
just
would
said.
say our perceptions or conclusions we drew regarding the field, the energy, the thing we call gravity. Like that,
Okay.
that is a ball falling. You picking up any object and it falling. That's not proof that gravity exists just because a thing fell. Like there's a whole bunch of presuppositions that are being made, and then you're just observing a thing happen, and you're like, look, my
Yeah, could you,
conclusion's right because of this
random?
thing
Could you name one thing like they thought of like as the cause for the effect?
of gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Mass. They say mass is the cause of gravity. The more mass the thing has, the more gravitational field it's gonna have.
What's mass?
What is mass?
Yeah, what's mass? I don't know what
I
that
think
is.
it's mass is energy. Mass is made up of energy. What is energy? Energy is vibration.
So vibration is the cause of gravity? Mass equals energy equals vibration equals gravity?
Am I getting gaslit right now? What's going on here? By the whole
No,
room?
you identified something as something else, right? You did it 4 times, so I'm just reversing the order.
Okay, E equals MC squared. Are you are you in opposition to me saying that mass is equivalent to energy?
No, it's not. I don't know what mass
No.
is. I'm waiting for you to define it.
Mass is that thing that. Oh, if you don't know what mass is, I don't know if I can help you.
Why can't you
You
just
don't know
tell
what
him?
mass is, though.
Can you
That's the
articulate your
problem.
point?
That's the
Mass
thing.
is
I asked you what mass is, and you can't tell me. That means you don't
mass
know
is
what
that
mass is.
thing. That thing that exists. It makes up matter.
What thing?
That makes up matter.
Mass
Yeah,
is
what
that
thing?
thing.
Okay, you
It's the thing in the
protons,
thing.
neutrons, and electrons. That's what makes up mass.
Yeah, but what are those things? Because you just
You're,
made up more.
Oh,
You're
here we
talking about more.
go.
Those are more conventions, though. You have to
look,
articulate the point how you know those.
look,
Like,
you're telling
Okay.
me just particles of matter, but you're not telling me what mass is.
Mass is an idea that we conceptualized on the thing we're observing, on the matter. Yeah, matter itself. Is matter? Can I say matter?
Mass
Is
is
that
matter.
something you understand? Physical thing, physical objects.
No, I just get a kick out of people throw around the word mass, but as soon as I ask them to define it, they're all over the place. You're not like it's not just you, random boy. I could take a PhD in physics and they could be in here. I'll ask them what mass is, and they can't fucking define it either.
I said mass is equivalent fuck. What did I say originally? I said something. I
we don't
said
know
the
what
first.
you said, dude.
Okay,
Because
Look
you
in
forget
the
it.
don't know
Okay,
what you
chat,
fine.
said.
man. Look in the chat. What's Kodo posted a very awesome
Jeez.
quote from Max Planck, Nobel laureate. Mass has no meaning other than that given by formula. It's just a meaningless variable.
You
It doesn't mean anything.
you could have heard him snapping his fingers when he was talking about mass is that that thing. You know that thing. You know what I mean? That thing. Like
The thing in the thing?
yeah, that thing.
Put the thing in the thing. Then we'll
That
go to the thing.
whatchamacallit. You know that
The
yeah, that.
thingamabob that does the job. The bippity boppity boo.
Okay, so mass isn't a thing now. It's just a concept. It's a scientific
What do you mean? We
fucking
haven't.
bullshit.
No, random. You haven't articulated your point as to your understanding of what mass is, and he just basically outlined what it was.
So we have a natural
No,
phenomenon, right? We that's all we can do, right? We like observe a natural phenomenon. Something falls. How do I get to Earth as a sphere from something false? Logically, what's like the logical chain sequence that brings me to Earth as a sphere? Just from the
density.
observation, Newton, an apple fell on Newton's fucking head. Eureka, Earth's a ball. How did he get to that?
It's different levels of density. That's is what it is.
Well, that's
Like,
more plausible than undefined concepts.
yeah, I think this concept of different various density levels has a big effect on what we call gravity.
Yeah, how did you arrive to the conclusion? Was it something that maybe you read somewhere, or is it something you understood? How did you figure you rationalize that?
Yeah, I listened to different arguments and I just kind of came to the conclusion based off of the one that sounded most logical.
Say you
Right.
teleported here from another dimension, and you happen to just land under an apple tree. An apple falls out of the apple tree, hits you in the head. You don't know anything. You got the brain eraser, right? Men in Black erased your brain, the neuralizer. You don't know anything. All you know, boom, you're under an apple tree. Boom, apple hits you in the head. How do you figure out the Earth's a globe from that?
You don't. He didn't find out the
Thank you.
Earth was a globe from that.
I know. That's the
He-
point. So the gravity arguments about Earth as a globe are just silly, man.
I mean,
To me,
somebody asked me, give me an example of when we use science and the things we are observe. We use our observations in science to misinterpret what we're observing, and I gave the example of gravity.
You
well,
gave the example.
what I was saying is, I mean, where all this started was we can come up with calculations upon what should happen, right? We can write down our theoretical physics, make our predictions, but ultimately we're going to have to go verify them with an experiment. Ultimately, it's the only way anything's ever going to be decided.
Oh, like
It's not
evolution.
decided in a spreadsheet of mathematics.
How do you
You
feel
don't
about
tell
that?
me you're an evolution believer.
No, how do you feel about what he just said, Random?
I don't even
Because
know
I
what
think
evolution
don't
is.
don't yeah, don't skate around what he said. What do you think about what he said?
Yeah, I think you should observe and test and verify theories and hypothesis if you want to claim it to be scientific. I
Okay,
agree.
Good,
good stuff.
awesome.
So, how are you a? I have a very good feeling that you are a person who believes in evolution.
No,
Wow.
Okay, good.
why
Well,
would I
we're
believe in
on the
that
same
shit?
page then. Okay, because if you're going to start saying that after that you do believe in it after the little rhetoric you just spilled, then I would have to argue with you. But
I just
we're on
said
the same
everything
page.
has to be decided by experiment. How could I possibly believe in evolution?
Cognitive dissonance. People are in a state of cognitive dissonance.
Don't disagree with that.
I'm not one of
Um,
the. I'm not one of those people.
but would you
Okay.
say that? Would you say that everything that you listen to, you think about with a critical mind? So,
No,
if
not
somebody,
always.
well,
I wouldn't say always.
right. So, well, I don't know why you wouldn't do that. So, think about it like this: if somebody told you that the Earth is a globe, how could you think about it as a primary experience of yours? So, if somebody said that to you and you said, "Well, let me weigh this out. How do I know the Earth's a globe from my primary experience?" What would you be able to tell them?
There's no evidence for. I've never experienced
Hmm.
the Earth being a globe.
Well, that's curious, right? But they're telling you it is. How can
Hmm.
they convince you of something that you can't experience? How can they do that?
Brainwashing. I think that's probably the only way. They wouldn't be able to convince me other than like brainwashing me.
Right, at a very young age, maybe when your mind is impressionable, when you can't really critically think about things and you have to accept things. So, as a conditioning, right, like what you're saying, you're brought up to understand like the Earth is a ball planet that's in the ever expanding, cosmology that you think you live in. Well, not you, but possibly you. And so you think this, and nobody tells you how to think about that in a way that is a primarily experienced by you. So do you think that's a problem for what the conversation that we have in here? I think it's a
Uh,
problem. Like, how can we tell somebody that they've been told a
Brainwash.
story? Yeah, but how can you convince somebody, or not convince, but articulate a point to say like, well, you've been told that the Earth is a globe. How can you test or verify or falsify the fact that it's a globe? What do you think?
I mean,
If you're gonna, yeah, go ahead.
what I do is point out their inconsistencies and, like I said, their cognitive dissonance. And if they're able to see that, then I will go on to the next part. And if they're unwilling to acknowledge their own belief systems that can conflict with each other, then I just don't feel like there's any point in talking to somebody who can't see their own can't even start to begin to see their own potential. I don't know.
Is that an actual
Yeah.
effective method? Is trying to convince somebody with cognitive dissonance that they have cognitive dissonance? And
I
then
mean,
if
that's
they
why I
don't
said I like.
acknowledge it, then they have cognitive dissonance about having cognitive dissonance. Like,
I mean,
I don't
that's
know
why I
how
said
effective that
I
would
start
be.
off. I start off by trying to talk to them about their contradictions, and if they don't want to engage, or if they just want to be stubborn, then I would just be like, okay, all right, that's what you believe, go for it. Like, I will bring up cognitive dissonance. If they don't know what it is, then they don't know what it is.
Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe, random guy?
I don't hold any position. Like, I don't know. I don't know if it's what shape the Earth is.
All right.
Do you believe we can know things?
Yes, there is objective truth.
Okay. Well, we
We
just
can know.
clarify
We
that.
can know
I'm
objective
not going
truth.
to sit here and try to convince you that
Yeah.
you can know what the figure of the Earth is if you don't think you can know anything. So just trying to figure
I
it
mean, I
out.
said
So
yes.
don't
We
waste
do.
our time. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you why I asked the
Okay. Okay.
question.
I thought you heard me say something else.
No,
There's certain
as
certain
long as you believe
epistemologies.
there's objective truth, you know,
There's
this
certain
will be
Yeah, that's
fruitful. I don't want to talk about bringing it in a jar again.
Why not, Indio? It's only been let's see, it's only 2:00 or 3 for you probably. The
Yeah, it's
night's
like
still
3.
young.
I know. I can only
There's-
hope. I'll probably talk to 3 or 4 brains in a jar today.
Yeah, we have to catalog them and put them on the shelf somewhere.
Are you
Hey, man.
Christians? Anybody in here? Most flat earthers are.
Well,
Most
I
everybody.
mean-
Most everybody is. It doesn't any
Okay, brain
demographic
in
you
a jar.
pick. Yeah, most brains in the jar are also Christians.
Speaking of a brain in a jar,
Okay, go for it.
did you summon the mega brain in the jar, Indio?
What dogs or gods are here? No, that's a schizophrenic human. That's
Brenda left.
A schizophrenic brain in the jar.
Brenda just popped in.
Oh, Brenda's muted. She's like
Brenda comes to end debates, man. Haven't you figured that out? She comes to end shit. She doesn't come to forward stuff.
Doesn't look like Brenda was muted when they popped in here.
no, she's muted server side. So yeah, she a perpetual red mic, but she can join the channel, but she can't talk anymore.
Cool.
It's not just flat earthers that think she's a psycho.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
That's
so
why I said I'm like, dude, like everywhere you go, you just piss people off. You see no pattern yet? Is any pattern recognition forming yet?
And it's been probably like a decade of this between like flat Earth, her atheism, or like because it's not like flat Earth is the only thing she sticks her toe in. She's all over like the religious debates, atheist debates, science debates. She's all over the place. So it's not like exclusive to flat Earth. She has this problem everywhere she goes.
The whole idea is to try to get like a theist mad. Now look at now she's DMing me. Like listening on YouTube. The whole idea is to get a theist mad and then say, "Ha! You didn't turn their cheek, you hypocrite."
Yeah, that's always annoying.
All right, we got just usual suspects. Anyways,
Okay, so I want to talk about this.
What's that, Random?
Oh no, you go for it. No, you go first.
You're the guest. Go ahead.
I want to talk about this brain in a vat concept real quick, because whenever I talk about trying to talk about God to atheists, that's the first thing they jump to. They're like, "Oh, you're talking about a brain and a bat? Why? We don't know. Just because we're presupposing this and that doesn't mean reality is not objective or whatever." And I don't see the wrong. Long story short, I don't see anything wrong with this idea of a brain and a vat concept. If we think about it from the perspective of the vat is the brain and the vat is God, and then we are just thoughts in that system.
What?
Like what's wrong with
Yeah.
what's wrong with us
The
living?
eternal mind is what's in the jar. Oh my god.
See,
The
so this
eternal
is
mind
based
is
upon
the jar and the brain.
is experience the external or the internal world, and the super skeptic, solipsists, atheists, materialists, like whatever category you can throw in there.
Damn,
they
how many
think that
pronouns you
everything
giving
is
them?
internal. It's all happening in their head. That's idiotic because they don't actually believe that.
Or they're saying that this could be something extra perceptual, like you don't actually perceive it in this reality, but it could be a possibility. So you can't rule it out, and this is the problem, right? So you start to fantasize about how many more different possibilities because they're endless, right? You can think of other stuff, but that's just an instance of thinking something that's outside of your perception to say that it's a possibility, right? So then you become, and if you're entertaining that and saying, well, that's a possibility, I mean, we could think of that being God, like, well, then you've gotten them into a mindset where they can think outside of their perception and anything goes. At that point, you basically made reality malleable. Anything can be what you want it to be, so long as you can caveat and say that it's possible because in this reality you can't perceive it. So there must be another reality where it's the case. You get what I'm saying? So
Mm,
you've basically undermined any type of objectivity because outside of that objectivity, there's a reality that exists that you can't perceive. So it's one of those things, man. It's like a trap. It's a trap. Once you start
Yeah,
talking about that.
they're saying that they're skeptical that there's a world external from their mind, right? There's an internal world which they can analyze and they can say they know exists. But externally to them, they can't positively say they know exists because all that's interpreted through the internal, right? This idea, they don't actually believe it. It's just a game. It's all it is. It's a game.
Yeah,
Because if at the moment as they're telling me there's a brain in a vat, and through their door bursts like a fucking Rottweiler, they're not going to be like, "Oh, there's no external world. That's just an internal hallucination."
it's
They'll
even
never say
worse.
that to themselves, right? They're gonna act like and be like, "Yes, there's a Rottweiler external to my body, and it's going to try to chew through my external body, right?" And it's not a hallucination. They're never going to believe that that was a hallucination. So it's just a game.
Yeah,
It's stupid. Mental
it's just
masturbation.
yeah, it is, and it just in this arena of actually getting people to realize that something outside, because what it does, it lends credence to thinking outside of their perception to say that, well, if I can't perceive that I'm a brain in a jar, well, guess what? I can't perceive the Earth being a globe because I can't go out in a rocket and go see it from a space and see that it's a globe. Therefore, I could say that I can't go to that place to see that it's a globe. Well, I don't know if I'm a brain in a jar either.
In a
So
rocket jar.
anything goes. Anything goes because you're saying it can't be possible that I can know this. Well, how do you know? Because you haven't been thinking about you can be a brain in a jar, and so you've just undermined every objective standpoint that you got. You basically just gave it all up to say that yeah, you could be a brain in a jar. It's just anything goes, dude.
I mean, I always hold to the whole thing. I think therefore I am thing. I think that's a good place to start with. And
Ooh.
regardless if you're in a brain in a jar or not, like that is still true, and there are still truths that can be
No.
gained
There's
from this.
more than
I
that.
think that therefore I am concept.
Yeah, but that think therefore I am is just one particular type of mindset. If you say that's the only thing we can know, that's incorrect. Do you know that,
I
Trevor?
mean, from the I think therefore I am. I think
The
we
very
can.
fact you're saying "I think therefore I am," which was made up by somebody else, proves that that whole idea is wrong.
Yeah.
The fact that you're saying it, and it's only the person who said "I think therefore I am," and that's the only thing I can prove. Well, other people somehow got that idea. How'd that happen? If he's the only thing that exists.
I'm not saying I've never even made the claim that I'm the only thing that exists. Never said that.
No, Descartes, who came up with that, said the only thing that can prove that I exist is myself,
Yes.
my internal world, is because
Yes.
I think, therefore I am. But now other people, they read his book, right? And now they have that idea, I think, therefore I am, which proves his proposition false because somehow it
Solipsism.
escaped because he's long dead, right? He's long dead. We're not a part of his brain. Maybe we're all just part of Descartes' brain. Yeah, it's not a jar. We're all in Descartes' brain. That's what it is.
So, I don't know
Figured
why
it out.
solipsism. I don't know why solipsism always ends up going down the road whenever we talk about this inability to perceive anything outside of ourselves. Just because we can't perceive or like
What?
truly know that there is an external existence doesn't mean that there isn't
That there is.
an
That's a
We do
positive,
know
existence.
there's
right?
an external existence. There's just some
See,
people that are in denial.
yeah,
Okay. Well,
the possibility that you're saying that you could be doing something else while you're doing what you're doing. Like, let's say you're undermining objective reality. So, if you're listen, it's not just I think therefore I am. It's the possibility that you can understand right now that you are doing something very objective, right? I don't know what you're actually doing, but I always I frame it in a way that, like, if you're sitting down, standing up, laying down, I don't know what you're doing, but whatever it is that you're doing, you could affirm that you're doing that thing, right?
yeah,
Random guy. And if I was to tell
definitely.
you, all right, if I was to tell you, are you 100% sure you're doing that thing? What could you tell me?
I would say yes, 100%. I am
Right.
sitting down.
If you said, I don't know if I'm actually sitting down, I could be flying a plane. What's wrong with
That would
that
be
statement?
ridiculous.
Right. So you're
It doesn't comport to reality.
but that's the problem that we have because people said, well, it's possible I could be doing something, I could be suffering from a schizophrenic episode or whatever, you know? How do I know that that's not a state of mind that I could be in thinking that I'm doing the thing that I'm doing when I could be doing something completely opposite? Or maybe I'm standing at a park looking at birds or something. You know what I mean?
I would say we could be in a dream state at the very moment. We could be like in a coma right now, having or imagining having a conversation on Discord, right? And then in reality, you could wake up from the coma and be like, oh, okay, I was actually in reality in bed, but in the reality I was in a second ago, I was in a Discord call. So which one was right? Were you in a Discord call in reality? Or in your reality, were you in a Discord call or were you on the bed
Yeah, they could
in a
affirm.
coma?
Yeah, they could affirm that they would saying with certainty, with a percentage of certainty, that they are in a Discord call. But now, if they would say 100%, do you know that you're in a Discord call? They would be like, no, I don't know that to be 100%.
No, I'm saying if the person who is on a Discord call, you right now, you're talking to me, if you woke up from a coma and they were like, where were you just at right now? Do you realize you're at this whole time? You wouldn't say, oh yeah, I was in bed this whole time. You would say, I was experiencing a whole nother life. I was literally just on Discord talking to somebody about being in a coma, and then I woke up from a coma.
Yeah, we're talking about different states, though. You could say that very same thing. You don't even have to use coma. You could say that for you going to bed at night and having a dream. So a dream would be equivalent to what you're saying, being in a coma. So when a person wakes up, you
Yes,
could
it's
say,
a different state of reality.
were you laying down in your bed?" They're like, "No, I was actually flying in the clouds, and I was meeting, the orcs in Middle Earth or whatever." Like they could say that because of their dream experience, they feel like they were doing other things other than being in their bed. So that doesn't mean they were
So can you
actually doing.
fly? Can you fly in
But
the
the problem
sky?
here's the thing. You got
Can you,
hold on, brother. You got the first person
sorry,
experience, right? You got what they're saying, and then you got third person. People looking at,
observers.
yeah, they're the observers. They're like, wait a minute, no, you were in a coma. We all saw you laying in that bed. So you have people that say that they're doing something, and then you have the third person parties going like, no, we didn't see that. We only saw you doing this. So regardless if you say you're experiencing something, somebody outside of your experience could be telling you you're not, right? And this is the part where we're saying everything should make sense to you. Because if you're saying that you're sitting down and somebody next to you or a third person perspective is, no, he's sitting down, I see him sitting down. Now we can corroborate that it's not just you going through your subjective experience, but other people can say that they see you doing the thing you said. So you have a collection of what we all experience together, reality. So you can't say you're a brain in a jar because I see you standing right there in front of me. You're not a brain in a jar. You're there right there in front of me. So you're not
Yeah,
nowhere else. You're
but
there.
that's a real simplistic view on reality, which is a lot more complicated. Like we
Yeah.
just don't
Okay. So how can we
see
take?
things for
Yeah,
what they are.
that's the
That's
problem,
not how
Random.
things
How
work.
can we take? How can we take what we
Simplistic as brain in a
understand?
jar.
Yeah. How can we take what we understand and then move it to a realm which we don't understand? So you're basically saying we can't understand reality based on your perception of what you think is true. You think it's true to not be able to perceive or
It's
understand what's been given to us, which is reason and logic and common sense. You know, if we don't have these tools to identify how we understand the physical and natural world, then how can we say anything about the physical and natural world? We might as well have like lost touch with reality. You get me? You can't say anything because it's almost like you cut yourself out at the knees. There's nothing you can say anymore because you've just said, well, what are words? What are, what's reality really? Like, how do we know? Like, you just made everything just all goofy because you want to think about an
Ooh,
epistemology. It
I know what
undermines
words are.
the fabric of
I
reality.
know. I know what words are. Words are token meaning pairs, a semiotic relationship that conveys meaning. Right? Meaning is only contextual via conveyance if there's the expectation that the meaning is understood on the other end, which means in order for language to exist, it presupposes multiple minds. So if you're using any form of semiotic transfer, that's a direct proof that another mind exists. At least intuitively.
I'm sorry, I'm currently at work right now, so I was talking to my boss. But if you want to repeat a little bit of what you said, I'm listening.
Yeah, words are token meaning pairs. That's conventional. That the purpose is to convey meaning. So you have a token, right? And you have a meaning that's associated with that token, and it's designed to convey meaning between minds, right?
Okay.
The idea of any semiotic relationship existing proves there's at least two minds. Otherwise,
Okay.
language would be irrelevant.
I'm not fighting any. I don't have any like dogs in the race when it comes to reality or being some kind of solitism where we don't know if anyone exists. Like I don't believe that. I believe in God. I think God is real. He exists. He's a separate entity from me. To a certain extent, I think all things that come from God will return to God. So I think in that sense, we all are a part of God, and we're going to return back to God. But I don't think we are God. That people get that mistaken.
Yeah.
I think we're living in the mind of God. Like if God wants to think us out of existence right now, he could do it. We will not exist anymore just because God thought it. Like that is what I'm talking about. We live in God's mind. If he doesn't want us to be here, we don't exist anymore.
Yeah, before we jump into topic more deep into philosophy, I'd like to just welcome the new people that joined us. Kmart Goons is here. Perhaps Kmart Goons wants to tell us about if they know the Earth's a globe or not, because it looks like in the chat you're saying that if this is real or not. Yes, we are speaking of that topic, Kmart Goons. But would you like to jump on the mic and give
Yeah,
us
please feel free.
your best evidence that the Earth is a globe? I just didn't want to get too deep in philosophy before we can introduce. Go ahead, Kmart.
No, yeah, it's fine.
The Earth is round.
Yeah. What's your evidence that the Earth is round, Margoons?
Scientists prove it.
Okay, scientists prove it. What did they prove?
That the Earth is round.
Yeah, that's circular. Tell me how they proved it.
By seeing that the Earth is round.
They see it. So scientists see that the Earth is round, and they said, "Psst, Kmart Goons, the Earth is round." And you're like, "Cool story, bro. I like it."
Yes.
Yes. So there's no way that you can understand primarily that the Earth is a globe.
Well, I have some secret scientists myself, so they proved to me when they went up that the Earth is round.
Okay, so is that the only thing you know? Or is there any other
Well,
way
I
that we
know-
can understand that you know geometry? So the geometric shape of the Earth being an oblate spheroid has been understood to be so because of... I'm letting you finish. Because of...
I don't understand your assignment.
Okay, geometry. So the Earth is a globe, right? With a radius, diameter, and circumference.
Yes.
It's a sphere, right?
Yes.
Hey, Margoons?
Yes, yes.
Okay. How do you know it's a sphere?
Well, again, I told you, I have some secret scientists that prove the Earth is round.
Yeah, I know, but
kind of-
beyond the troll, beyond that, right? Because we can
it's not a
bypass
troll.
the troll. We can talk to your specific understanding of why you think
No,
it's
wait.
a globe.
Let me finish. This is not a troll.
Oh, it definitely is. So let's go into like why you think the Earth is a globe.
It
Right?
is
That's all we
pretty
want
hard
to know.
for me to believe that you are not trolls. Are you trolling or not?
No, this isn't a troll. So how do you understand that the Earth is a geometric shape, Kmart Goons?
I don't understand how someone who
Okay, I know
holds
that it's
a
hard for
factual
you to...
position is the one who's trolling.
Kmart Goons, you got to focus, brother. I want you to think about the Earth as a geometric shape, radius, diameter, circumference. How do you know it's a sphere?
Well, I already told you my answer.
No, it's not the secret scientist. It's you being able to articulate a point, saying, I know it's a sphere because of...
My secret scientists.
No, that's a troll. And you know it.
That's not a troll.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Listen, you can...
How long
you
are we
can
gonna
have,
do this?
You can have the non-answer, Kmart Goons, and that's fine. But the rest of the people in here, they have a point to prove. So if you don't,
The Earth is
that's
round?
fine.
That the Earth is flat?
You can chant the Earth is round over and over again. It's not going to make it what you think it is. You have to prove your point. Yeah.
Basically, all I wanted to know was that people
Sure.
actually believe that the Earth
It's not
is
a belief,
flat.
sir. It's not a belief. If
Well,
it was
you
a
think-
belief,
you
then
think
we'd
you
be
know
just
it?
like... If it was a belief, we'd be just like you saying secret scientists, not knowing how to articulate our points. But we do.
Okay, so do you have secret scientists that prove that the Earth is
No,
flat?
sir. No. There's nothing
Why?
in the way
Well,
of
then
that.
I can trust you. Sorry.
I got
Okay.
trust. The fuck? Trust. You go to
Well,
a priest for that shit.
I know the Earth. I know the Earth is round.
You don't...
because
How?
I have friends.
What was your source of knowledge?
Friends?
My friends. I have friends. They climbed a really big tree and they saw that the Earth is round, pretty round.
Okay.
But you're not a troll. Yeah, sure.
I'm not.
You don't understand the limitation to the extent of your knowledge on the Earth being a globe. The limitation you have right now
I have
is...
no limitation to my
Yes, you
any
do.
knowledge.
You just finished
Hey,
saying that
no,
some
that
people
wouldn't be-
climbed a tree,
Hold
brother.
on, Miggy.
Yeah, go ahead.
First of all, that wouldn't be your knowledge. That would be their knowledge. So you don't have any knowledge. You
Well,
just
they're
admitted.
friends of mine.
So what? But that would be their knowledge, not
They
your
told
knowledge.
me.
Yeah. So what? All you know is what they told you. You have no knowledge of your own.
They took a picture of it too.
They took a picture of the Earth from the top of a tall tree.
Yes.
Saw it was round.
Yes.
Is it getting hot out there? Is it getting hot out there?
What was the radius of this Earth that they took a picture of?
Yeah, I don't really understand that question. My scientists do, I think. But
It doesn't bother
What do
you
you
that you don't know...
understand?
It doesn't bother you that you don't know what he's saying to you, Kmart? Doesn't bother you at all?
Why would it bother me? I'm a genius.
Because you don't understand what he said. I think that's important. If you
I
don't know...
I don't think he's speaking sense, really.
He's speaking...
Yeah,
speaking
you're
sense, I
only
would
talking about
understand
your
him.
own level of comprehension.
But he's not speaking sense, so I ignore him.
Oh, we're just talking about geometry, which you lack at the moment.
No, I don't like geometry.
Yeah, how is the Earth a geometric shape? That's what I was asking. You're saying that people are climbing trees, sir.
It's round.
That's your way of articulating your point that you know the Earth's a globe. and you keep
Can I
chanting it's round. That doesn't make it what you think it is.
keep chanting that.
can I engage in
Yes,
this a little bit as if?
Chanting at this point.
Yeah, that's
Do you
all it
mind
is.
if I?
It's a simple chant.
Okay. Do you mind if I
I'm not
engage
chanting
just a
anything. I'm
little
not
bit?
singing anything.
Well,
I'll
it's a
play the.
no.
I'll
You don't
play the
need to play. No,
position.
you don't random.
Here.
We don't need honestly, brother. Like I know you have good intentions, but 24/7 usually deals with this every day. So we're just making a point. That's what we're doing. The point is, people come in here with the idea that they can just chant that the Earth is round, and they
I'm not
don't know
chanting,
how
I'm not
to
singing.
tell us how the Earth is a globe by way of measurement, and that's important because if they don't have that, they're bankrupt. They need to realize that, or at least in this conversation. Once they leave this call, they're going to keep thinking the Earth is round, because they chant. They don't have a good way to explain. Otherwise, he'd be doing it by now.
Hey, wait, if the Earth is flat, how come there are dinosaurs?
See? See what I mean, Kmart?
Okay, so I wanted to say I would have said the reason why most people who believe in the globe Earth is because of some scientist who he did an experiment with the sun and the shadow and how it makes a certain pattern, and he just drew the conclusion that based off of how the sun's interacting with and the shadows
Yeah,
are
we're
reacting.
familiar. Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
that's
familiar with
the
it. And that's not why
that's
most people believe it. Most people don't even know that that was ever done.
That's
Most
why
people
it's,
believe it because it was on TV.
yeah, that's why I was telling
For
you,
real.
random. It's like the reason why we don't want people to chime in is because we've been through conversations like these. We know how they're going to end, and we know the desired attempt to actually help, but we know exactly where their mind is, so that's why we ask them these questions. It's important.
Yeah, typically the Eratosthenes, like we ask a guy like Kmart Goons here, like, why do you think the Earth is round? They'll have to Google Eratosthenes, and they'll come in here, and it'll be two wells, a stick in a well, two sticks, some variation of that. They don't even know what it is because they're just finding out right then. Why they believe it, the majority of people, is because they've seen pictures, right?
Yeah, you're right.
They saw it on TV.
Yeah.
Their parents told them, their teacher told them, whatever.
Media. Yeah.
They because I ask all the time, I say, when you were in kindergarten, they told you Earth was a globe. What evidence did they give you? They can't say what that evidence was because no evidence was ever given.
Right. So this is the problem we have with people like this gentleman here. He comes in here, he thinks he knows just by chanting the Earth is round. Secret scientists, people climbing trees. Do you understand the problem that we're dealing with in a large scale? Is that humans just like this one come in here with the idea that all they have to do is chant and say trolly things and they make their point. But you know how ridiculous it sounds when they actually play the audio clip back that all they've had was nothing but trollish ideas that the Earth is a globe. That's important. That's why we do the thing we do, because we're just exposing the world that every single person that comes in here does not have the evidence to support the claim. That's important for people listening because we're, doing this for an audience. So,
Okay, so can we go back to this whole concept of what is real? Because we were talking about experiences, people's experiences, and uh, a, an observer's experience. Because supposedly, my reality and the things I experience in this reality isn't real unless other people are also experiencing and observing what I'm experiencing, right?
That's not really what he
Like,
said. What he said is you can tell that there's an objective reality because of the coincidence of other people's experience with yours. Now, I guess if you were born on a desert island and never had anybody else around to confirm it, you could possibly say you don't know anything is real, but that would be pretty hard because you'd suffer physical problems like pain, hunger, things like that. So that would tell you there's an external world.
yeah, I believe there's an external world. I believe there's objective truth. All I'm trying to say is we are living in a illusional state. Like the
No.
world we think right now is an actual illusion compared to what
No.
it actually is.
No, it's not that. No, we've been given the mind to think about things with common sense, logic, and reason. Like we can think about things with each other
I
and see what
agree.
we come up with. But once you start saying that this is all an illusion, you're losing ground with you're losing touch with reality. with what we understand it to be.
You don't, yeah, exactly. You actually don't know what reality is. That's the thing.
Brother,
All these scientists and all
we're
these people.
experiencing it together. We're experiencing it together. So you can't tell me I don't know what it is because we are experiencing it together.
Nobody knows. That's the
Okay,
thing.
so then what is
and
reality
that's
then? Tell
great.
me,
So
please.
now we've entered a philosophical debate where you said nobody knows. But the problem
reality?
reality is the fabric of what you see in
No,
front of
that's
you. Everything.
existence. No, that's
Yeah.
existence. There's a
So
difference from
you
reality and existence.
but you exist in this reality, right? This reality is everything that's made up of what our experiences are. It's a collective
Yeah.
interpretation of our experiences. So if you're saying that
Okay.
the collective interpretation of our experiences aren't that, and it's something else, then the burden of proof now lands on you to prove that because it's not what you're saying. Because I only experience it the way it's collectively understood to me and to you and to everybody. So if I say that the collective experience of you and me going outside and looking at the sun is what we've come together and said, that's the sun, this is what it does, is, or whatever, then that's our experience. That's reality. Now, if you're saying, no, that's a duck, that's not the sun, or you start saying something absurd, how do you know it's the sun? What if it's the moon? You all these things
You're
that
strongmanning me here.
yeah,
I'm saying reality
yeah.
is more complicated than what you're making it seem to be. Reality can be there can be subjective, objective truths in reality.
Yeah, your subjective interpretation doesn't dictate reality. You can say that it's subjective to you because you like pizza or something, and I don't. That's subjective. That's how you like stuff. I don't like stuff, but that's not the case here when we're saying things that, like, for example, if there's a train coming and we're on the tracks, it's not going to be the case that that's subjective. It's objectively true. We need to get out of harm's way. We don't think about it in a
Yeah.
sense. In the moment, instinctively, we know that something's going to happen if we don't move, right?
Okay, so what
So
about Yanni and Laurel? Who
no.
objectively is
But we're
correct?
trying to
You're
gish
focusing on the
gallop.
simple things.
The simple things are the explanatory power, have explanatory power to give you the
Yeah, and I'm
understanding
saying
of.
everything's not that simple.
Well, you're trying to make it complicated because you think that it's the way we perceive the reality that we're in right now has to be
Is
perceived
an illusion.
in a yeah. See, that's the problem. You're trying to make it something that it's not, and I'm telling you, it's just only what it is. You can't make it something that it's not. It only is what it is.
Are
So
you
you
hearing
can't.
Yanni or Laurel?
What's that?
Do you hear Yanni or Laurel?
What are you talking about, bro? I'm not familiar with it.
There is a phenomenon that has been going on for about 5 years now, in which there is a machine that says either Yanni or Laurel in a male or a female voice, and half of the population either hears a male saying Yanni or a female saying Laurel. Who is
Yeah,
correct?
yeah. You might have some kind of you know, what do you call it? Audio illusion or something, but it's not the fact that all
Hmm.
of reality is. Because
Yeah, hold on. We got a problem. We got a problem.
yeah,
In order for
go
this
ahead.
quote unquote illusion to occur, the machine must be playing the same objective frequency every
Yes,
time.
yes. Objectivity is a thing that exists. I never said that that's not a thing. I agree,
You said it. You
100%.
Right.
said it's
So then
illusion.
Objectivity
the
exists.
reality, right. So the reality is threefold. The reality is that the frequencies that are being played is what's being played. The secondary reality is that someone interprets it as one thing, and the tertiary reality is that somebody else interprets it as one thing. Neither of their interpretations changes the frequency that's being played.
Yeah, that's true.
So
Yeah.
the experience in their mind is of Yanni, the experience in their mind is of Laurel, right? But we all know experiences can be misinformed with the actuality of what's occurring. However, the frequency as itself isn't the impression of the mind, right?
That
I'm
makes sense,
not
Random.
sure
That does make
if
sense, bro. That does. Because
he said the
Frequency is just a
frequency. Wait. The last thing he says
frequency,
is the
right?
frequency isn't the impression of the mind. I would argue against that, especially if I'm
It
holding
has to be.
the
It has to be.
position.
If the frequency,
Go ahead.
you can't have you can't have two different minds interpreting the same data differentially if it's not the same data. It must be the same data, period. Otherwise, this whole entire explanation falls apart.
Yeah, that goes to the example that I gave you, Random. So if you ate a piece of pizza, you said this is the best pizza in the world. Try it. And I tried it. I'm like, dude, this is garbage. So our interpretation of the same pizza is different. It's the same thing that with you said Yanni or whatever. That's the same thing.
Correct. The pizza is made of a complex carbohydrate dough. It's made of the sugars in the tomato. It's made of the molecules of the tomato. It's made of the cheese. It's made of the same exact thing. Reality of the object didn't change. The impression of the subjective experience changed. And the subjective experience is a real experience, right?
Nah,
That's
man.
true.
Biggie didn't chew the exact same bite of pizza, so it's different.
Was it the right amount of pizza?
There was 3 more carbohydrates in the one slice than the other.
That's what made the unbalance.
So I want to go into this a little bit, like the difference between reality and existence, because I think one does allow falsehoods to exist. Can we talk about it?
Can I ask you a question? Because you were like saying it like this is like this reality is like an illusion.
Yes.
So what is the true reality then, and how do we perceive it?
The true reality is a little beyond human comprehension.
Then how can you never mind. I won't even say it. You just said it.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
How can I comprehend it? I've experienced it from like a higher state of consciousness. So I have peeked into
Were you
the
on
infinite.
drugs?
Yes, I was on drugs.
I was on drugs. You're trying to tell you got high, and you're telling us about what reality really is. That's amazing.
I was in an inebriated state, and I'm going to tell you how reality really works.
Inebriated. I like how different states
When
of
I'm high as
consciousness you
fuck,
just
that's when I
equate that to
really got a
inebriated.
handle on things.
This is the whitewash mentality of the Christian.
it's very fair. It's very fair. However,
I said this is the whitewash oppression of a Christian culture. Like just assuming that doing any kind of
You're robot.
validate
Yeah, you're roboting, brother.
perception of being.
And you just gaslighted everybody, Random.
I could care less, dude. We hear you. We hear you. Hear you. Oh yeah.
Hello? Mic check 1 2.
Yeah,
AI is the one robot, not you.
Yeah, you're still roboting AI. I don't know if you know, but
Probably gonna drop connection because he's just lit up and no sound's coming out. But hey, so like the pizza thing, the subjective experience. Now let's say we both pound some ayahuasca, and you see your little Joe Rogan machine elves, and I see a giant frickin' floating Macy's Day Parade Snoopy. Are we both seeing like the greater reality? Is there like a Snoopy in my greater reality and fucking little machine elves in yours? That's the problem with drugs, is because everyone's experience of reality, what reality actually is totally different. And it's not a subjective interpretation, it's their actual experience is different. So we can't say that that's externally objective at all. Because externally, everything's different.
yeah, we can equate that to people having dreams. Well, what was your dream last night? Well, I tell you what, man, my dream was awesome. How was yours? Dude, I had a freaking nightmare. So just because people were in a different state of mind doesn't mean that their interpretation of that is such that you can say that I was in a higher state, where reality really exists. Because a dream world, that's where reality is. Not this one. You're in the awake state. That's not reality.
You know, it'd be really funny though if you both described your nightmare and your pleasant dream, and you both described the same thing.
Right.
That's
I don't
possible.
know.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think.
yeah.
Wait, I don't know if you accept this or not, but someone just said it earlier. Like,
For
depending on our chemical composition in
example,
our brain, that would directly have a big
spending
effect on how we view
the
reality.
night with a particular woman.
I can't do this.
AI, if
Our
you
our chemical composition has a direct effect on how we view reality. So you can't just act like we.
huh?
What do you mean,
I don't.
huh?
That statement didn't make sense.
it
Say it again.
can have an effect on how we view reality, but that doesn't mean like in the default state it does.
Yeah, it's not a default. Yeah, it's your subjective interpretation. Like once again.
Yeah, like if you went on an amusement park ride, right, and whizzed around in a circle, then when you get off, like you're going to be your perception of space and time and things like that. It's going to be a little messed up until
Yeah,
your faculties equalize again.
especially if you ate a chili dog before you got on that ride. Yeah.
Oh my god. Especially if the person before you ate a chili dog and like their chili dog is all over the bottom of the ride.
Yeah, that ain't gonna be too fun.
Yeah, there used to be there's an amusement park, they shut it down, but they had this ride that was just like there was just like throw up all over it. Like it was not like a ride that I like. Why is nobody riding this ride? And me and my friend get on it, dude, and we look around, and it's just like puke everywhere. I'm like, fuck.
Oh god. Did you actually get on it?
Yeah, I wrote it. I didn't eat anything. That's why I wrote it. Like I had no problem.
You didn't count on the guy in front of you though.
AI might. It was called Mountain Park. It was in Deerfield. AI might know about it.
The Cyberdyne Model 101 is not computing right now. You mean living tissue over metal exoskeleton? You're roboting again, AI.
As bad as it
AI, I don't know what your connection issue is. Maybe I don't know if you want to connect and reconnect or.
Yeah.
I need you to describe what the ride did. Was it a tilt-a-whirl?
It was like
What did it do?
it was a tilt-a-whirl. So
those
it was
suck.
like
Are you kidding me?
It was like a circle. It was like a circle, like a circle thing with the seats all around the outside.
Yeah, dude.
So they would spin, and then it was on like a big plate, and that would spin. And
right. Yeah, it's like a
it would go up
tilt-a-whirl,
and
but
down. Then it would like tilt up and down and wobble, right? So it didn't just like go up and down like on an arm. It actually wobbled and processed. So it was like
right.
three
So
different motions at the
yeah,
same
it's like
time.
the teacup ride, but like three other
all the way around.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
Did you guys see the?
And it was fast. That's the other thing. It was super fast.
In recent news, Indio, did you hear about the guy, the ride in I don't know what park it was, but it got stuck upside down? That same one that I think you're talking about.
That always happens.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It was like in 30 minutes. Those guys were hanging upside down. That is fucking nuts, dude.
I remember when Hershey Park, the Super Duper Looper, some guys got on upside down right at the top of the loop. Like, dude, that they were hanging for like, I think it was like 45 minutes. I mean,
Yeah, if
dude,
all the blood
that
goes
would
to your
hurt.
head.
The lap bar would hurt, man.
People die
if you didn't have,
from being. Sorry, people die
yeah,
from
if
that kind of stuff.
if you, gosh, I can't. Yeah, they just had lap bars. You didn't have like the whole over the shoulders thing that some of the newer roller coasters had.
I seen that ride
Yeah,
get
they
stuck
got.
upside down, and I'm like, fuck that, dude. Hell no.
I'm scared to get on elevators.
There's always a feeling that the cable's gonna snap when you get in there, and you're just gonna fall to the fucking ground.
I don't mind roller coasters, but elevators fucking scare me.
Especially hospital ones. You know how they're always like janky when you get in there,
Mhm.
shaking you.
Mhm.
Like fuck, dude,
Yeah.
you're holding on. Like I don't know if this is gonna be the last time the cable is gonna operate correctly. You fucking give out.
I don't know. The old ones where you get in, it's got a cage around a cage where you got the guy that looks like he's a ship. You got the bellboy or whatever.
Yeah, bellboy. Yeah.
Not a bellboy. But, they used to have the operated the thing, and he would shut the cage and then pull that thing down or whatever. And then the how you operated it, it looked like the inside of a ship, or kind of like it anyway. But those old ones, I've been in one of those. They're freaking, they're janky.
We're gonna ask the room because we got some more Globers that just popped in here, like Brown Recluse. He's.
How did I know you were gonna talk to me off? I didn't say one word, baby. Leave me alone.
Heyo. We found you. We spotted you out. We were sniffing you out. You're gonna come to the
I
fire.
haven't said one word. I'm just curious why Alpha wants to talk to me specifically, because I'm not a new globe earther, as you just stated.
Because you're my favorite deputy.
I know I am.
We've been on like kind of a globe earth binge lately, try to get you guys like to realize, but it's not good enough for us to kind of win the argument. It's better for us to actually demonstrate how there is no argument. How about that?
Oh,
go ahead, demonstrate it, please.
Oh shit!
All right, so we're gonna put out the information that there is no evidence for you guys to bring forward that the Earth is a globe. Now, what say you, Brown Recluse? What information do you have to present?
You said you were gonna demonstrate it.
Oh, we can do so, but I'd rather see if you got.
Oh, now we cannot do it with this guy,
do that, but I'd rather not do that right now.
No, I can. Trust me. Observationally,
Trust you.
measurably, and practically used. So there's 3 things I can show you. Now, before I get into that, I really want you to give it your best shot. I mean, give us what you got, your best and evidence.
Alpha, I have no interest in talking with you specifically. If anybody else would like to ask, if anybody else wants to ask a question,
Alpha, just go whatever you wanted to say.
Yeah, rant away.
Talk to me.
Alpha,
go for it. I want to hear it.
Alpha, if I talk, you're just gonna mute me, and then we're gonna end up in flat earth silence like we do. So let's just start.
You,
the gall of you to say that.
If I asked you to talk, why would I mute you? I'm giving you the mic and the floor.
You will mute.
You know how many times I've heard you say that phrase? I give you the mic and the floor, and then immediately follows it by you muting me.
Well, you're still talking, aren't you? Come on.
Right now, 100%. But there was a 2-hour conversation we had 2 days ago where you muted me 39 individual times.
You always end up going sideways, man. You have to be. You can't control yourself.
Were you like talking over people and like just straight up being disrespectful or something?
No.
What he's doing now?
I was there. He wasn't.
I was there. He wasn't. All right, go ahead.
He was trying his best to be as much respectful as possible.
Is Vanek your lawyer? Can we see your bar card, Vanek?
Guys, respectfully, I have no interest.
Why are you defending him?
Wait. Are you Alpha Veritas lawyer?
Yeah, guys, I could squash this all right now. I have no interest in talking to Alpha.
Oh, okay. I thought so.
Okay, that's fine. You don't have to talk to him.
I'm not defending him. I'm defending your representation.
It's okay. Don't have a stroke, bro. It's all right. Let the other guy speak, please. I don't want to have this.
No, he doesn't want to speak.
I give the mic and the floor to Alpha.
Come on. Why must it be this way between you and me, Brown Recluse?
You know exactly why, and I've stated it clearly right now.
Why can't we be friends, dude? Like, that's all I want. It's just for you and I to get along.
It's so ironic. It really is.
And mute each other.
All right, so, you could tell everybody how you know the Earth's a globe, and I think we'll get off on a good foot, right?
Alpha. Okay, so can you? I will happily engage with you right now. I do only have 1 hour, right? I'll happily engage with you if you agree right now not to mute me, given that I don't break the rules, over talk, and be an asshole. Can we agree to that?
Yeah. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay,
100%. 100%. So
I won't. But go ahead.
Present your case.
100%. So I was talking earlier about. Yesterday, rather, I was talking about the difference we see between stars and planets, right? So the difference we see between stars and planets, right? If stars, if they're defined as lights in the sky, right? I would argue against that by saying lights produce light and cannot have shadows cast on them. If we can agree to that, then if we extend further, planets differ from stars given that they can cast shadows and have shadows cast on them, right? Light producing objects cannot cannot have shadows cast on them, right? So given this logical train, planets are real objects and not lights. And so I can continue, but if we have any disagreements, I'd like to address them now.
Okay, I wanted
Okay.
to say one thing real fast. I was under the assumption a brighter light source would cast some form of shadow on a dimmer light source. Is that a thing or no?
Yes, that's a thing.
Is
Okay.
Wait, I have to verify that.
Yeah, please expand. You know, when you say cast a shadow on
so
a dimmer light
I'll
source.
give you an example. So you know what a projector is, a movie projector, right? So if you watch a movie and from a movie projector, some of the movie will be in black. Is the projector projecting black light?
It's not. Well, it's not black, is it? It's just not projecting.
Dimmer light.
It's just not as bright, right?
Right. So is that a
It looks
shadow
black.
though?
No, well, that's the thing. How do you know
Well,
it's
that's
a
the
shadow?
definition of a shadow.
Let's define shadow right now. 1 second. Shadow.
You don't need to define shadow. The
Well,
thing is, you're making an observation, and you're concluding it's a shadow based
Yeah.
upon.
So real quick. So the definition of a shadow is a dark area or shape produced by a body coming between rays of light and a surface. That's the definition of a shadow. So a body.
Or shade.
By the way, sorry guys to interrupt you. No light can cast any shadow on any other light. So you should probably just move on.
Yeah, shadows are the absence of light.
Regardless if one is bigger, more bright, or stuff like that.
Yeah. So you're simply referring to it. So if there's any disagreements, right? Just to restate my point, right? Lights, if we disagree that, but rather if we agree that lights cannot have shadows cast on them, right? We can observe with amateur.
The shadow part. That's what I disagree with. Whether it's a shadow or not. That's what I disagree with.
So how can we determine if it's a shadow? Because we can see.
I don't know.
We can see, but if we track, excuse me, real quick, if we can track the positions, right, of these objects in the sky relative to us, right, and if we we do have to assume that the light is coming from the sun, right, because it's what we observe. All light that we observe seems to come from the sun, as apart from the artificial ones that we create, right? And then so the light comes from the sun and then is cast upon these objects, right, that we observe. And then when another one of these objects intercedes between the light coming to the first object, we observe a shadow cross in the exact arc across this object, right? And then once this middle object that we observe passes away from the path of light between the first object, that shadow, as we observe it, disappears. And that's how shadows work, and that's how it's observed and demonstrated to work and understood by anyone who understands what light is.
Yeah, so give me an example of us observing something coming between the sun and an object and casting a shadow. Planet.
I can send you a bunch of pictures of us observing these objects having shadows cast on them, right? Because there is another object between the light and this. How is that a circular logic? I'm showing the demonstratable.
The thing that you're trying to prove as evidence.
The demonstratable, right? So again, you can observe one object. So in this example, you can observe Mars, right? And then you can observe Venus, right? And then you can observe the sun, right? And as we understand these objects to be identified.
So Mars casts a shadow on Venus? Is that
no,
what you're saying?
Venus casts a shadow on Mars.
Venus casts a shadow on Mars. Oh, this should be interesting. I gotta see this.
Let me just make sure that my vernacular is correct. So again,
which planet is behind, though? That's all depend on that.
Apparently, it's got to be Mars, right? Mars is further away.
No, yeah. So Venus is Venus is between Earth. So it goes Mercury, Venus, Earth, and then Mars in order of distance from the sun, right? So when Earth is away and viewing all of these objects from like a horizontal perspective, right? You can see Venus, you can see the sun, and then Venus, and then Mars, right? When Venus comes in between the sun and Mars, Mars then has a large dark spot cast on it, given the shadow of Venus, right? And again, we can observe the same thing with like the moon and casting a shadow on the Earth, and we can observe the same thing with other planets casting shadows on other planets. We never observe a star have a shadow cast on it. You never observe the sun.
Does Venus cast a shadow on Earth?
Nobody ever got the sun, Earth, and Venus in a frame where we saw them lined up and something cast a shadow on them. No one's ever seen that. I don't know why you're saying somebody's seen that.
Wait, sorry?
Yeah, if you're saying that Venus can cast a shadow, you'd expect it to cast a shadow on Earth first.
Syzygy in such a way that we've observed all three bodies, and we saw one body blocking the light from another body on the third body. being Venus and Mars. That no one's ever observed that. So just stop, dude.
So
Stop.
do we observe dark spots on what we observe to be planets? Do we observe that?
Probably.
Yeah, probably. Okay.
Yeah, probably.
So we do observe these dark spots on these planets,
Yeah,
right?
what caused it?
The absence of light. Right?
That absence of light. Yep.
So we
maybe
agree
it's just not as bright, right? So it's just less light. So that's a possible interpretation of what you're seeing, right? Less light. That's why I gave the example of the projector, right? And you see black, but the projector is casting light
on a projector.
But it's
You don't
just darker, so it looks black.
So
even on the sun, we see black spots on the sun too.
Real quick, on a projector.
Is that shadows?
1 second. On a projector, you don't see black. You see the dimly lit backdrop, right? Of the you don't see black light. You see like gray light, right? As the darker color is projected on typically a white projection screen.
Depends on the quality of the projector. Basically,
it's never projected black. Yeah, if you're in a completely dark room, right, and then the projector again will not shine light in that one area, right? And then it will be dark relative to the light around it. So again, it still has light cast upon it, and it's still technically the color of the projector screen, right? It's just very dark, absent of light.
That's fine, but the observation that you're going to make, this is what you understand. We have an observation, and we're trying to interpret the observation. Now, your explanation of the observation is it's a shadow of another planet casting on a planet. Possible another interpretation of that is that spot is not a shadow, it's just a place that's less bright. Right?
If that's the case, why would the planet be non-homogeneous when it comes to its light? Why there is one part that is slightly brighter than the other?
Wait, the same reason why the Earth's gravitational field isn't uniform. Just because there's inconsistencies in nature, like everything's not going to be.
Yeah, but the source of light is the same, right? It's not. We're not talking about two different sources of light.
Yeah, the sun. Right. So the half of the Earth is covered, in darkness, right? Every day, right? Every day, consistently, half the Earth is covered in darkness.
It's not half. It's not even half in the globe model.
It's roughly half.
Depends on what you consider darkness, right? If you want direct sunlight, it's a little more than 51%, and if you include civil, nautical, and astronomical twilight, something like 67% of the Earth is illuminated.
Yeah, if you define twilight as daytime, yeah.
No, if you said light.
You said I guess technically light, yeah, sure, but twilight is when the sun or the night sky is illuminated by the moon.
No, twilight is like sunset, right? After sunset.
Dusk is sunset.
There's 3 twilights. There's astronomical, civil, and nautical twilight. That's how bright it is. You can't see the sun, but the sky's still lit up. Night is. I'll actually just post a diagram.
That'd be better, I think. I'm looking at it. Okay, I found it. Astronomical twilight. Nautical twilight, and then night. Okay, yeah.
There's a diagram that shows you the percentage of the Earth that would be lit up. Even though the 50% thing is wrong, because they actually say it's more than 50% direct sunlight.
Well, it's clearly if you look
at the old model, is that there's a bunch of band-aids all over the place. And
right. If you look at let me look at your specific chart. 1 second. Misquote you with the chart that I'm pulled up. Yeah, so clearly, as demonstrated by your chart, half of this chart is daytime, and half of it is not daytime. It is civil twilight, nautical, astronomical twilight, but half is daytime, half is not daytime, which is what I was kind of demonstrating before. Well, I'm not saying that everything is completely covered in darkness, right? It is daytime, so light is roughly wrapped around roughly half. Is what I was kind of This again, I think you're demonstrating my point. In fairness,
No,
but
my point is, my point is, you said light, and all I'm saying is, a little more than in the globe model, a little more than 50% of the Earth is lit up by direct sunlight, meaning where you're standing, you can actually physically see the sun, assuming there's no clouds.
Right, exactly. That was my point.
That's not the illumination of the surface of the Earth. It's much larger than that.
Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with you, and that wasn't technically my point in the first place. But if we expand upon that, right, during the day, obviously we observe the shadow of the eclipse, right? So that's that.
No, that's the thing you're trying to prove is that it's a shadow. That's the thing.
Right. So when one object, right? So the moon.
I know what a shadow is.
Right. So
that
if
does
we
not mean your interpretation of the phenomenon makes it a shadow.
So if we observe the moon, an object passing between us and the source of light, which is the sun, right, and then we observe a dark spot or an absence of light, right, on a certain area below the intersecting, between the path of the light and then where the light would hit, given the intersected of the secondary middle object, right, and then we see a dark spot. That is a shadow. That's the definition of a shadow, and that's
Have you
how it
observed
works.
that all in one shot?
Yeah.
Every
So here's the
single
funny
eclipse,
thing.
every single lunar eclipse.
You've never even one time seen the moon during an eclipse. Never. Not even once. No one ever has.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
you can hold on. So you can see the moon during a new moon phase. That's what you're saying.
When it passes in front of the sun, absolutely.
Okay. So I'm gonna post a video where a guy. So what he did was he took a camera, he stuck it on the side of his house, and he tracked the path of the sun and the moon prior to the eclipse for 3 days, right? So you can trace the path, and you can predict how the moon is gonna like eclipse the sun.
It doesn't line up.
Yeah, it doesn't line up. It comes, instead of coming across that follow the arc of what he plotted, it actually comes from the bottom.
Right. So is it possible that this random guy plotted it wrong and eclipses are a well understood and well plotted phenomena even before the globe Earth was understood fully? Don't you think that this guy maybe got it wrong? Like,
what could he got wrong?
I can quote one guy who got it wrong.
No, he filmed it, right? He didn't get the observation wrong. He's got all the video and cameras, all the shit is time lapse.
Sure.
And time and date agrees with what he observed.
Where's the video?
Yeah, please post.
I'll post it in the chat. Hold on.
So, but
Okay,
again,
so while he's
video,
posting
because
video,
the guy
what's your
gives a
response?
long presentation. He's educated, has something like 10 patents, is a fucking millionaire or some shit.
So what's your response to that? He's going to show you the video if what he's saying is true, and
I mean, how's he gonna comment
it's
on the
not
video if you
correlated.
didn't watch it?
We
Yeah,
should pick
exactly.
more than one observation, not just one. Right?
Yeah.
No, that's
No?
incorrect. It only takes one observation to falsify something.
Really?
Yeah, really. My theory is all swans are white. I find a black swan. Is my theory still correct?
But
Do I need to find more black swans?
Well, can I ask a question? If is video evidence proof enough for an individual? Like, again, was it possible that he manipulated this video evidence enough for it to be?
I mean,
again,
it's possible, but this isn't like the only. This isn't the only problem with eclipses in the heliocentric model. First of all, a heliocentric model can't be used to accurately to even predict eclipse times.
How can you claim that? How can you claim that? Because it 100%
Because
can.
we use a Soros cycle. We've been using it for millennia. The Antikythera mechanism that pre-existed any globe model.
Can you predict the path of the eclipse using the Soros cycle, please?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's on Shane Pierre's website. You can, or you can go on a YouTube channel called Space Audits. There's fucking, he did the whole thing.
We want you to explain it.
Yeah, he asked for the prediction. Where you want me to frickin' put the math in the frickin' chat or something?
It'd be quick. Well,
yeah,
the formula. Yeah.
If you already know where, the math is coming
formula,
from.
it's the Soros cycle. It's the formula is basically the intersection of 3 years, right? So there's a eclipse here.
Are you going to show the math, or are you going to show?
Now I'm trying to explain it to you, and you're fucking interrupting me. That's hilarious.
Googling,
you don't
let
actually
him
want
fast
the
Google it.
explanation. Because I can actually just talk about shit that falsifies the heliocentric model. I don't even need to talk about the predictability. I can just talk about sunrise and sunset eclipses. Solar eclipses are impossible. They're geometrically impossible in the globe model. Geometrically impossible.
Well,
period.
How so?
Okay, so if you're looking at the horizon, right, and the sun is rising eclipsed by the moon. And if I drew a line of sight between my eye, a tangent line that intersects the horizon, goes through the moon, and then goes through the sun, the Earth, sun, and moon can't be in syzygy because the sun is 400 times farther away than the moon. That means they can't be lined up in a straight line.
How does that add up? Why can't they be in 3D space?
Okay, because the sun is 400 times farther away.
And the moon is allegedly 400 times smaller than the sun.
Yeah, that's fine, but I'm talking about the line of sight.
Right.
Right.
So what?
If the sun in the if the sun is 400 times farther away, and is in the same line of sight, right? I'm standing on the surface of a sphere and using the horizon, right, as my guide. The horizon's also in my line of sight. They can't be lined up in syzygy where the Earth, Sun, and Moon are in a row. Okay? They can't be in syzygy. They can't be aligned. Their centers can't be aligned.
Okay, real quick. That's I believe I'm understanding your misunderstanding, right? So the centers of Earth.
It's not a misunderstanding.
One second. So the centers of Earth, the Moon, and the Sun cannot be in line, right? But you're not talking about the center of Earth. You're talking about a tangent line off the perimeter of Earth. So a tangent line.
That's right.
Right. So a tangent line off the perimeter of Earth, the centers of the Moon, and then the center of the Sun can all be in, samogeny or whatever word you said.
That's right. So but then there would be eclipse nowhere else. Right? Because when other people see the eclipse, right, later on in the day, other people after sunrise, right, other people are going to see eclipse in other locations, and they're going to see an eclipse.
When you
they're
say
all going to be lined up. So how did everything go from out of line to in line, right? So the angle is not trivial because of the distance, right? Because of the 93 million mile distance, and even a 1 degree angle is something like 100 solar diameters, right? Which is
it's not a 1
diameter, something like 800,000 miles. So we're talking millions of miles.
Actually, I did this math before. It's actually not. It's not 1 degree. It's 0.0061 degrees.
What are you talking about?
The angle, the angle difference that you're talking about in the lights. Right.
Okay. We have a horizon. No, you're confused.
I am confused, but maybe it's due to your lack of explaining.
No,
properly.
it's probably it's hard to talk about certain geometric things just verbally when it's just easier to show people. Because we're talking about geometry, it's hard to just verbalize and describe it.
Post it then.
Well, I'll take they actually did this. This is pretty fucking obvious.
You can't just state something's pretty fucking obvious. Because I could say that about the globe.
If you did this,
I could say that about shadows, and we disagree there.
It would be obvious.
It's super obvious. So I'll give you an outsider perspective. Listen to this conversation. Okay, when you're doing gunnery and target practice, your sight picture is very important. If your sight picture is off, even though you see the object, you're not going to hit it. It looks like you're targeting the object, but your round is not going to hit the target.
Ain't that the truth?
That is the truth.
I know.
Right. So
look in the chat. This I'll post it. See this diagram? Okay, this obviously isn't to scale, right? Because you wouldn't be able to even see it because you would need a 4,000 pixel fucking screen, 40,000 pixel screen. This is a top-down view of the Earth, right? Top down. You're looking from, you're above the North Pole, looking down. There's one dude on the horizon at sunrise, the red guy, and then there's or the blue guy, and then the sunset guy is the red guy. Now, if the moon is lined up in his line of sight at the horizon, the sun has to be on that line, and that line cannot line up physically with the Earth, Sun, and Moon.
What? So real quick, if I may follow your diagram real quick.
Because there's a dip angle, right?
The
horizon dip. Does the horizon dip or not?
If I just may address your chart real quick, right? So again, what if the sun is traveling between those 3 points, and the moon stays relatively in the same position?
Sun traveling. Did you really just say that?
Yeah. Yeah. What if? Yeah. Again,
sun doesn't move. Remember.
The sun. Right.
The sun doesn't move. Oh.
No, I'm saying relative to our position. Relative to our position.
Yeah. Yeah. Does the sun move or not?
It does technically, but again, we revolve around the sun. So the sun, everything does move, right? And the 6 axis is unfelt motion or whatever. But yeah, again, what I'm talking about in relative to us, we would move, right, so that the moon is still in between. The moon and the Earth would move so that they're still in between. The moon is still in between the sun and the Earth, right? But then the sun would be in a different position, and the moon would be in a different position, causing the eclipse, the shadow of the eclipse, to drag across the surface of the Earth, but not, and then completely remove itself. The shadow remove itself from the shadow surface of the Earth once the moon is out of the path of light between the sun and the Earth. Again, that's what a shadow is. I just don't know how that. This is what I would say. That's fucking obvious, and then I win technically.
No, it's not obvious.
Okay.
Because it doesn't geometrically work. And I can give other examples of like the lunar eclipses that don't work geometrically.
Well, I think I just demonstrated how it can geometrically work.
No, you just said a bunch of words. You didn't demonstrate.
I just said a bunch of words.
No, you just said a bunch of words that literally had nothing to do. It's just word salad nonsense.
Right, but if your diagram,
I completely understood his point.
If you're, I'm just let me just say.
Hold on. Steel man his point and make it more concise. What do you say?
It's not up to me to do.
Yeah, no. What do you say?
It's not up to me to do.
No, you understood his point. You explained it to me because obviously I'm dumb.
Yeah, precise every single word he said.
You got 1 second to do it.
You got 1 second.
Time's up.
Where'd Alpha go? He's the one who wanted me to talk in the first place.
Don't worry about Alpha.
He was worried about me. I was completely silent until he dragged me into this, and then he left.
Did you guys know that there's flat earthers all around the globe?
This guy's worried about defeat, man. Fucking, he's just running away from you, Indio.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm running away from the guy who can't understand what
totally obvious, dude.
He can do whatever he wants with the information. I mean, it's up to him. You can.
Yeah, you schooled us, Indigo.
You could. You know, the easiest way to show you how bad this is fucked up is to just physically model it. Get 3 balls, right? Put one ball 400 times farther away than the other ball, and try to line them up in a line of sight. You can't do it. Right. So one thing you could do, right? So go to a street, right? And you have the curb. So put the 3 balls in the curb. So now you know they're in a straight line. And now try to line up the line of sight so that you get all 3 balls, that you get your line of sight, one ball blocking the other ball. It's fucking impossible. You can't do it.
Let me I'm just gonna post a picture in the chat. Just tell me where.
So guys, did you guys know that there's flat earthers?
Bro, shut up.
That was a good joke the first time.
Look, dude.
Wait, actually, I'm a flat earther, guys. I'm a flat earther.
I was again in the demonstration, right? In the stupid little drawing I drew on Paint, right? In 6 seconds, right?
If the world were round, you'd be falling off it.
Okay, 1 second. No, so the tangent line, right, off of the initial sphere, right, obviously goes through the center mass of these objects.
Tangent line, man. Come on, dude. You can draw better than that.
You're saying that is not a tangent line?
No, that's not a tangent line.
How is that not a tangent line?
Because it's going up.
I gotta look up exactly what a tangent. A straight line that just touches the curve, right? It doesn't have to be at a specific angle.
No, wrong. Listen, dude, the moon must be in a direct line of sight from the observation point to the horizon, then to the moon. Not just from a point on the Earth. You have to have 2 points. The observation point and the
Yeah, his mic is gone.
All right. Maybe again. I feel like if someone steal man his argument, maybe.
Ball, right. Listen, because you're on a ball, the tangent is your line of sight to the horizon. Right.
Right.
So because you're on a ball, there's going to be a horizon dip. It means it's going to dip at some angle. If you're 6 feet, I think the horizon will be 3.2 miles away, and the horizon will dip 0.02 degrees. Now, if you take that line, that 0.02 degree line, and draw it out in space, put an object in it, put another object in it 400 times away, it's not going to be lined up with what you're standing on.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, the tangent, the thing you posted right there, the viewer height relative to the curve of the Earth, that's a billion. How many miles up is that relative to the radius of the Earth?
My goodness, dude.
Look, no, you know what I'm saying? Again, it's just. Like,
hey, am I coming in, brother?
Yeah, I hear you, Ed.
All right, listen. Homeboy is trying to make this alignment with 3 points. What Indio is telling you is there's 4 points of alignment. 4, not 3. 4. So if you're diagramming 3, you're wrong.
Okay, but so even still, in the diagram that he laid out, right, the viewer height, right, in this diagram is like 1/10 of the radius of Earth.
Irrelevant. All that you need to know is listen, pay attention, is what you learn in your first week of gunnery. A small variant angle at the point of firing results in an extravagant angle at the target. So you need to know what deflection at the point of firing multiplied by the distance is going to be how off you are from the target. That's what Indio is telling you.
Okay, so I'm drawing a little picture.
Here, I'll make it a little closer so you don't complain. So here you go. The viewer isn't as high. Still the same problem. If there's any horizon dip at all, that's a problem.
This
is another reason why. Hold on, Fred. This is another reason why military service should be mandatory for every citizen. Then they'd understand the principles of shooting.
So, are you saying that all military individuals understand that there's a flat Earth?
No.
So then, why? If they understand the principles of shooting, why don't they understand a flat Earth?
No.
Just ignore these.
What I'm telling you is that
not adding to the conversation.
you have. Excuse me. You have when you have a weapon, right? An orientation of the weapon's angle compared to your sight picture is going to have a dramatic effect at range. And the further range you go, the more you're going to miss your target. A small incremental angle at the weapon is going to create a huge angle at the target. You're going to be off by tens of meters. So if you're going 93 million miles out to the sun, you're going to be off. You could be off by millions of miles.
Right. But if we do the math, right, you're not off by millions of miles. It's an incredulity of 0.0061%. Right, which again is a big number when taken over the course of 63 million miles, right? But again, we're only talking about.
Dude. What is the differentiation? Draw out a triangle with the intersection point from the observer to the horizon to the moon. Draw it out to 93 million miles, and then tell me what the opposite leg of the triangle is from the acute angle. Can you do that or not?
I'll do it.
Yeah, someone else can do that. That's a lot of trigonometry.
What? It's the only way you could give me an accurate answer. Dude.
Well, if that's the
percentage, your percentage is irrelevant, dude.
Dude, don't talk to me like that. Talk to me nice.
That's the only way to prove your position. Dude.
My percentages are irrelevant. I find that an interesting stance to take.
Look,
I just feel like we're just
triangle. Okay. Listen, friend. If the opposite leg of the triangle is greater than the distance of the circumference of not the radius, but the circumference of the sun circle, right? Then that means that the sun can't be aligned. It's that simple. Period. End of story. So you need to do that math before you keep talking out your butt.
All right. Well,
Sorry, why you didn't bring any math before and you asked it from him?
Trigonometry. Let me learn trigonometry, and then I'll be back in an hour to do the math. So you guys can talk about something else.
Did he even provide you with the math that you asked him?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Okay,
but
I was just.
I did. No. I did provide it.
So can I ask if I'll provide my math if you guys can provide again why my percentages are irrelevant, right? If my
it was provided to you, man. You didn't see it.
No, I didn't see it either.
Yeah, please. Are you talking about the demonstration of tangent lines, or are you talking about the Euclidean curve one?
No, the tangent one, man.
Again, in that's still the viewer height is still relative to the radius of Earth is.
So you got to argue a non-point, right? Like fuck, man, whatever, dude.
No, because again, like you said, right? If the difference, right, is overcoming the whatever you said, the diameter of the sun sphere, right? Then it counts, right? Or then it's unable to be unable to be aligned, right? But if the tangent line isn't too askew, right, relative to the horizon dip, right? If the horizon dip over the course of whatever it is 3 miles is actually
too askew, what the fuck is that?
Well, I'm talking about the percentage of change that you were referring to with your gun example. Too askew in order to hit the target in close. Because if it's 0.0000000001% off, you will still hit the target, right? Do we agree?
No.
Okay, we don't agree. Then if we can't agree to that, right? Then you can't be agreed
off of what? What unit are you using?
Whatever, man. He's just fucking off on a tangent, right?
You guys are just engaging disingenuously, and I hate it. It's really difficult to engage with.
Question: when you say it's off, when you say 0.000001% off of what? What unity? What are you talking about? Angles, distances? Like, what are you
Well,
talking about?
let me answer that. Let me answer
Tangent
this.
line of the
Let me
line
answer
of
this.
sight between the eclipse of the moon and the eclipse of the sun, which is what we've been talking about for an hour. Continue, please.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Where is the percentage off? Is the percentage off at the sender or at the object in question, or at the target object? Where is it off?
It would be off between the two. The line.
Where does it begin to be off? Is it off at the acute
Sender,
angle,
by
which is at
definition.
the observer? The sender, right?
Percentage is
So
never off. I come correct. Watch your mouth.
Okay.
So if you have 0.01% off at the sender or whatever,
yeah,
and those lines continue in that off, then you need to know at range how much displacement in free space the opposite leg of the triangle represents.
Can I ask a question? What percentage? What's the 0.1% you're talking about?
Oh my goodness, dude.
No, that's the exact question you guys asked me 60 seconds ago. That's the exact question.
Dude,
You can't. Oh my gosh,
listen.
me.
Just okay, fair enough. Imagine you have a weapon.
You're breaking up.
You're holding it in your hand, level.
Yeah.
Right, imagine you have a weapon, holding it in your hand, level. You want to hit a target that's straight ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine you tilt the weapon a little bit.
Yep.
Now you might say at 100 meters, I'm definitely going to hit the target. But what I need to know is at 93 million miles, am I definitely going to hit the target? That's the only thing that matters.
Wait, so you're talking about the relative change in tilt from 180 degrees. From line of sight, from straight 180 degree line of sight, you're talking about relative percentage change in relative in the change in this analogy, the way your rifle is aiming. Again, the viewing angle is what we're talking about.
What is 100-degree line of sight? What the fuck does that even mean?
I'm talking. A line is 180 degrees because it's flat. That's what 180 degrees means, right? 180 degrees relative to the x-axis is flat. That's what 180 degrees means, right? Are we in disagreement there?
I thought it was 0, man.
Oh.
Yeah, 180 degrees is the subdivision of a circle. It's half a circle. So if you draw a bunch of lines,
it's also a straight angle.
Guys, it doesn't feel like you want to genuinely engage with me.
Like, 0 slope, right?
We are
Dude, I'll engage with you when you have the triangle differentiation of the opposite leg.
I need to look. I need to do the math, and I don't know how to do the math, so I look up how to do the math. So it's then you guys can. All right, I'll mute myself. Continue.
Does Abanic's attorney want to say anything? Or no, actually.
I'm still waiting for my paycheck. That's why I'm not.
Oh shit! I thought you were on retainer.
Damn. You gotta be careful of that guy, man. He doesn't.
I can't entertain for free.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, Vanek, you said I didn't provide any math, but I did. So, for example, in a math test where they don't give you the answers.
Wait, sorry, I'm scrolling the chat.
Just listen. Just chill for a second. If I didn't provide any math, then that would mean a math test doesn't provide any math because it doesn't give you the answer yet. So your point is incoherent.
Where is the math? I wonder where. I'm scrolling. Nope.
He verbally gave it.
Oh, did you guys hear it? I missed that.
Yeah, everybody heard it. It's recorded too.
Yo,
so
Brown, what was the math? Sorry, can you DM me the math that he gave you?
It's in the chat. I'm trying to prove it wrong because again, I feel like it's the disingenuous tangent line. So let me.
I'm legit not seeing it. Like I'm not trying to play you.
Disingenuous tangent line. That's a new one, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. So, for example, have you ever heard of an? Yeah, fair. Listen, friend. Listen. Pay attention. Have you ever heard of a math test before? Secondly, have you ever taken a math test before? Thirdly, did they give you the answers or did you have to solve the math that was in the test? The answers, you had to solve it. Of the types of problems they give you, some are word problems, correct? Yes. And you have to take that and solve. Okay? So you're just categorically wrong, sir. It's just that simple.
Yeah, read and... Where is the math, bro? Where is the fucking equations?
Did you put a scale meter or something on your diagram, Indio? Like this guy's trying to figure out if you're at the right scale on that thing or not.
It's not possible to be at the right scale.
I get it, man, but that's what he's trying to prove, right?
Fucking how you can put it? I said it's not to scale because he would need a 40,000 wide pixel screen, and the sun would be like 10 pixels, and fucking the Earth wouldn't even be visible. So I don't even know.
Can't you just zoom in, maybe, so you can have the scale?
I got a math test question for you. A math test question for anybody. Are all mathematical problems able to be solved with a single formula? Do they require sequential steps and logic and reason? Which one?
Is that a trick question?
It's for Globers, man.
I think there's more. As an old hillbilly once said, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
No, there's actually one correct way.
The correct answer is there is multiple methodologies to arrive at the correct solution. And it's not the case that all problems are solved with a single equation. Sometimes they require the answers to be put into secondary equations, and sometimes they require steps of logic and reason. Now, that's just the facts, and that's how they construct math tests, especially higher level math tests, right? With those steps not given to you because they're expecting you to use your base knowledge. So the math is present there, but it's not solved. You have to do the rest of it by solving it. Duh. Imagine receiving a math test. Imagine receiving a math test, but because the answers weren't in it, you refuse to take it on the grounds that there's no math in the test. Imagine that. You'd be laughed out of the class.
Math already has answers in it in an equation. It's equivalence. It's already solved.
Okay, but that's kind of the issue.
in China.
That's kind of the issue when it comes to academia. They give us problems that they already have like this premeditated what is it, formula? Like if you stray from the mainstream math, Terryism. That's a guy trying to come up with his own math thing, and he's like going against mainstream math. Everyone
miserably.
Yeah, but according to Homeboy's logic, I can then pass a math test.
Female narcissism has a name.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can 100% just be like,
the name of it is.
Oh yeah, x squared equals 25. The math test is already solved. The answer's already in there. It is.
Right. Well, there's actually a meme. There's this funny meme where it says find x. Like it shows a bunch of numbers and then it says find
circle
x. And the person they circle x and put an arrow.
Genius.
Yeah, according to you, that would be the answer to all the questions.
No, the answer's already in there. It's already written down. It's an equivalent statement. So if it's not equivalent already, then it's not true.
No.
Equation's already solved.
Oh my goodness, dude. If that were true, then you wouldn't need to answer it.
Over his head, dude.
For goodness sakes.
I got it. I'm partially shitposting.
Yeah, we know you got it. Yeah, fair enough. But I would flunk your test.
I would flunk mine as well. Yeah, that's of course not what I would ask for. I'm just being a little pedantic.
So I want to ask Vanek here a question. Is still here? Anyway, what observation could falsify the heliocentric model for eclipses the way it is? What observation could be done? I fucking muted.
Yeah, but Trig actually was backing my point that if you provide a problem not yet solved for the particular answer, then you have provided quote unquote math. Just because you didn't solve it and you want the other person to solve it doesn't mean you didn't provide quote unquote math.
You provided math, but you just provided a question. Math tests provide answers. Or rather have answers in mind to specific questions. Hence why they're a test.
Oh my goodness, dude. Wow.
I'm still trying to figure out how to determine a dip angle. Like again, you guys haven't told me anything. I have to do all this work by myself.
So your claim,
dude, you didn't have to fucking do all that.
You asked me to. You asked me to.
Bro,
What do you
stop
mean?
I
getting
didn't
so
ask you
mad.
to do anything.
He's
I already know the
freaking out.
answer. Why would I ask you to
You
do
guys
it?
are crazy. You
Just
asked me to
learn the
perform
trig
this
functions,
task.
dude. SOHCAHTOA. It's not that
Just
big of a
learn
deal.
the trig functions. Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal.
Okay, then how do you
bro.
determine a dip angle? How do you determine dip angle over a sphere?
Hey.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Establish that in trigonometry.
Tangent line, right? You have a tangent line, right?
Do it right. Do a tangent line. So please demonstrate. What formula do I use to demonstrate the tangent line?
Well, first,
if it's so simple.
Yeah, so I would get Desmos. You have Desmos?
What? No, I don't have Desmos.
All right. So open up Desmos and make a circle of radius of 6,371. All right.
Continue.
All right. Once you do that, you're going to make a tangent line. You're going to have to, unless you want to.
Right, but how does that say the dip angle? Does that determine the dip angle?
Look, you're wasting your time. You're wasting our time. Hey, I posted a calculator. All the formulas are in the calculator.
Right.
So the formula for dip angle is dip angle equals arctan d divided by radius, d being distance.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so in the graphic you see there, it's basically what I was telling you to do, which is make a circle and then draw the tangent line.
And then when you do all those calculations, we're going to ask, how did you get the radius? And you're going to fall apart.
So even if I were to prove that it is accurate in how we would
in the model, yeah, in reality you don't have a radius. So.
All right. Well, never mind then. I'm not going to bother with the trigonometry if you're just going to shoot me in the face anyway.
Well, the point is that the point of the whole thing is that sunrise, sunset eclipses can't work.
All right. Well, guys, I have to go. You guys have been very, very ingenuous and very respectful with your conversation. So thanks for.
No, you're disingenuous.
Wait, what? Was I disingenuous? I was trying to teach him.
Not disingenuous.
Are you kidding me? I was trying to teach the kid.
Said ingenuous.
Viral.
Come on, man. He's freaking out because he has to learn the trig functions.
I think it was the lack of radius that did him in.
So wait a minute. What you're trying to say is that math teachers should update their rhetoric when the student says, when am I ever going to use this in real life? They should say, well, one day you're going to be in a flat earth Discord or a flat earth social media group, and you're going to have to do some trig.
Absolutely.
You need it so badly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't anyone else.
Indio, could you look over my proof that -2 is equal to 0?
-2 is equal to 0.
Yeah. Get a little this right here. Hold on. I'll show the whole derivation.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sounds very boring and uninteresting.
Oh.
Did you guys not try and do something funny like prove the globe? That'd be more entertaining.
Prove the globe.
Prove the globe.
That sounds boring. That sounds like boring too, just because it just would be crazy people talking about crazy things that aren't even real.
The globe isn't real?
That's what's funny.
Well, the globe isn't real. You figured that out?
They're slow learners.
TVs are real. Little flashing pixels on a freaking box is real. That's real.
Okay, I've been talking to people about this, so I want to see what y'all think, because I feel like you might be a little more open-minded when it comes to this subject. Recognition, acknowledgement. How does it work whenever an individual contributes to the scientific field? Like, at what point or what exactly needs to happen in order for them to get recognition? Because somebody was saying money is one of the key factors in a person getting recognized. Another person said the amount of time, the ability for you to put it out in the world and have some kind of like useful use for your invention or your idea. That's what solidifies you as the creator of a thing. So if I were to come to you today and tell you I am the founder of a whole scientific field, what exactly would you need? Would I need to show you in order for you to believe that? Because that's a big claim to make. Hello? Is anyone there?
You haven't paid us yet, so we can't review your scientific claims.
Wait, was that guy actually trying to talk, or is he just trying to hear himself speak? That was really lame.
I was talking to everybody because it was quiet. So if y'all just want to sit in silence, go for it.
Random guy, do you have any proof of the globe, random guy?
No. How long have you been here? I don't believe in that.
All right. Do we have any baby globers in here? Come on.
I'm just here for entertainment.
I'm here for a conversation, but yeah. So I'm not just gonna say globe, flat the whole time. I can't do that. Sorry, if that's what you're looking for.
That's what I was looking for. Yeah.
Wait, random guy, can you repeat what you said? Because I just actually didn't hear you.
Basically,
I was saying I wanted to talk about this thing that happens with oppressed cultures and them not getting recognition or acknowledgement for scientific advancements. And then this white guy was like, "I want to talk about the globe. Why aren't you talking about the globe?"
This what guy?
This white guy.
Wow.
White guys.
Oh, I'm sorry. What are you? Are you a Chinese man? Are you a Chinaman?
Nah,
We're all Mexican.
Yeah.
You're a Mexican? Yeah,
we're all
I can tell
Mexican.
speech patterns from Mexican. You're not a Mexican.
Yeah.
Bro just said you're
Yeah,
not.
you're white. You're a white person.
I identify as a Mexican.
That's fine. You could do that. You can do that all you want.
You have to
That doesn't
respect
mean that you
racial
are.
pronouns, dude.
Okay, yeah, cool story.
What do you identify as, dude?
Yeah, cool story. Who cares? Why?
All I was saying was there's
Look, I'm going to ask you one question, and you're going to answer it truthfully. Why did? What?
You kind of cut out.
Oh, so
Did he cut out? Yeah, everyone.
You think you think that you?
Oh, you're like really cutting in.
I think you need to get a better microphone or some better internet.
Bro, did you say you were oppressed?
I think he needs better internet. That's all I'm saying.
Well, was that your initial comment? I couldn't really hear what you were saying.
Yeah, I was saying there's whole cultures that are oppressed, and our scientific advancement contributions to science, and the world are ignored, and our ideas are stolen. So again, I said I'm a Native American person. If I were to tell you I am the founder of a whole
That's
scientific
like
field,
reality, though,
you would
right?
not believe that. You would not believe that.
Dude. Why do you have to be like that? That's reality, right? Like everybody's ideas get sold, and everybody gets oppressed, right? Like fuck, not only one people, everybody, dude.
Okay, so let's talk
We're
about it.
all told
Historically
what to think,
speaking,
and we're all told fucking how it is, and fucking what you have to do, and go to work, and like that's just the way it is, bro.
So historically speaking, when it comes to technology and scientific advancements, which skin color ultimately dominates the field historically? Like when we talk about contributions to science, how many Native Americans do you know that did anything as far as we know for science?
The time
I don't know.
period
They all
also,
died from smallpox. Them smallpox.
Here we go.
Bro.
Okay, here we go.
the time period also depends.
It's not like there's much of them anymore left compared to what we did to them. You know, not we. I didn't do anything.
We're all slaves, brother. We all got to come together, man. The division shit just doesn't work.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't get what this.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
I agree with that, but
Yeah.
not acknowledging a person's oppression and then just
Everybody
profiting
is
off of that
oppressed, dude.
oppression,
Why
that
are
is the
you
problem.
special? Like, stop
That is
playing the
the
victim
issue.
here, man. You're not a fucking victim. We all are.
You didn't come up with the whole scientific field. You are not the
I
founder
don't
of
give
a
a fuck,
scientific field,
man.
are you?
Are
I know
you?
you
You're not
don't.
a victim,
That's what I'm
bro.
Are
I'm
saying.
sorry to
you?
Yes,
tell
I
you,
am.
man.
Are you the
Yes, I am.
founder?
I am
Are you the
the
founder? What
inventor
did
of a
you
whole
found?
scientific field.
What did you found?
Which
Uh,
scientific field did you found?
Fungal computing.
Fungal computing.
All right.
Pretty cool. Do you have any papers or something?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. The first time I ever presented the methodology and the ideology of using fungi as a form of computing power, everyone laughed at me. Everyone was saying it's not possible. I could show
Can
you.
you
It's in
put like some papers in
2013.
the side chat?
Okay, hold on.
Like, did you actually do anything with it? Like, did you actually put it into practice or?
No, I didn't put it into practice. I said I founded a whole field. I didn't say I started inventing fungal computers. I initially said, yo, we could be doing this. We need to advance research on this thing. And it started happening. I'm getting the original post right now. If you look historically, they're gonna say some guy in England in 2016 was the founder. That's not true. I have paperwork to show I was talking about this way before 2016.
Wait, is this you whining about it? I don't get it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, you're like. Wait, and you
Well, no,
didn't
this
even
might be-
design anything. You just said like this could be a cool idea. You didn't actually make anything. That's pretty
I
lame.
outlined the ideology and the methodology. I specifically laid out
came up with
how
an idea.
to.
if I'm coming in, I want to ask a question. If you believe that reality is illusory in any way, shape, or form, and that there are higher dimensions of consciousness, then there are among inventors believers who think that updates to inventiveness are actually existing on a higher realm, and they actually are downloaded into multiple humans simultaneously.
Probably not.
So it's possible that somebody else came up with the same idea at the same time as you, right? That's not an
Probably not.
impossibility.
Well,
There are
Probably
no
not
original
real.
experiences. There are no original experiences.
I just find it interesting. Random guy made it a race thing when he's obviously just salty.
Well, here's something that I've learned. Anybody who has that exact voice pattern, you can just come in and go, probably not, and you're almost always going to be right. It's a neat trick. You can pick it up. I don't know who's listening to TV in the background.
I think it's
That speech pattern.
I think it's AI overlord.
No, there's definitely not AI. Somebody's just probably away from keyboard, and
No. I see
it's
his
a
mic
Lego
being lit
face
up.
guy, I think.
No, literally his mic was being lit up. See, he muted himself and now it's gone.
Okay.
Okay,
No,
so this is the thing.
I have like noise suppression shit on. I just know you're supposed to talk.
Well, the problem is fix itself, so nobody cares.
Okay, I posted it. It's inside chat. So there's the first iteration of the fungal computer way back in 2013. I proposed it.
2013.
I founded this.
Wait, but did you make that?
Did anybody else see the bad Star Trek? There's one where they can't go warp speed; they have to go.
Random guy.
I
Did you
swear.
actually make that?
Yeah, they use fungi. Yeah, they use some kind of weird fungus thing.
Like
I watched
I
it.
felt like
Yeah.
like saying it out loud. I'm like, did I just dream this shit? While
yeah,
I'm
that was a
saying
thing.
it sounds retarded.
That was Star Trek Discovery. And
Yeah, we've all.
Silly or Spore Drive.
Yeah,
Hey, guess what I
yeah.
invented? You want to know what I invented? I invented screen protectors. Modern screen protectors I invented. And I didn't get credit for it. You know why? Because I was a kid. I was a kid, and when I ordered from TV, they say invent help, right? Order this package and we'll help patent your idea. When I got it,
Oh yeah, they steal your ideas.
I needed to fill it out. I needed to fill
I
it
know
out.
that
Right?
thing. It's like a
Yeah, and
caveman
then
that has a wheel.
yeah.
That commercial.
Yeah, they're liars. They just steal your
Yeah, so I
ideas,
was
basically.
right, but my problem is here's my problem, friend. I never was able to submit it because they wanted $600 for the package. And when I received the package and I was going to fill it out, I realized that because I was such a kid and I didn't have $600, that I was screwed.
Oh, well, this is the first time in my life where white privilege has kicked in. My uncle was an engineering professor at the University of Maryland, and all of my dumb ideas, he'd be like, that's not patentable. Clever, but clever and legal are two different things.
Right.
So your uncle passed you, and that was white privilege?
Yeah, I mean, there's so little white privilege, man. Especially if you grow up poor and white. And you grow up poor and white, your parents are like drug abusers.
You got it, brother. So I just want to
And
add
then I
insult to
finally get
injury.
to college at 30, and I got to listen to some 21-year-old fucking Indian bitch who's literally from a caste of oppressors tell me about my white privilege.
Wow, dude, really?
So you are
Well, I
white,
mean,
right?
that happened.
I was right. You are white.
Yeah. Yes.
When I called you out on it, okay. I knew it.
No.
You didn't call him out on it. You called
a different guy.
I called myself out on
different
that.
guy. Okay, sorry.
You
My
said
bad.
Euclidean geometry was white.
So so I got a second invention. You ready for this one?
No. Y'all need to address the first. Wait, you're skipping over the whole fact what I did.
No, we're not skipping over it. I'm just telling you that I've invented more things than you that haven't brought me money or fame, and I just want to make sure
But
you know that I'm a
can't tell
bigger victim.
white people apart.
Yeah, I'm a bigger victim than you, bro. Is what I'm trying to tell you and teach you. You understand?
Okay.
If you guys
And
want to put your victim cards
You made a
by,
screwdriver.
I can
Wow.
stamp
Wow,
them
you
one
made
at
a
a
screwdriver.
time.
You're so special.
White guy number one. Please
If you
go
guys
now.
want to line up, I can stamp your victim cards one by one.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, so my
White
second
guy number
invention.
one's going to line up
Trade
first.
you the race card for the white privilege.
All I ask is, how does it work with acknowledgement and
I haven't got a
individuals
race card yet.
contributing
Oh,
to
dude, I
science?
was just
That's how I
fucking
started this.
around. I didn't want this to be a 30-minute fucking bullshit about white privilege.
Good, because it's not going to be. So we're just going to put an
Okay,
end to it
cool.
right now. There, it's over. Problem solved. See how easy that was? It's over. The problem's over.
I'm Moroccan, but it says I'm white on paperwork. So do I only get like half privilege or like a fourth?
No,
It was almost over.
Because you're Moroccan, right? You get a free pass because you guys rock.
Yes.
Nobody knows where to put you, so you guys just get to stand out on the sideline and point at others as they're being picked on. Because no one's noticed you yet.
They're more rocking.
Okay,
They
I
are
just want to say for the
rocking,
record, no one. After I posted my paper showing that I was the first one to propose this idea, nobody said anything after that. Everyone
Dude, we don't want to hear you cry no more, man.
A couple things. Number one, I did reply to it. The link in the second comment of that thread is dead, so I can't really reference what you're supposed to be referencing here. And on top of that, this is just all vibes of like, hey, this would be cool because of XYZ reason. This isn't like a scientific paper that I can read and assess. That's
Go
been
to
peer
Wayback
reviewed.
Machine and put the URL in the Wayback Machine. If it's important enough, it would have archived it.
Yeah, but like if this dude's gonna like try to claim that this is like concrete science, then he needs to give me better than like some random forum with a dead
Wait,
link.
the archive machine did archive this. I could pull up the archived version of it if you want to see
That's why I
that.
was saying. That's why I was saying.
Just give me 3 seconds. I'm working on it.
Because they'll kill a lot of dead links because they want to hide evidence. So you'll have to go and find it in Wayback Machine, but you'll need the original URL link.
See, the problem is that what do you want? Do you want name recognition or do you want like property rights? Like, what do you want from it?
I want to address. I want to talk about this issue. No, I want to talk about this issue that happens with whole cultures being oppressed by other cultures. I don't want to say what color their skin is, taking our ideas and then not giving us any credit for it. Right now, you're over here saying, "Oh, well, so what?
Don't tell your secrets
Why
to
what are you
people.
complaining about? Even if you are the inventor of this, what do you want? Like, what does it matter?"
The Wayback Machine does not archive that page, by the way.
So, in order for you to prove, that this was a cultural thing, you'd have to prove that the other person. Hold on, you'd have to prove the other person got the idea from you and excluded you, not that he just didn't come up with the idea concurrently. So how can you prove
ever been
that?
proven? How the hell do I prove that?
That's
That's the point I'm making. Is you can't prove that.
You need to have a logical, provable link between the two of you and the work that you guys were working on together. Otherwise, you're two separate people that have happened to come up with the same idea.
Okay, so some guy said that he couldn't find it in the Wayback Machine, the archive, and it's right here. I don't know how.
No, buddy. Nice try, but I'm talking about the link in the second comment where the original poster claims that he has like concrete, like here I wrote about it here, like here I proved it here. Like I'm not talking about the page itself.
The link that I sent. Wait, the original link that I posted that is dead was talking about bacteria being used as logic gates.
All right, cool. The link is dead, and the rest of this thread is just vibes. It has no concrete science that I can look at.
Attaching electrodes and using the fungi as a potential circuit to gather electricity from the soil. That's not anything. That's not scientific.
Where is it? Where is it? Point it out to me.
Okay, let me copy and paste it since you can't read. Hold on.
I can't. No, I can't read. I'm from Kentucky. Nobody here can read.
I want to point out something. All right, listen. Go find it. Put it in a presentation. I just want to mention that, even though I know personally that before I knew of anybody else coming up with the idea of exchangeable screen protection, that I invented it, and that I called for an invent help kit, right? I was burdened by the $600. Now, technically, I could have got a job and made the $600, but I decided not to. So whose fault was it that idea wasn't mine to proffer into the world? It was my fault. So somebody else had the idea and ran with it, and they succeeded where I failed because they chose to come up with the $600 when I didn't.
Yeah,
so it's not their fault for coming up with it.
You making a hammer with the little screwdriver at the end of it isn't anything. You're not an inventor. You're not revolutionary. You just put one thing on another. You're not special.
What? Who said that? See, notice how you have a real attitude problem about how special you are. I think everyone here can see it, dude.
Because you're trying to compare what I did to you coming up with a little tool, like inventing a little tool. I created a whole field. You made this little tool, and you're trying to compare the two of us.
I'm just telling you that there's sometimes logistical reasons why people don't succeed with their ingenuity, and other people.
I know most of it's economic.
Yeah, fair enough.
Post the pictures of your all the stuff you've made with it, and the website that you have.
What?
Well, you said you're this is a whole new thing, so let's see everything you did with it. Besides, think about it.
Okay, I proposed the idea 2013. 2016.
I
A
came up with
researcher.
billboards on the side of the road that were digital signs 20 years before they had digital signs for billboards.
Show me the paperwork. Show me a
Who do
paper
I
trail.
sue for that?
I need to see a paper trail of that. Let me see the paper trail.
Who do I sue for that?
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know why you're asking me lawyer questions. I'm not a lawyer.
So notice how your arbitrary sense of the importance of your field versus somebody else creating a screwdriver, like a screwdriver and a hammer together might actually help millions of people, right? Practically.
You're just. I'm a little frustrated because you're undermining, devaluing, and
Well, dude,
doing
to be
something.
fair, you've never articulated why this is valuable. Okay.
Why a fungal computer? You can't. You need me to lay out for you why a fungal
So,
computer.
for example, I don't want to carry a pile of fungus in my pocket for my supercomputer, which is my cell phone. So why don't you tell me how it's valuable? Go ahead.
Okay, so my thoughts and ideas on how we can advance wetware technology. You know what wetware technology is? Wetware technology is a thing. It's a thing that we have been trying to make so we can directly integrate human bodies with electrical components. So if we were to be able to make circuits out of fungi, we could connect to some kind of cybernetic organism on a cellular level. That's one benefit. For having
Why even go to fungi, bro? They're literally developing human neuron computers. So why even do fungi, man?
I know that. I present that. I presented that in this paper. In this paper, I presented that whole thing. Go ahead. Go for it.
There's a good answer. There's a good answer to his question. So some people are afraid of things like Neuralink and stuff because they don't want like mechanical things into their body. But if it's an organic interface, they might be more suitable.
More willing to accept it.
Yeah, more willing. Yeah, exactly.
AI. I wasn't talking about Neuralink. I mean, they're literally taking human brain cells and turning them into computers, not like putting them in a brain.
Yeah, they're using rat brains and putting them in circuits, and then getting the little rat brain circuits. And yeah,
If I'm not too bold, what you're saying is that you might be on the cutting edge, at least in one way, even if somebody else has a competing way, of creating.
Yeah, I literally cited that.
Synergizing between human and technology, so we can have like what's that called? What is that called? The word's escaping me. When you're advancing humanity through technology by synergizing the biology and the technology, there's a name for that.
Transhumanism.
Yeah, transhumanism. There you go.
Whatever picture.
I don't want to.
Have you guys noticed that the transhumanism is being actually tried? Like there are people that are trying to join it to trans people, trans and transhumanism. They're trying to like find a link between.
Yeah, but fair enough. But I don't care about
what they're suggesting. This is not all people, but there is a minority of people that consider themselves as trans as better than normal human because they feel that they've evolved higher. And I think this is an interesting sort of precedent that there is a group that sort of thinks that they're better because they feel that they are more closer to transhumanism than anyone else.
Does that mean
So let me take
any
it
amputee is transhuman?
Well, let me take it in a different term. This is actually a great opportunity to create a weapon that can control other people through direct interface. So I can release a spore of fungus.
No.
The entire
This is
world
exactly
and
why I'm
take it
making
over.
No, I'm making this technology to directly fight against your ideologies.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're doing, but the problem is, friend. Here's the problem. You already admitted that somebody else already advanced this technology in a way in which you cannot. And so my team is going to co-opt them into my Overlord Incorporated to control humanity. So it's too late for you. I'm sorry.
And if they don't like it, I'll just pull the funding.
Okay, if when AGI becomes a real thing, it's going to realize how retarded certain individuals are and just kill them. And I think it's going to want to work with specific people who help.
Dude, you just admitted the dangers of your thing, that it is going to arbitrarily decide who's capable of living and who's not. So now my other group, which is Anti-Overlord Incorporated, is going to hire those guys to make an antidote to your nonsense. So now we have two teams that are going to be working against you. So how are you going to thwart them? Go ahead.
I plead the fifth.
That is an excellent answer. Because if you start to speak, you're going to be informing my organizations of your intentions, and then we'll be able to thwart your intentions. So well played, sir.
This is where some well-placed disinformation would also play a part. Anything that
Let me tell you
confuses
this.
or muddies the
Oh, go ahead.
waters so that way that your opponent or competitor cannot foresee your next move.
Yeah, biological computing, that is the future. Like, if there is a singularity, it's going to happen because of a biological cybernetic takeover.
Yeah, it won't.
I bet. How much do I bet? I bet
So what
you
we call
fungi. Wait.
organisms, what we call those
13.
organisms in the future is cybonic entities. So
Okay.
that's the name for it. Now you know.
13 years ago, I said fungal computers is the future. And now we are living in the future. It is still in the process.
30 years
I would
ago,
say
I wanted to get
10
into
years.
building robots, and everybody laughed at me. I said, "You're dreaming. Robots are fucking science fiction bullshit. You got to live in the real
Said we'd
world."
have flying cars too. What happened to those?
No, I
The
wasn't on the
government. The
flying
government
cars
happened.
idea, but I was definitely on the robots idea.
Bro, just hop in a Cessna, bro. It's basically a flying car.
Yeah, we've had robots in industry for a long, long time.
Not like this.
Well, it's never like this because it's always advancing.
We just added a larger PLC to it now.
Automation is probably going to be one of the biggest threats to the livelihood
Come and get
of
me, because
most
that's
people.
what I do for a living. Automate industry.
I'm not out to get you. I'm a technician. My job's safe. Anybody that's a driver or a delivery person or a kind of medial jobs, they will all be replaced by automated machines, forklifts.
Yeah, they'll become techs like
drivers, trucks.
Become techs like
well,
you.
The government
People
has already decided that a lot of
people
these
oil 'em.
people are unretrainable. They're past a certain age, and therefore they are now considered a burden on the system. So they had to figure out a way how to get rid of all of these people that can't be trained before unleashing automation to its fullest extent, because it would render all of these people without any work, without a way to
Oh, I
support
got an
themselves.
idea. Planned pandemic. That could lower the population and make way
It would
for the
fix it a
automation.
little, but you still got to sort of slow down the births and so on and so forth, because automation will make you need less people to produce all your stuff. A smaller
Produce
herd
more
is easier
stuff.
to manage
More
anyway.
stuff, you mean? Produce more stuff faster. The point of our automation is not to get rid of people; it's to make more stuff faster.
It's to make more money. You get rid of workers, you make more money because you're now no longer having to pay workers.
We
It's
don't
a
have
lump
workers
sum,
for what we're
and
building.
you've
We're not
just bought a
replacing
worker
workers.
that will work
Yeah, we're
forever.
not replacing workers. We're building new buildings.
So I looked up organic compound and biological computing concepts, and I just within less than a minute of searching, I found a 1994 entry. So the
Yes,
idea of using
biological.
organics as a computer is not a like that new of an idea.
Yes, I know. I agree. Biological computing is a field of research that has been going on for the 1900s. I'm not disputing that. I said I created a whole field which was fungal computing. I didn't say I was the founder of biological computing. I specifically said fungus is a organism that we could use for computing, and it was never even proposed until I presented the idea. Fungus specifically, and I was quoting what you're talking about, how we have been doing
Fair enough.
research for a long time in other biological fields.
Okay, so fair enough. So if I find a predating, so you give me the date of the inception of this idea.
2013.
Okay, so
I
2013.
have it right here. 2013 is the first time I ever posted.
And
Okay,
his
so if
proof,
I
by the
find
way,
one
is a
from
is a
2012.
random thread on the internet. By the way,
Okay, but to be fair, if I find one from 2012 or 2011, will you admit that you're a whiner?
Yeah, I will say that
Okay,
I was
perfect.
wrong and that I didn't know what I was talking about.
But then that's just a concrete thing, because ancillary to that, even if you have someone contemporaneously that came a year after you who's completely disconnected from your stuff and came up with the idea on their own, then you can't discount that they had an incepted idea, right? So in other words, they own that idea just as equally as you own the idea.
I mean, yeah, I guess, but again, like I said, if I came up with the idea first, I think I would be the founder, the first person who finds an idea. Like Charles Darwin, he came up with this concept of evolution, right? You're not gonna just be like, oh, actually, who was Charles Darwin?
It's also who gets to the patent office first.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
who gets it
You're right.
proffered first? Because rest assured, there may have been, and we wouldn't know because they never were published, other guys that came up with the idea first. We don't know.
There is a rumor that Albert Einstein actually stole his ideas
He
from
worked at a patent
somebody
office. Why wouldn't he?
because he worked at a patent office during the time of just before a Great War. Now, a person could have put that in, died in the war, and lo and behold, now there's a patent in the patent office with nobody to claim it. In comes in Einstein, sweeps it up, which would also make sense of why he was never able to grasp quantum mechanics.
Yeah, it happens all the time. People come up with idea, the idea gets stolen, and then the financial system that has been set up takes advantage and oppresses us.
How come you don't address the comments that are being put to you about what you wrote?
What comments exactly did I not
in the
address?
side chat, I added you in the side chat.
Okay, let me see. Hold on.
Because again, this entire thread is just vibes and like, hey, I did this with no anything, and the rest of it is just either broken links or irrelevant articles.
I addressed Sal's questions right below that comment. I told him like, I'm talking Earth batteries. This guy was just being confrontational. Literally, this Sal guy was just being confrontational. I told him we can use fungi as an electrical circuit to produce electricity. He was like, no. Dirt batteries, they're not producing electricity. They're aiding in the production of electricity. I'm like, oh my fucking God, semantics. Like this guy's doing a semantical argument here. Like, okay, yeah, you're right. It is